he had a steely look on his face and he just knew it was going to be a grind. I think I asked him, how are you going to go about bowling on that thing? And he just said, yep, it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be far different to how they bowled in the first 3 tests. He was quite happy with it from a batting point of view. That was his longest test innings, as I'm sure Phil Long is aware. 96 balls, he got 34 runs, and he's very happy to talk about that. Nathan Lyon's normally a guy who hates talking about his own achievements, hates talking about the records he's going to break and what wicket-taking feat is coming up next. But he's very happy talking about his batting because he works very hard on it. So he was certainly enjoying that. But batting for that long on that pitch did give him an indication of how hard it's going to be when he gets the ball, or when he got the ball in hand last night, and what he's going to have to do today.
And it won't just be him, of course, but Matt Kuhneman. It'd be fascinating to see Todd Murphy on this pitch as well, actually, because I wonder if he might not prove to be the most effective, a little bit quicker and more accurate. At least I think he might be able to hold up an end. Talking to Sunil Gavaskar yesterday, he said that he was speaking to R. Ashwin about really dragging your pace back and getting it down almost below 80 kilometres an hour, below 50 miles an hour. And Ashwin did indeed, his pace did drop a bit yesterday, and he got a little bit of joy. Do you think we might see that from Lyon? I mean, Murphy's going to continue with his rhythmic approach, isn't he?
It's a brave thing to do, and I think Ashwin did show the way yesterday that he could do that. I mean, Ashwin spoke at the press conference last night about how he had to change a lot more on this pitch. On the first 3 tests, he could just bowl that same side-spinning delivery at the stumps over and over again, because the natural variation of the pitch would mean that some would turn away past the outside edge for a left-hander, some would go straight on, and you always bring the stumps into play. Here, he was bowling a lot of cross seamers, so the ball kind of spinning against its axis, a lot more overspin, all those kinds of things. Bringing your pace down as a spinner is a risky thing to do on a pitch like this, because as we saw yesterday, Gill got, I think in the last over of the day, it was quite a brave shot where he pumped Nathan Lyon for 6, and there was some funny stuff with the sight screen down there. But that was exactly how he got out in indoor to Nathan Lyon. That was a ball, he wasn't quite at the pitch, and he swung through the line. In indoor, it spun past him, hit his stumps. Here, it just slid on beautifully in the middle of the bat. So they're the challenges the spinners have got today.
Right, well, you've beautifully segued me straight into where I want to go with Phil Long, who's here for Fuso Trucks. Our stats with Fuso Trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. And Phil, 3 particular men I want to talk about. Shannon Gill?
Shannon Gill.
Shannon Gill, Shubman Gill. Cheteshwar Pujara and Virat Kohli. Take it away, Mr. Orchestra Leader.
Well, we can talk about the whole of the India top order, really, and give Australia hope this morning. We've heard words like it's a road and it's a day for batting. Here's some numbers. Shubman Gill, 8 tests in India, only 250s, an average of 25.58. The point I'm going to make here is, although it's a good wicket to bat on, there's pressure on these India batsmen. Cheteshwar Pujara, here's one for you. First innings, since the start of 2021, averages 16.84. And the first innings is when you would normally like to bat. Virat Kohli, lots of stats for him. Since the start of 2020, averages 25.7. Here's another one. Since he gave up the captaincy, averages 20.61.
Let's put this in perspective. This is less than Zach Crawley, who is a man unfairly reviled, perhaps, but there is a reason for it, namely that he doesn't get any runs. And he's whereas Virat Kohli, one of the big 4, now big 5, now that Barbara Azam's probably joined it, is just dropping down that pecking order. His average is down to 48.76, I think it
down
was.
to 17 in the world. That's Virat Kohli is the 17th best ranked batsman in the world.
And so the pressure that comes with that, Louis, we saw how Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, who you would imagine would have enjoyed this pitch, actually, it looked to me, were trying too hard to score runs. Really, is that a danger for Virat Kohli as well?
It is big time, and he would know. I mean, he would know all those numbers that Phil's just brought up off the top of his head. He is a guy who has a hugely high standards, of course. And so, there are some mitigating factors, right? When he has played at home over the last couple of years, 3, 4, 5 years now, pitches have been really difficult to bat on. So that's, there is... if you can average 30 on Indian pitches, you're probably actually doing quite well in recent times.
The ones that they've been making
exactly.
lately, yes. Yeah.
But so when you get on a pitch like this, it's a bit like fast bowlers when they get on a green seamer. Sometimes they don't bowl that well because it's all this pressure. I've got to take wickets. If you're a batter and you think you've had 2 days to watch Australia bat and think about how you're going to go about your innings, you're tired, you've spent 160 overs in the field. So all those things are going to be going through his head when he gets his chance today.
Okay, I'm going to leave us before we go to the break with a little bit of fear, because it's my job to put the fear of God into Australians. What is it, 6 years ago? 6 years ago, Chennai, England, 488. India replied with 750 something for 7, a 100 for Karen Nair. You know what? England lost by an innings. That's going to be India's plan. Very quickly, Phil.
And Pujara and Kohli scored hardly any runs in that innings.
There you go. Have the fear. Time for a break. When we come back, it'll be time for the first ball.
For Healy Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcalo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Our first session on SEN Test Cricket is for MEGT. MEGT, Australia's Apprenticeship and Employment Experts. Adam Collins with you for the first half an hour of play. And alongside me is former Indian superstar and coach Ravi Shastri. Good morning.
Morning, Adam. Morning, all.
Interesting day here for India, isn't it? The result in New Zealand notwithstanding, that test match still playing out. It may very well be the case that they need to win this test match to make the World Test Championship final on their own terms. And by that I mean not having to rely on results. So even though we're thinking about sort of the grind, they might have to play in an enterprising way to rack up the runs today.
They will play in an enterprising way because they've not seen a pitch like this in a long time. And if they get in, the likes of the top order will relish it. They'll score quickly. They'll score quicker than what Australia scored, for sure.
So none for 36 is where India begin. They're 444 runs in arrears. Rohit Sharma on strike on 17. Faced 33 balls last night for a couple of boundaries. Shubman Gill looked outstanding for 18. Big 6 before the close of play. Stark's going to take the first over. Round the wicket with a slip. A fourth slip. 2 out for the short ball. And a deep backward point. Stark on the way from the southern end. First ball of day 3. Delivers here on the front pad of Rohit Sharma. Turned down to fine leg where Todd Murphy does the fielding. None for 37. 443 behind. And yes, the fact that they've had to wait, we talked in the pre-game with Bharat about the challenge for Indian batters through the series on surfaces that have been turning square, that we spend a lot of time focusing on India's spinners and how well they've bowled, and indeed how well Nathan Lyon's bowled and others, but it makes it awfully hard for the Indian batters too.
It does, and you can see it from their performances over the last 3 years. Say, take for example Kohli, what he scores overseas, what he scores in India is chalk and cheese.
Yeah, there's some really good analysis on that. I'll come to in a moment. Stark in. First ball of the day for Gill, leaves alone outside the off stump. Taking a look through it this morning, Jared Kimber wrote a good piece on his Substack about this very topic. Between, what India did between 2017 and 2020, and what's happened effectively since the onset of the pandemic, and all of the numbers have plummeted. It's not like one Indian player has been in decline. All of them have been. So India have parted ways with Ajinkya Rahane. Pujara was dropped last year. KL Rahul, the vice captain, was dropped last week. And to an extent, the elephant in the room has been Virat Kohli, who in the last 3 years, he's gone from averaging 60 to averaging 30 in that stretch of time. Up here is Stark bowling. Ran the wicket wide of the crease. Pushing out towards mid-on is Shubman Gill. No run. So a huge drop-off for all their batters. Rahane went from averaging 40 to into the 20s. Pujara 50 to 30, Agarwal 60 to 30 before losing his spot. Already touched on Kohli. The top 6 on average in the 3 years between 17 and 20 averaged 45, and that's now down to 30.
I think you've got to check where they played. I think they played a lot overseas, which wasn't easy.
And the thesis of the piece is that it's actually been at home in India where the runs have just dried up as well. I guess that's the difference, whereas before it's been tough away. Stark gets to the crease and bowls, and Shubman defends right at the middle of the bat. The crowd acknowledge it. Down towards mid-off, no run. And it's the spin problem, isn't it? That the pitches, as they have been taking a turn more and more, they were averaging 80 to 90 between 2018 2019. Now 25 at home against spin.
No, I'll tell you the reason for that. They don't play enough domestic cricket. They're playing international cricket, so they don't play spin. They live on... They're living on past reputations. Right. To be a good player of spin, you got to play day in, day out. Play domestic cricket. So you get a guy from domestic cricket into the test side, he scores. Because, he's been on a diet of spin bowling. Right. Playing domestic cricket.
Stark up. First over of the day to Gill on 18. He turns him out to deep square. Easy single. Again out the middle of the blade. He's 19, none for 38. Phil Long.
Yeah, don't want to make this all about Virat Kohli, but in India, since the start of 2020, 10 test matches, top score 72, average of exactly 25.
Yeah. And Kohli hasn't played a game of, again, mindful, it's not just a Kohli story, but hasn't played a game in the Ranji Trophy for over a decade. So when he's not playing for India, be it home or away, he's not playing red ball cricket.
Yep. And if you look at, Phil just mentioned his average, it's like this series. It's the lower order that's bailed India out. The Rishabh Pants coming at 5, 6, getting hundreds or 80s. Jadeja getting runs, Ashwin getting runs.
Stark to finish. 11th over of the innings. Bowling here to the captain, Rohit, who defends with just the most elegant poise and ease to mid-on. Already looks set. None for 38 India, 442 behind. Gill's 19, Rohit Sharma is 18. That's all on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Know your tyres, and good morning to all of our listeners in the UK who are with us on Talk Sport 2 early in the morning there, enjoying their Test cricket throughout the series. You made the point yesterday, Ravi, that maybe it's 4 a.m. staying up late. It's Friday night in the UK or into Saturday morning, and if that is the case, hope you've had a great night on the tiles.
They would have.
But yeah, the point you raise around sort of domestic cricket as Nathan Lyon prepares to bowl the first over from our northern end on this third day. Is there any way of that changing? I know Pujara plays, but has the map changed so much that there's just no room for it?
It has, and then you'll have to pick players for certain formats, give importance to domestic cricket, write it in the contracts so that a player cannot escape that if he wants to play for India. I mean, such things have to be done. And there's no point asking the player, as the establishment, do it if you want your domestic cricket to thrive and produce youngsters for the future. Something very interesting for me tactically here is Stark starting round the wicket, instead of his normal over the wicket. Nathan Lyon at the other end. Now, Lyon ideally would want Stark to bowl over the wicket and create that rough.
Yes.
Outside the right-handers off stump.
So that means that Lyon's going to go over the wicket to begin without much rough to aim at. Bowling here to Gill, who's on 19 and pushing to point no run.
Yeah, and India has no left-handers. So I'm a little surprised. It tells me that Australia is still a little worried as to if this pitch turns on day 4 or 5, and if they have to bat, and if it crumbles, they don't want to be bowled out cheaply. So they want this pitch to last for a bit. There's no other reason why Stark is not bowling from over the wicket.
Yeah, the game within a game. So Lyon to Gill has a slip and a short leg. Delivers here, close to the stumps. Gill forward. A little bit of turn back towards the right-hander. Yeah, so let's use Gill as the case in point. Young player, prolific player, extraordinary white ball record already for India. Made the youngest man to make a double century in one-day cricket earlier this year. Obviously has an IPL club that he'd be loyal to and all the rest of it. How does someone like Gill find room to play in the Ranji Trophy with all of those competing interests as Lyon gets to the top of his mark, passes umpire Kettlebrook here, delivers to that man Gill, who's defending again to cover?
Because he wasn't in the side. So he would get injured, he had to go back to domestic cricket, score runs in domestic cricket, come back. Now that's a great example you've given me. Now last over of the day, hitting Nathan Lyon down the ground for 6. How many in the top order of India would have done that?
Yeah. Lyon bowls and Gill goes back again. Just a little bit of turn here towards mid-wicket, no run.
Because the reputation of those players are much bigger. They've got much more runs. But will they take that chance? Because he's so comfortable in his space against spin where if he has to step out, it doesn't matter if it is the last over or the first over of the day. He'll do it.
Right, so fundamentally, Indian cricket's been improved by short-form cricket, no doubt.
Oh, yes.
As Lyon bowls and Shubman defends again out to cover it. I guess it's that balance between improving their ability to whack it over long on in the final over against declining averages on spinning tracks, which are only going to be more and more
That's a great point for the youngsters coming through. It's reverse.
Yes.
I mean, they're on a diet of white ball cricket. They've got to adjust and get it right for Test cricket.
Lyon to finish here. Gill plays him respectfully. That's a good over from Lyon to start. A maiden. None for 38 India. 442 behind. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. Gill 19, Rohit Sharma 18. And our coverage is for Tyre Power. Know your tyres.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultimate Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. We've got Phil Long with us for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock now. Job done. He's got a cracking stat for us that we were touching on yesterday as Stark gets to the crease and bowls to Rowett, who clips out towards deep square for the second time this morning. He joins Gill on 19, none for 39. Phil?
Yeah, Nathan Lyon maiden to start the day. That's 999 maidens in Test cricket.
I'm rubbing my hands together on that one.
Adam Collins literally was rubbing his hands together.
1,000 maiden overs.
Says a bit about his longevity and the fact that he's been able to hold up an end for many years for Australia.
And we mentioned it yesterday, he'd only become the third Australian to do that when he obviously achieves it later today after Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath. Not a bad club.
Oh, he's a champ, real champ.
Stark round the wicket to Gill. Delivers here, Gill drives through the offside. That's a beautiful cover drive. It races to the rope. Now, first 4 of the day for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. Gill into the 20s. He's 23, India. None for 43. Delightful.
When you see shots like that, you know why he's one of the best young players in the world. And an exciting player. There's that regal element about him. Even that shot that he's played, that's come at about 145 clicks. But the stride that gets out there to meet it on the up and just place it wide of the man at cover. Top shot. Total control.
Stark again, 2 catching men behind the wicket. Deep backward point on the offside. Bowls here, clips out to deep mid-wicket. There might be 2. Work to do for Kuhnemann. Out from deep square, there is 2 comfortably. So Gilda 25. 7 runs already from the over. India none for 45, Phil.
Can I ask you a question, Ravi?
Yeah, Phil.
Are we looking at a future Indian captain?
Yes, no question. You're looking at I would say after Virat Kohli, the next real top-ranked player to entertain the world with his batting. And he'll do it wherever he goes across formats. He's fit, he's focused, he's young. It'll fall into his lap, to be honest, if he stays fit.
Quite the endorsement. Of course, you've been his coach, so you know him as a younger player. What is he now, Shubman Gill?
He's 23.
23,
Yeah,
right.
I mean, when I saw Cameron Green, 23, Shubman Gill, 23, that's terrific for world cricket.
Yeah, they're going to play a lot of Test cricket against each other, those two, aren't they?
Sure.
Given the way the schedule works, more India-Australia clashes in the next
This is
5
better.
years.
Better. Stark coming over the wicket. This is what I like.
Yes. So Stark's going to bring up the square leg just around the corner, Usman Khawaja. Oh, now he's dropping back again. They can't quite make their mind up. 3/4 of the way, maybe, to the rope. He's got the fine leg. So bowling with a 5-4. 2 slips. Over the wicket. Delivers here. Gill on the back foot. Tries to cut. Doesn't get much of it. You hear the anguish through the stump, Mike. He knew there was 4 runs. Had he middled that, Travis Head fields.
And he plays that shot, which is in a very unusual manner. I've not seen anyone play it in that fashion. When the bat comes down literally diagonally, it's just like a little punch directed to someone who's, when he's coached early, has been coached a lot on the shot delivery.
Right.
So his natural pickup and angle of the bat is such for a cut or a pull.
There's a nice comparison that Sid Monga made before the series about Gill and Mark Waugh, given the way that he opens in one-day cricket, averaging 74 in that format, and the way that he can put on real pressure, scoreboard pressure in Test cricket as well. Stark delivers over the wicket, pulling, beating the keeper Carey, diving to his left. Doesn't get all of it, does get a boundary. Gets the angle spot on. Gill, his second 4 of the over. There for Blunston, right on with Blunston. India already up to none for 49 in just the 3rd over of the day.
Yeah, and they'll score quick. I think this is where Australia will find out that yesterday they could have upped the ante in that second session of play. It was a little too overcautious for me.
Watching that back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, that wasn't in complete control. It was actually off the shoulder of the bat, but Carey had too far to go, moving to his left.
Not far away though.
Yeah. So Stark being put under pressure early on to complete his 5th over here. Bowls to Gill, who makes room and slaps him out through extra cover. A one-day shot towards the rope. Work to do for Travis Head, and he just cuts it off 1 metre inside the rope. They get back for 3. It brings up India's 50, and again, there's intent. Clearing the front leg, Shubman Gill. He's already up to 32. None for 52, India. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact whilst delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium stripe technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. 14 runs coming from that Stark over, all from the blade of Shubman Gill, who moves on to 32. And the replay of the last ball for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. His front foot was over at mid-wicket and he slapped it through extra cover. The sort of shot you might see in the 49th over of a one-dayer. But he feels set. He's on 32, he's on strike. Line to him here, sharper spin, plays him defensively.
Clear indication to Australia. It's a message that, we've got to try and score quickly, try and take this game forward. Try and still make a match out of it, take it into the 5th day, make it interesting.
Line up, bowling with the slip and the short leg still. No one out in the offside, forward, defending. So every ball that Gill's faced from line, he's watching. He considers him more the threat. And of course, the way he got out to line last week at indoor was a horrible shot.
Yeah. I mean, what they did well yesterday was give themselves a little bit of time to suss the surface, as opposed to just going for it in indoor early on.
Line, all dots from him so far this morning. Gill goes back, catches the call to short leg, just goes past Peter Hanscom's right mitt, behind square. They get a single. Line's got his hands on his head. I wonder whether that might have hit Hanscom's hand on the way through. None for 53, Gill 33. We'll get a look for Beaumont Tiles here. So a bit shorter from line. Inside edge onto pad. That's not the right camera angle that we want here. Here's the side on, Ravi. Talk us through it.
Yeah, this is, it's encouraging for Lion. Very encouraging, because that's inside edge. Just a hit of turn. What I like already is the way he's varying his pace. It's 94, 95, sudden drop to 85, 86 every now and then, just to gauge what's the right kind of speed on this track.
His first ball to row it on this third morning. Line delivers, flights it up, defended out to the offside. Yeah, it's a good point about the pace. When he first came here in 2013, Line, they did really monster him in that first test at Chennai, and it was the fact that his pace was lower, I reckon, at the time that was a point of focus. But now he's consistently up at 91, 92 kilometres. Got to be quicker at India. Line 2 left in the over. Row it here. Looks to lap. Beats Hanscom comfortably. Down to fine leg where Stark will do the fielding. So resourceful batting from the captain, moving up to 20. None for 54. Maybe,
and straight away on this track, you will see the run rate against Nathan Lyon will be much more than the last 3 test matches, because the options are more. The scare of the ball turning isn't that much, and they'll be thinking about rotating the strike.
Finishing the kill, get a bit of spin. So good over from Lyon. 2 runs coming from it. None for 54, India on the Holman scoreboard. Gill 33, Rowett 20, and the deficit is 426.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Great shot. Store-wide super sale on now. Phil Long makes weight. He's been with us for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock right now. Job done. Bharat Sundaresan with Ravi Shastri for the first time on commentary today. Morning, Baz.
Morning, Adam. Morning, Ravi.
Morning,
Quick
Bharat.
Quick start.
A strong message.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about this at dinner last night about what tempo India might bat at. Well, we've got an early signal here, especially with Stark bowling to Gill. He's into row it now, though. Over the wicket, the captain tucks him, tries to tuck him, not quite. Bharat, we got some great news before play today. Just before play on our Australian Hacks WhatsApp group, Gideon Haigh, the doyen of the craft in Australia, cricket writer, with no peer really, but also investigative journalism. He's been down in the basement of the Ahmedabad Stadium here, Modi Stadium, and found the Batmobile.
Ooh.
He has found the car that Prime Ministers Modi and Albanese were taken around in a few days ago. I'm not sure exactly where it is. We're getting taken there at lunch by Gids. Stark is going to go. He's going to go round the wicket.
Nice.
No, he's staying over the wicket. Bit of a tweak. So that man at backward square, it was Khawaja in the previous over. It's now green, and he goes back a few steps. So he's inviting him to go over the top on the clip row it. Stark in, delivers here. The Indian captain defends, but times it past mid-off. Not quite. Good diving stop by Travis Head, scampering over from extra cover. It stays at none for 54. So step one, Ravi, was finding the car. And we spoke about your Audi yesterday and the anniversary of winning that Audi at the MCG in 1985. Step one was finding it. Well, tick, we've done that. Step two, how do we buy it? How do we acquire it? How do we get this car back to Australia in our ownership, in our possession? SEN Test Cricket.
Oh, you can. You can find out, who's given the car, who's the manufacturer, and the association. Why
That's
not?
True. Why not?
I feel like you might be the key that unlocks this for us, Ravi. Rowan's 20, Stark here, looking the pull towards green off the thigh pad, bobbles up, doesn't carry, green on the way in, stops a single.
Unless they get to know Australia is chasing that car and they want to really frame it and keep it in that Hall of Fame. Yep.
Well, it'd be a diplomatic win, I think, to have that in the Australian Sports Hall of Fame at the MCG.
Yeah, that's
next
true.
to the other Batmobile that I bought a few years ago. The two cars side by side, I think, would be fitting. There's got to be a way through here, Bharat. You've been our fixer the whole way through the series.
I'll get it done for you, don't worry. We'll also have Ravi Shastri flown over for that first drive. We'll just keep the keys to Ravi.
So dropping back is green. Two now out on the rope behind square on the leg side for the short ball. Stark bowls, here it is, and he's ready for it. Rowett knows it's coming. Off the hip it goes for four, tucked away with ease. Our fourth boundary of the day for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. India up to none for 58. The captain 24.
And what's good here is the control. He knows there's three men back, in fact. He normally likes to go up and under, doesn't mind hitting it over the top in spite of fielders being there. This is a big ground. Control there was very good. He's always looking to keep it to ground and more riding it rather than hitting it so that he gets it fine.
Just didn't get up, as.
It didn't. Kind of cramped him as well, didn't it, Ravi? Yeah.
Third man goes out. So there's fine leg, deep backward square and square leg just in front of the umpire, of course. Two left in the over. 22 runs in the session. Stark bowls. Rowett goes back and pushes to cover where Khawaja will do the fielding. Sorry, make that Travis Head.
See, Australia have tried this tactic with Rohit Sharma. And it's worked sometimes. It's worked sometimes for Rohit. But he's someone who will not back off. He will. He gets a lot of runs with that shot, so he trusts his ability in playing it. It's just the control law, knowing that there are three fielders back. How he's thinking.
Australia got him out twice, I think, with that ball in Australia.
Yeah.
Once in Sydney on the boundary, Pat Cummins.
That's right. Just before stumps, wasn't it? Stark up to Rowett. Last ball, the over. Short ball takes it on up and over the top into the crowd, and they absolutely love it. The celebrations to our left because their captain's gone bang. Rohit Sharma to 30 with a big one. There for Blunston, right on with Blunston. India off to a flyer on this third morning. None for 64 on the Holman scoreboard.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. And Rohit Sharma, a very clear sign. Put all the fielders out you want. I'll just whack him over the head. Stark's gone for 26 runs in 3 overs this morning. Phil Long tells me for Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock right now. Job done.
It's a big crowd pouring into the Narendra Modi Stadium. Saturday crowd. This is what they're come here to see. Rohit Sharma putting on a show.
Yeah, India batting and good track. So the batsman can look forward to getting some runs. Young Gill there, Kohli, Pujara. But what a start, and no half measures there. That's a massive hit. It's gone at least 15, 20 rows into the crowd.
So line to Gill, that battle continues. Sharp spin, glove, thigh pad lands before handscomb. There's 2 games going on here, isn't there?
It is, and that's why Stark's job should be to keep it tight.
Yeah.
Really, bowl some overs, keep it tight, bring Lyon into play with the ball turning. Then there's a chance of taking wickets.
Rohit Sharma's just passed 17,000 international runs. And that goes up on the scoreboard, recognised accordingly by the Ahmedabad crowd. Interesting, there are so many people outside who can't get in. There was some scrutiny over the bottlenecks on day one, weren't there, about the lack of entry points here. Lyon bowls, Gill on 33, goes back to defend watchfully.
He'll have a long day, Nathan Lyon. He'll need support from Murphy and Kuhnemann, in the sense that they'll have to keep it tight as well in these conditions. It'll be a test for them as well. They bowled on good tracks so far for spin.
Nathan Lyon in. 2 catching men, Gill well forward. Yes, there's that sense that Gill knows that against Lyon he needs to play him out early on.
And nice line. He's bowling from over the wicket, a little wider, challenging both edges of the bat. He's got the odd one to turn.
And the mental edge of taking down Stark early on. We saw them do that in that famous Brisbane chase you were involved in, Ravi, a couple of years ago as coach. Lyon bowls and forward again at the middle of the blade from Gill defending to bit off.
And you remember at the Gabba, the way Nathan Lyon finally got Gill out was from over the wicket and caught it slip. Ball that just slides away, and he's got out to an off spinner once already in this series in that fashion.
Lyon up, staying over the wicket. Gill goes back, watches the ball all the way onto the bat towards mid-wicket it goes.
Nice line, nice line. It's a good contest now. And I see Kuhnemann warming up. So
might be spin at both ends. Yep. Lyon's now got 113 wickets against India, and Ashwin yesterday, his 113th wicket against Australia. 2 of the spinners of the series for Lumo Energy. Well bowled Lumo Energy. Lyon to finish here. Gill back and tucks a single out towards deep backwards square. There'll be a second if they really insist upon it, but Stark scampers out and make sure that it's only 1. 16 overs gone, India, none for 65. They trail by 415 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. Rohit Sharma 30, Gill 34.
To break a winning partnership in cricket, a top-line bowler needs the right line and length. At Tyre Power, you can get the right line and length as well. Start with a free 5-minute tyre safety check. Like a captain inspecting the pitch pre-game, your Tyre Power experts check the overall condition, tread depth and pressure of your tyres, all for free. That's why Tyre Power is #1 in road safety. Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store. Go to tyrepower.com.au.
SEN at Test cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. So Gill's taken 2 singles offline, 16 deliveries to him so far this morning. I wonder if they've done some storyboarding at the start of the day, the Indian camp, about where they might get to. In all probability, to give themselves a chance to win, they might need to bat till the end of day 4, which feels a really long way away, but to kind of get that lead and to play the last day on their terms, it's miles away from that. But would that be the sort of conversation the coach might be having after play last night?
Definitely. They would have said, just play normal cricket. Express yourself here. Bat the day. If we get 300 plus, and we have wickets in hand, we look to bat further into day 4 and get ahead by 100, 150. Then that'll put pressure on Australia.
Kuhnemann's first turn today, replacing Stark. Bowled 2 overs last night. Starts here to Shubman Gill, well forward, defending out to mid-wicket. Big day for Kuhnemann and Murphy, isn't it?
But still a long way to go. It's session by session. You can't think that far ahead. It's only day 3. Take day 3.
It just feels more like when we were in Pakistan last year, doesn't it? When you can kind of cast forward a couple of days due to the placid conditions. Kuhnemann closer to the stumps, bowls to Gill, defending again. And last year it was when Australia's second spinner was Mitch Swepson, who found it hard to contain in circumstances like this.
I asked Dan Vittori about what he's seen from Murphy and Kuhnemann from those 2 test matches and how he thinks they might go on a pitch like this.
Kuhnemann left arm around, Shubman watchful, mid-wicket it goes.
And he said that the consistency that they've shown and the ability both of them have shown to play different roles, be defensive, be attacking, just so important as a spinner in this condition.
Extremely important. Good start here from Kuhnemann. Just seeing the pace at which he's bowling, the accuracy.
Kuhnemann 3 dots to start, driven down towards long off by Shubman. Nicely played to move him to 35 from 56 balls, none for 66 India.
What's the adjustment you have to make when you go from a turner to a pitch like this, Ravi, as a bowler?
I think it's the basics. You got to stick to the basics. It's be accurate, probably vary your flight a little more, and stick to those lines. And the same thing you do on a turner. But on a turner, the pace might vary a little more, and the lines can vary because of the turn you get. Here, you might have to be closer to that off stump. Like, for example, Lion can't go too wide because it won't turn from there. Like Ashwin showed yesterday. You've got to be closer and tighter towards that off stump.
Kuhnemann here, first ball he bowls to Rohit for the day. Can't beat the bowler in his follow-through. When you talk about varying flight, do you mean giving the ball more air on surface?
Slow it up a bit. Vary the pace, like we saw Ashwin yesterday after tea, really going slow. We're going in 79, 80 even.
Right. Just one slip. The only catching man, Stephen Smith. Kuhnemann finishing his first over of the day. Rohit Sharma down to long off. So 2 singles in that direction. The captain retains the strike on 31. Gill on 35. India, none for 67 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. They trail by 413.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Our first session for MEGT.com.au. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. A little impromptu drinks break between overs. We'll see a bit of that today. 36 degrees, the forecast top temperature. They've already added, well, they've taken the score from 36 to 67 in the space of 29 minutes. So good going for the home side as they try and eliminate as much of this deficit as they can in favourable conditions.
A big day for Shubman Gill. Ravi Shastri not got big runs at home soil yet. He's a stuttered test career. When you saw him play that innings at the Gabba, you were like, wow, 100 test player.
So he kind of got dropped. He kind of got dropped at a weird time, didn't he? He made 100 against Bangladesh in December. He lost his way. Again, you look at it on paper.
I was a little surprised. I would have been very tempted to start off with him, knowing what he's done against Australia. Finishing off at Melbourne and then that 90 at the Gabba. Very tempted because he was hot. He'd got some runs in one-day cricket as well.
It doesn't always translate, but looks good so far today. Rohit on 31, facing line, using his feet, pushing down to long on. This won't be the 1,000th maiden for line. None for 68 India. Rohit up to 32. He just seems like the kind of player where coming through, it's hard to justify dropping them. It's kind of the other way around. Kind of like Aiden Markram with South Africa. We were flabbergasted that he was not in Australia late last year. On the back of form, but he seems so good.
Especially against the quicks. And same with Gill. If he's in, he'll blaze away to 100.
Line away from us at the northern end, passing up high. Kettleborough bowls here, using his feet. Gill back to line, crowd catch. Line went along with it for a moment, nearly duped me as well.
He'll be itching to come down, but there's a man at deep mid wicket. There's a man at long on.
One at deep backward square as well. So 3 out. Short leg and slip his catches. Line in, Gill squeezing out a full ball. A shout from behind the wicket from Alex Carey and Steve Smith.
Now, is it pad bat?
Now, if it's pad bat, this might be close. Nathan Lyon goes up to Smith, who's pretty keen on this, I reckon.
I think you've got to see the impact.
Yeah, they're going up. They are going up. So it was Smith who was more vociferous than Carey in the appeal. Lyon was a long way from the jazz hands pleading appeal. It was more like the polite inquiry.
Pretty much.
For me, it's impact.
I thought he got himself slightly outside the line when he jumped out. Impact looked to be slightly outside off stump, even in the replay.
It'll be relying on a fair bit of spin. And it was almost Yorker length. So a big call here from Smith early in the day, remembering just how crucial these reviews are in conditions like this. So it does pitch
not out
outside the line of the off stump. It's pad first, but impact will be outside the line.
Outside,
There's no way more than half the ball is inside the line of the off stump. So that will be...
They might get away with umpire's call, maybe.
Maybe. Generous, but that's the only question here for Australia. It is pad first, so they won't be denied via the inside edge. Could be quite important, the umpire's call here, in terms of retaining the third review.
Australia would want to hold on to that review.
In good batting conditions.
Yeah,
So we're not really watching for the dismissal, we're watching for impacts. One red, is there a second red? Oh, it is impact over 3 metres, but outside the line of the off stump in any case. So they're going to lose that review. The Indian fans see that flash up on the screen, they're chuffed. For what it's worth, it was hitting leg stump halfway up, but it matters not.
And while we get back into position, Ravi, just a question on Gill. There's been this talk that some in the Indian camp look at him as a future number 4 for whenever Virat Kohli's time has come. Do you agree with that, or would you prefer sticking him up?
No, I think number 3 might be his best position in the long run. Not number 4, number 3. Because he has, you need a player at number 3 who can counter-attack. Yet, if the conditions are such, back his defence and hold up. There's an argument there.
Yeah, there's an interesting conversation.
Exactly what happened.
So what Smith's litigating, or what he's arguing rather, is that if it's more than 3 metres down the track, then how can they adequately assess the impact being outside the off stump? Therefore, how can they lose their review? And that's prompted Richard Kettleborough to have a chat with Nitin Menon. Lyons involved as well.
Yeah.
That outside the 3 metre window has been a point of controversy since the DRS came in.
For a long time. And Steve Smith knows all about it. He was given out, remember?
To Keshav Maharaj at the Wacker all those years ago. Maharaj's debut. Line bowls here, using his feet, Gill, pushing just next to the left hand of Hanscom. That's good bowling again.
Very good. 5th stump, 6th stump, all turned from there. And you can see the pace at which he's bowling. It's not easy to chip down to.
Still some discussion between Lyon and Kettleborough.
Just getting that replay back again for Beaumont Tile. So he did use his feet, and it's very clearly, according to DRS, over 3 metres, but it also says review lost. Anyway, back to Lyon to bowl a little bit shorter at Gill, who forces it off the back foot out through point. There's a gap there, they get a couple. Travis Head does the tidying up. None for 60, make that none for 70 with 1 ball to go in the over. Great partnership this already. Gill 37. India trail by 410. I wonder what our biggest opening partnerships have been in the series, Phil Long. I think India's on day 1 at Nagpur was about 70 before Murphy got a late breakthrough. Last ball over here from Lyon, using his feet again. Gill to defend out to mid-wicket. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. I'm jumping out. Ravi's jumping out as well, to be replaced by Daniel Norcross and Louis Cameron. On the Holman scoreboard, Holman for the smart gardener. Rowett 32, Gill 37, India none for 70.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
SEN Test Cricket, first session of third day, our first session with MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. And India have started brightly. They've added 34 in 8 overs. It's got to be said, most of those runs have come from Mitchell Starc, 26 from his 3. We're on maiden watch. If you're an Aussie fan, the thing that's really exciting you, because it sure as heck isn't taking any wickets on this placid wicket, is can Nathan Lyon become the 14th bowler to bowl 1,000 maidens? Yes, that's where we're at. That really
already
is. I'm afraid we are. But where I'm at, I've got to say, as an entirely impartial observer, is how many runs can India get today? If they get to 350, 370, jitters will start to go through the Aussies as Kuhnemann is in, bowls round the wicket to the right-handed Rohit, who comes forward in defence, back to the bowler, and there's no run. And we mentioned at the start of the programme, did we not, Louis Cameron, the Spectre of Chennai. Yes, when England scored 477.
Still dream about
Rohit's in, forward in defence, back to the bowler, no run, and still lost by an innings.
Yeah, still dream about that Karuna at 100. I was there.
I mean, that must have been a scintillating watch.
It was. Poor Karun Nair. I mean, how many guys have made a 100 in Test cricket and played just 2 or 3 Test matches after that?
I think the answer's none.
That to someone in their mid-20s.
Kuhnemann in. This is pushed into the offside. They go through for a quick single. It goes quite square of the wicket. Flush shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Misses. And Rohit is home. None for 71. This is the kind of urgency that's in India's batting this morning that we didn't see from Australia. I'm sorry to bang on about it, but in the world of Bazball, there is a reason for trying to score runs more quickly, to give yourself more time in a game, and Australia were very slow in that middle session. They were quite slow overall. Usman Khawaja playing the anchor role, which was fine, but no one around him really got proactive until Cameron Green, as Kuhnemann is in with a slip in place, and Shubman Gill turns into the onside. There's no run, whereas India here are looking to go at not quite 4 and over at the moment, but the positive attacking intent is there, and you can see that India believe that they can still force a win out here, hoping the pitch will deteriorate at the back end.
And you bring up Chennai, Daniel. I think the one that would stick in Australia's memories as Kuhnemann comes in.
And it's defended by again, it's the onside, no run.
Is Ranchi in 2017, where Australia were very, not lucky, but they had to hold on for dear life to draw that test where they were on for, I think that was the Glenn Maxwell game where he made 100. Steve Smith might have made 100 as well. They only in inverted commas, got to 400, 450. India declared on 9 for 600 and 1,000, and Australia nearly lost.
Last ball of the over, Kuhnemann is tucked into the onside, goes straight to mid-wicket again. India on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener at the end of the over, and none for 71.
Today at Officeworks, we price check thousands of products and drop the Sennheiser Momentum True Wireless 3 earbuds to $348 and the Logitech Pop Mouse to $47. We'll check prices again tomorrow.
Thank you for voting Beaumont Tiles #1. You want great prices, range and awesome quality? Get that and 20% off floor tiles. Yes, 20% off our massive range of floor tiles when you choose Beaumont's. You're #1.
Test cricket on SEN for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. We were talking about the spectre of Chennai, and Bharat Sundaresan is with me.
It was a pretty ordinary English team to start with. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the difference between Chennai to 2016 and Ahmedabad 2023 is England had already been battered and bruised in that series. The series was gone. It was the 5th test of the series, and a lot of them you could see were ready to go home.
Nathan Lyon starts a new over to Rohit, who comes forward. Defence pushes into the offside, and there's no run.
It's also Alistair Cook's final test as captain. There was, throughout that series, I remember the English press were going after him to the extent he lost his cool at me, of all people, a couple of times in press conferences.
Wow, he doesn't often lose his cool.
Exactly, yeah. It had to come down to me. Don't roll your eyes at me, he yelled at me.
Did he? Wow, I'll have a word with him about that. Forward in defence comes Rohit, and it's picked up by Carey. There's no run. I'm sorry, I'm outraged on your behalf. I will speak to Sir Alistair.
Yeah, you should. At the end of the Mumbai test, I asked him a very valid question saying, are there any positives at all that you can take from the series with 1 test to go? And he started saying, yeah, a puff of dust, by the way, for Nathan Lyon. That's a good sign. And that didn't happen in Chennai, I can tell you, on day 3.
Why was Alistair Cook talking about a puff of dust for Nathan Lyon?
No, I mean,
we just saw a puff of dust. Forward comes Rohit, back to the bowler, and he parries it, and it's picked up at mid-wicket. There's no run. It's significant, though. But
yeah, so as he was talking about the few positives, I have an expressive face. I must have rolled my eyes, and from the podium, he looks down and says, "Why are you rolling your eyes at me?" I said, "Well, did I?" He said, "Yes, you're rolling your eyes at me." I said, "If I am, then maybe I don't agree with you." And he was really, really angry.
They don't like to be disagreed with, then, England captains. Flicked into the onside, Rohit, as he moves right across off stump, trying to negate the spin, and picks out deep mid-wicket. And once more, Lyon has been denied a maiden when he was within 3 balls of history.
So we get to Chennai, and the entire English press pack, every day as I would walk into the press box, they would all roll their eyes at me.
He's a very placid man normally, but, India can break people. Even Sir Alistair, with his equability. This ball spins, and it's played off the back foot by Shubman Gill. And there am I, trying to put the fear of God into Australians. But I tell you, there's signs of turn here.
Signs of turn,
Signs
indeed.
of turn as Harsha Bhogle has entered the room and is performing trichology, hair massage, and no, he's what is he doing? He's hanging.
He's
hanging his hat. He's hanging Bharat's hat on his massive mane as this ball is defended. Back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. India none for 72.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. And, well, I've been given a wonderful Fuso stat from our Fuso statistician. We'd had 10 overs this morning. 26 runs had come from the 3 overs of Stark, who it seems to me is there simply to make rough outside the right-handers off stump. And the spinners have bowled 7 overs for 10.
And that's also credit to India. They've identified the role that Stark's playing. And he was, to his credit, or in his defense, he was going for the attack. He tried bowling short to Rohit Sharma despite the 3 fielders out there. Just that this pitch gave him nothing to play with. And it's still not reached that point where the balls are keeping low.
I personally thought that he should have been kept on a little bit longer.
I think so too.
Stark.
Yeah,
while that ball's nice and hard, I actually thought that was a pretty valid tactic, the one they were going after.
Yeah.
Rohit Sharma in particular looked in a bit of trouble.
Kuhnemann in, and that's full. Defender back to the bowler, no run.
In a bit of trouble might not be quite the right word, but there were 3 or 4 guys out on the hook, 3 of them on the boundary, and I mean he took them on, didn't he? He played on the up
and didn't play. He played one beautifully for 6, but he did get a couple of gloves, and could have gone anywhere. Kuhnemann, with a grunt, bowls a fuller effort ball. It's played out into the offside, picked up in the covers. There's no run.
And it's obviously the kind of tactic that will leak runs. Like, these are attacking batters, and some balls may go for 6, but you might buy yourself a wicket at the same time.
That's why you have 480 runs on the board to play with.
Yeah.
And it's a tactic you can stick to for a little longer when you have 480 and not 280 on the board. And Rohit Sharma cannot help himself on most times. And it's a tactic Australia have used a lot against him. He has scored runs, but he's also quite often got out to it.
Kuhnemann into Rohit. Rohit plays from the crease and just tucks the ball out into the onside, just in front of square, out towards Cameron Green, who loops in from the boundary. 1 more to the total, none for 73. Rohit to 35.
And it'd be one thing as well if this pitch was starting to show signs of turn, and there is the odd puff of dust, but we're watching Matthew Kuhnemann there, and there is just not much for him. He's coming very wide of the crease. He's trying to get some purchase away from these 2 right-handers, but it's just not there at the moment.
Kuhnemann has a slip in place. Gill flicks this to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'll just quickly give you the field. Deep square leg and a short fine leg. Khawaja. Mid-wicket, mid-on, who's a fair way back. Just about saving 1. Can you see a long off? I can't see a long off.
Yeah, there is.
It's hidden. No, right by the... Right, yes.
No, it's Nathan Lyon.
Nathan Lyon.
Hidden out there by the umbrella. Short extra as forward comes Gill. And finds... There is Nathan Lyon. Suddenly I see him emerge from beneath an umbrella and coming from the boundary to keep the scoring to 1, none for 74. And there's a deep point, backward point. And that short extra, love a shame.
Hey, Nathan Lyon standing under the umbrella in the Indian dugout. If I was the Indian team, I would just move it away. Some gamesmanship.
Why not? We'd like to see a bit of that. Kuhnemann in, Rohit. Punches! Caught! Punches off the back foot and caught at short extra cover. A loose shot from Rohit. It was a nothing ball, really. A little bit back of a length, and Rohit looked to whack it through the offside, off the back foot, driving, and has picked out the 1 fielder, short extra cover, Labuschagne. And would you believe it, what a way for India to lose their first wicket. Rohit goes for 35. India, 1 for 74.
Oh, Rohit Sharma has thrown his head back. He slapped himself a few times with his bat. He can't believe what he's done. It's really a nothing ball. Maybe it got stuck in the pitch. He's just lazily tried to drive away from his body. I think it did stop on him a little. He's hit it straight to Manas Labuschagne. That's a gift of a wicket. Australia will take it whichever way it comes. It's a massive breakthrough on this pitch.
Louis, didn't look like a wicket was going to come. Yes, the ball started to do a little bit, but not enough, and that was not a ball to be getting out to. He'll be furious. A lot of batters have got out to nothing balls in this test, but when you're set, you've been in for 45 minutes this morning. That's just an ugly way to go.
And as I was saying, it was a genius move to take Mitchell Stark off there because there was just absolutely nothing happening for him. And as I was just saying, Matthew Kuhneman just looked like he was showing some signs that he might be getting some major spin. The Rohit might be on the verge of hitting one straight to short cover.
The Oracle strikes, Louis Cameron strikes.
That's why Steve Smith's captaining this test and I'm not.
No, I mean, it's Rohit Sharma, you can still see him. It's a long way up into the Indian dressing room. He's shaking his head. That was a big score there for the taking. It's a lot like Travis Head. Travis Head looked so solid in that first innings when he was flowing. He was in great flow, makes 32. Just picks the wrong ball to step out to, and he's gone. So it's that kind of pitch. There is a lot of margin for error as a batter. But you don't want to make a mistake like that. That would hurt, especially after he's got it high in. It's a mistake that Pujara won't make, and Pujara has walked out and already run a couple of singles. You can see
he's running a 3.
He is running a 3. I don't know whether he'll run a few 3s once he's on strike. This is the pitch that they've all been waiting for.
Well, what a breakthrough! What a time for a breakthrough as well. Just the last ball of the over, which is rather scuppered our break, but we'll make it up. India 1 for 74 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner, and now Lyon is going to be starting a new over to Shubman Gill, who comes forward in defence. He loves it. Jazz hands. He's on jazz hands. It's hit the pad, and he likes it so much there's now going to be a big conflab. He came a long way forward to that. A long way forward.
Oh, well outside off stump. Don't do it, Steve Smith. Don't do it.
It didn't feel right. It did not feel right in real time, and Smith has decided against it. But when you see the hard knee bend and the jazz hands, you do think that Lyon thinks he's onto something. We're just going to take a look here on the Holman replay screen. Sorry, the Beaumont Tiles replay screen, and that's, well, I don't know, inside edge. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Forget it. Look away now. I think that's the excitement of having taken a cheap wicket.
Yeah.
But there is a clear shift in strategy here from Nathan Lyon, having spent the first 3 tests bowling around the wicket and knowing that turn was there, that he could get bowled and LBWs. The spin just isn't here on this pitch, so he's operating mostly over the wicket, and he's troubling Shubman Gill with a bit of the bounce and a little bit of variable turn.
You would have seen how Ashwin bowled on this pitch, especially in the second session yesterday. This is pretty much what Ashwin did. Stuck to over the wicket.
Line in again to Gill, who goes back into his crease. Could be perilous on a turning track. This isn't a turning track. And keep a little low, though, as he pushes into the offside. I've got to say, great work on the Kuhneman on the Kuhneman decision, and that's the kind of stuff we get with our experts. The SEN app. Download it today from your app store.
Well done, Daniel Norcross.
Might have to edit back the lead into that.
We can do that.
Well.
It's the magic of radio. Forward comes Gill as he defends back up the wicket. There's no run.
Shubman Gill's getting a little edgy. His natural instinct is to leave his crease and come at the spinner. He wants to do that. Nathan Lyon's not allowing him to do that. A couple of times he's been caught in the crease. It's an interesting period. A very tricky period for Shubman Gill. Can he get through this? Nathan Lyon can sense blood. Can smell it.
And him coming down the wicket to hit that 6 last night in the last over. Gee, that was gutsy, wasn't it?
Gill, what's he going to do? He comes down the wicket again, but this time to defend. He gets right outside the line of off stump. Smothering spin. Pushes the ball back to line. There's no run. There's a sense, you know. This game has just changed. Just in the last 15 minutes or so. It's not just the wicket. We've seen a puff of dust. We've seen a modicum of turn. Just seen a little bit more caution from Shubman Gill.
Ever since you brought up Chennai.
It was, ever since I brought up the spectre of Chennai. The line is in, it's flicked away, down to long on, and scuppers are made in the 5th ball of the over after 4 dots. There's something rather tantric about waiting for this maiden. 1 for 75, Gill to 39, Pujara yet to score.
The words you guys use, coming from the east, from the west, or wherever you come from. Tantric,
I come from
karma.
All points, from all points.
Yeah,
I'm a citizen of the world, which makes me very unpopular for my former Prime Minister Theresa May, who said that with dripping contempt. Citizen of the world.
Even last night, the cafe we went to for Peter's birthday dinner, I saw a chakra spa. You guys love using those words, don't you? The chakra spa. Karma.
A small, short break in play while a man with an orange tabard wanders on, and now he's going to have to sprint off because it's a long old distance. Come on, go away. What has he brought? He's brought shin guards for Hanscom.
For Marnus.
for Marnus. Shin guards for Marnus.
Which means...
It's a very interesting... It's a book by Hanif Qureshi, I believe. The Shin guards for Marnus.
Shin guards for Marnus. But also means it's going to get noisier around the bat.
If Marnus is in there. And we know already that Peter Hanscom already had his baseball catches equipment on underneath his whites there. I'm not sure you're across that, Daniel.
Beautiful piece written by Louis
future
Cameron.
over.
A beautiful piece written by Louis Cameron.
Right, short leg and a silly mid-off as Lyon is in. Another piece to the outside edge. It's all happening out there. Pujara beaten first ball. End of the over. On the Holman scoreboard, India 1 for 75.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings, or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings, or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles, and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Tesco on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Now you can get in touch with us. You can follow SEN Cricket on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok by following the handle at @SEN_cricket. Subscribe to SEN's cricket content podcast on the SEN Cricket podcast channel. It is full of lovely content. Start of a new over and it's Kuhneman in. First ball is clipped away out to deep forward square leg for a single. Brings Gill onto strike. Brings Pujara onto strike. Gill to 40 and Bharat Sundaresan has left us to be replaced by no less a gnomic noble entity than Pete Lalor, who yesterday, as we know, celebrated his 60th birthday with cake and jollity and tarly and beetroot juice. I noticed you went for the blood pressure buster. I did the same. There's something about the age you reach at a certain point.
Yeah, it might be something about the company I kept.
There's a company too, yeah. Intimations of mortality were everywhere last night.
I like that black cloud that comes in on a summer's day when I replace Sundaresan, aren't I?
Kuhneman is into Pujara, who's been beaten off his first ball. What do you do with his second? He drives nicely back to the bowler, and there's no run. I'm going to give you the field. Short, fine leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Mid-off, short extra cover, a backward point, a deep point, and just the one slip. We're seeing signs of something happening, Pete.
There's a bit more turn this morning, isn't there?
Just a little
bit more turn, and well, let's see what the Aussies can do with it. It's certainly not the degree of turn that we've been seeing in the other Test matches, and there's no doubt that we will see more than 3 days in this match, which we haven't in the first 3 Tests.
And we're going to a 5th, I'm pretty sure of that. As Kuhneman is in, and this is defended into the onside, and there, you got the inside half of the bat. So it's not dramatic, kids, back home. We're not all going oohs and ahs, but there's something happening that's more than the nothing.
Yeah, there's been a couple of half LBW chances with Gill. You know, he's danced down the pitch and put his pad out. It was outside the line, and it was too far down the wicket. It's a bit like me in an argument with my adolescent kids, wrong about everything. But there's a hint there that they're not quite getting the line right. They're scrambling to cover it a little bit.
There is, and even Mitchell Starc this morning, although he went for 26 runs, did have a couple of chances where it looked like he might be getting the better of Rohit Sharma. Interesting, Nathan Lyon at mid-off has been in deep conversation with Matthew Kuhneman between deliveries here too.
Kuhneman's now got a sort of very much forward short leg, and it just goes past his left hand. It's almost a silly bit on, really, and goes back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And Nathan Lyon was instrumental in Matthew Kuhneman taking that 5-wicket haul on the first day in indoor, where he just gave him that beautiful little bits of advice, those little nuggets, just said, don't get ahead of yourself, young chap.
Kuhneman in down the wicket. Pujara and flicks it through mid-wicket. It's not going to make it to the boundary as Khawaja lollops to his left to collect, and they pick up a couple of runs. Pujara's off the mark. 1 for 78 on the Holman scoreboard.
Nathan Lyon wrote the book on not getting ahead of yourself,
yes.
I reckon.
Yes, it's one of his mantras, isn't it?
It is, and now he's ahead of almost anybody else who's bowled off spin, really.
I was telling Daniel this on air earlier, but you know, he hates talking about himself. He hates talking about achievements coming up. Speaking to him before the play this morning, he was very happy to talk about his batting yesterday. Very, very happy to talk about it.
In comes Kuhneman, defends a big appeal for LBW. He loves that. He loves it. because that's hit him, well, it might have hit him in front. Has it hit a bit of bat as well? They're now having this, here we go, we're back into the papal conclave, everyone's got together. Oh, this is what do you reckon? You've seen it in delay, so to speak. No, says Steve Smith. They're not going to go for it. We'll come back to it. That is the end of the over. India 1 for 78.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Get a read on the NRL and AFL. Get a read on F1, supercars and autumn racing. Get a read on your sport. Get a read on today with the Herald Sun and subscribe for less than you think. Hurry, search Herald Sun offer today.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. India 1 for 78. There was a big appeal for LBW in the last ball of the previous over. We've got the eagle eyes of Pete Lawler and Louis Cameron alongside me watching that. And Kuhnemann liked it. Smith didn't like it enough to take it upstairs. One review already been burnt. We'll come back to your views on this after this first ball from Nathan Lyon of a new over. Back into his crease goes Gill and pushes the short mid-wicket. No run.
I thought it was worth a look, especially after they reviewed that first one. I thought height might have been an issue, but then on replay, which we're having a look at now, it's hit the bat first.
Inside edge just. That's why it looked so out, though, because... Do you know, it's again just a little bit happening, and it was only a tiny inside edge. It's going to bring close fielders into play. Why, my word, this game is changing. His second ball is punch-driven down the ground. No maiden for Lyon. We're on maiden watch, if you're wondering, and you just joined us. Khawaja tied us up, one more to the total, 1 for 79, Gill to 41.
It's about 4 miles across to that dugout. But has Kuhnemann gone to the dugout? Has Kuhnemann gone off the field? Is he sitting in the? Is he sitting on the bench?
Question. Well, there is a guy in whites sitting next to Lance Morris who's got the orange bib on.
I think it's Kuhnemann.
It looks to be looking at an iPad there. He might be watching a replay of that non-review.
Well, that's a funny thing to be able to do, really. You're allowed to just wander on and off like that? Maybe. Line in, and it's padded away by Pujara, but doesn't elicit an appeal.
Well, it was England who invented gaming that system, of course, in those Ashes series where they would send their fast bowlers off for recoveries and send on specialist fielders, one by the name of Pratt.
Mate, we invented the game, so we're obviously going to invent gaming.
Yes. He went straight off at the end of the over, I think.
Line in, down the wicket. Comes Pujara, clipping away the deep mid-wicket for a single. I'd also completely disagree, because it was Dennis Lilly who came to England in 1981 to change his shirt after every 4 overs because he'd had pneumonia 3 months before. But we can argue about who first came up with wandering on and off the field.
And what was the temperature that what passes for summer in England?
It's a perfectly balmy 14 degrees, I think.
Even with Dennis Lilly's hairy chest, you'd get pretty cold if you were sweating out in that field.
They're soft characters out in Western Australia, aren't they? As Lyon is in. This is defended into the offside by Gill. Picked up at short extra. There's no run.
Was he replaced by a specialist fielder?
I'm led to believe that every Australian's a specialist fielder.
Anyway, why is Kuhnemann off the field?
Well,
I hope they're not gaming the system in the manner of the English.
He is having a chat to Dan Vittori down there. I think it's the man behind the TV screen. We've both got our binoculars trained on, Pete.
Line in short, punched off the back foot into the offside. They'll get a single, just a single though, as a sprawling throw comes back to Carey. That is the end of the over. Drinks are going to come onto the field with India on the Holman scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. After the first hour of play, 14 overs have been bowled, 45 runs have been added to the total. Gill 42, Pujara has 3, India 1 for 81. As we take drinks on the other side, it'll be Adam Collins.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
This here, Gill drives through the offside. That's a beautiful cover drive. Stark up to Ravi. Last ball, the over. Short ball takes it on up and over the top into the crowd, and they absolutely love it.
Caught! Punches off the back foot and caught it short extra cover. A loose shot from Rohit. It was a nothing ball, really. A little bit back of a length, and Rohit looked to whack it through the offside, off the back foot, driving, and has picked out the one fielder. Short extra cover, Labashane.
Thank you. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyre. So 45 runs, and the wicket, which came from nowhere really, Kuhnemann. I wouldn't call it a half tracker, but not much more than that. Patted to Marnus Labashane at cover, who did the rest. Rohit gone for 35 at that stage. India were 1 for 74. They're now 1 for 81. Gill 42 from 78, 3 boundaries and a 6. That was last night. Pujara there with him on 3. Big shout for leg before that was turned down from his first ball. Adam Collins with you. Harsha Bhogle with me for the first time today. Pete Lawler here as well. How have you seen the first hour, Harsha?
I'm trying to find a word to describe what Rohit Sharma's feeling just now, and I've sort of settled it inconsolable. And you said it went absolutely against... He was actually looking better than Shubman Gill, who's actually looked a little shaky against Nathan Lyon. But Rohit Sharma was looking really good, and he will just be sitting there kicking himself, saying there were runs to be had. But I thought it was one of the most exciting hours played that we've seen of all the 13 hours that we've seen so far in this game, because the batters are taking the bowling on. There's very specific bowling plans and fielding plans from Australia, and there was a bit of cat and mouse. I thought Nathan Lyon has bowled brilliantly.
Just 4 boundaries, but all of them coming from Stark, which I think is noteworthy. They've had a crack at Stark early on. They've got him out of the attack. Now they've got the young spinners. We're yet to see Todd Murphy, which is of interest, given how well he bowled at Nagpur, that Murphy hasn't been used as often as Kuhnemann, certainly at the start of an innings. Pete, you got your finger up.
Let's watch for a change of plan here, because Kuhnemann, quite wisely, ran off the over before drinks and had a very quick tutorial with Dan Vittori, looking at the screens, used those 6 balls, and as we now speak,
Lyon's doing the same.
Lyon's doing the same, but that's down on the boundary, isn't it?
I can't tell.
He actually ran into the dugout and had a look at some, was looking at the screens. So watch what he does.
New hour begins. Kuhnemann to Gill, turns him off the pad. Just behind square, Cameron Green does the fielding. Stays at 1 for 81, so they trail by 399 India. Pete?
Starts outside leg with that first delivery. Let's wait and see if we can find a pattern emerge.
It might be the belief that there is some turn here.
There is.
This is interesting. How often should bowlers be allowed to pop in for an over to look at footage?
Kuhnemann in, bowls, on leg stump again, but Shubman Gill senses that's coming, in position early, placing it out to deep mid-wicket, where it looks like that's the sub-fielder Mitch Swepson, is it? I reckon it is, which means someone's off the... It may well be Lyon. So that moves the score along to 1 for 82.
Is this...
No, Lyon's on. Lyon's on.
So somebody's on.
Long on.
So Swepson is at mid-wicket as the sub.
This is the next stage of coaching.
No.
Yeah, I've got to be in my bonnet about this. This is the next stage of coaching. You bowl one over, pop in, look at all the footage, chat to the coach, come back, bowl the next over.
Well, there was sort of an early version of it back in the 99 World Cup as Kuhnemann bowls, finds the outside edge of Pujara, but Pujara is well forward, playing with those precious soft hands of his, and it lands before Stephen Smith.
You couldn't do it. I don't think you could do it between overs, but before a drinks break, oh well.
It's still between overs.
Come on, have to get
Before
your
the drinks
nails
break.
manicured or something. You're allowed to run off and get that done. It's not quite... we were talking before you came in about how the English used to put their specialist fielder on and rest their bowlers.
Yeah, true.
It's not quite that.
Well, and they man that far more diligently now, the umpires, in terms of having today's Harsha. We spoke about it many times in the 19 World Cup in our various media spots and on commentary that Jadeja, as Kuhnemann delivers here to Pujara on 3, stays on 3, pushing to short leg on the bounce. Had more touches of the cricket ball in that World Cup than anybody else, despite only playing 2 games. He was always on as the sub, so they do police that bit. But what you're describing here, maybe it's the... And it has been happening. Remember Owen Morgan a couple of years ago with the cards on the boundary? Kuhnemann bowls, using his feet, Pujara, clipping out the deep mid-wicket. There'll be a single. He's 1 for 83, the score, where the England analyst was putting up cards on the side of the boundary in the dressing room to encode for Owen Morgan about what bowling changes he should make.
Which is a little better than looking at the dugout while the replay is gone and asking, should I take a review now?
Yeah. I have no problem with sending out signals. I mean, you can send out the coaches to talk to them over the boundary line, can't you? Yeah. It's not like tennis where you're not allowed to coach.
Remember Bob Woolmer and Hansi Cronje with the walkie-talkies. As Kuhnemann delivers to finish the first over of the second hour on this third day, defended by Gill. Back to the bowler. He's 43, Pujara's 4, India 1 for 83. They trail by 397. That's on the Holman scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
No, it's not the end of the over. Kuhnemann front foot, no ball, re-bowling it here and defended into the onside by Shubman Gill to complete the over. So Gill stays on 43. So a front foot, no ball from the last ball of the over. Yeah, 99 World Cup was where Hansi Cronje was wearing an earpiece, wasn't he? And Bob Woolmer was communicating to him from the boundary.
Look, I think there is a law that you should not break, but I think everybody stretches the law and stays, if you on the right side of the law, can stretch the law as much as possible, you're being clever, as long as you don't break the law.
Yep.
So, for example, if you're backing up outside the crease at the non-striker's end, you're violating the law, you're laying yourself open to be run out, which you should be run out every single time of the day. But is there anything in the law that says the coach cannot provide inputs? No, and I'm actually, while I found that interesting, eventually the bowler's got to bowl the ball.
Yep.
The captain's allowed to give him some inputs. Someone else allowed to give him some inputs. One other coach allowed to give him some inputs. As long as it doesn't dilute the bat versus ball contest, I'm fine with it.
So line to go again. He'll be over the wicket with a slip. Silly point, quite straight and short leg. Here to Pujara on 4. Back foot punching out into the wide expanse of deep point where there's nobody. Cameron Green from mid-off has to amble around. They get a couple. He's on 6. India 1 for 86.
If ABBA had to write a song about that, they'd have called it Another Day, Another Track. Because it was a similar shot that got him bowled on another track.
Certainly was. That was the ball that galloped through the gate indoor day 1 last week when the pitch was a minefield, Pete Lawler.
ABBA big in India, were they? Huge, but my generations. No, but I think the return of ABBA went well.
Pujara facing line, we'll come back to this, goes back and defends from the crease. Were you an ABBA fan, Pete? I don't know whether it would have been cool enough for you.
No, not cool enough for me. I was always Hindi speaking, but I had to do Western music on radio, so I only knew what other people knew. So ABBA, Boney M, Bee Gees, Donna Summer, that era.
Line delivers, Pujara dances and defends, out to extra cover. Green around again from mid-off, gets a single, 1 for 87, he's 7.
Dare I say one of my favourites, Olivia Newton-John?
Yeah, so you're Hindi and I'm Indie. I don't really hold with that music.
So just to be clear, you were disc jockeying in this era, were you? Were you working on the...
No, I had to, because we had the youth channel on All India Radio.
Yep.
And so you had to present what happened in sport, you had to present what's happening in the city, and you also had to play music.
How brilliant is it, Pete, that Harsha was on effectively the Triple J of India? Line bowls and lunging forward his Gill out to extra cover, no run. He was the Francis Leach of India for a time.
What was your favourite Olivia Newton-John song?
Many, but the song that was a rage when I was just learning which one was Let's Get Physical.
I thought it would be.
Line in away from us, 2 left in the over. Forward again in defence is Gill, no run. Second day in a row we've mentioned Olivia Newton-John. We were speaking about Eurovision 74 yesterday.
I like the earlier period, the banks of the Ohio, that sort of country and western. When she was going out with the guy from the Shadows, actually, I think the bass player.
Going out
Brian
with someone
Dawes.
from the Shadows? There's a story there.
No, it's a book. I've read it.
Last ball line, Gill 43, will stay on 43. Well played and well bowled. Line started well today. 1 for 87 India, they're 393 in arrears. Gill 43, Pajara 7 on the Holman scoreboard.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate. Look, I reckon I need some new tyres." And they'll say, "Perfect timing. The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres." Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
Before we return to the late Olivia Newton-John, we've got a great little competition going today on SEN Test Cricket. If you can guess how many wickets fall to spin, you have the chance to win a $200 Ballpark Sporting Experience voucher. Thanks to Lumo Energy. Enter on the win page at sen.com.au. So pretty straightforward. sen.com.au, hit win. Guess how many wickets will fall to spin today? $200 voucher. Thanks to Lumo Energy, the Ballpark Sporting Experience. Great stuff. Kuhnemann. Spinners from both ends here. 1 wicket to spin so far today via his left arm. Tucked around the corner here by Pajara for a single. He moves to 8. India 1 for 88.
He's been Googling Olivia Newton-John, Pete Longer.
I just wanted to check that my memory was true. And yes, she was engaged to Bruce Dawes of the Shadows.
Okay.
And I read his autobiography many years ago. And when they broke up, he became very depressed, as you would, because if when Olivia walks out the door, so would your heart. What a wonderful woman she was.
Oh, yeah.
Banks of the Ohio. I asked my love to take a walk, just a little walk, by the riverside.
By the riverside. Peter Lawler just dropping his voice.
It's a murder ballad.
So what were your years doing youth radio and All India radio, Harsha? Like what era are we talking here as Kuhnemann makes his approach to Gill? Please, goes again and tucks him out to deep square for 1. He's 44, 1 for 89.
81, 80, 81, 82, thereabouts. But we only did 3-day contracts because there were quite a few of us. So you had to do the morning and the evening. Half hour in the morning, half hour in the evening. 3 days. And then one Saturday, I was doing a Saturday. And Sunday, they had a 1-hour program called Rhythm Time. And I was told the person who's doing it is unavailable suddenly, can't turn up. So you've got to do Rhythm Time. I said, but I only know 7 or 8 songs. That doesn't take an hour.
DJ Harsha with us on SEN. Kuhnemann bowls and tucking around the corner. Pajara gets it fine enough for a couple. Maybe off the pad. We'll wait for the decision from umpire Menem. That's runs. Double figures for Pajara, who's 10, 1 for 91.
And don't forget, these are turntable. This is turntable era. So you've got to know what track it is.
Yes.
And put the pin exactly in there. But you're also doing the calling. So while you're saying, and coming up next is Olivia Newton-John, you've also got to have cued that thing in. So to help me, someone transferred some of the songs onto tape and put a little flag on the 1/4-inch tape so that I could play some off tape and some of the turntable.
I pulled up here on Wikipedia the Billboard Hot 100 number ones of 1981, acknowledging that it's improbable, Pete. 80 to 81, probably just before Joy Division hit the fence. I doubt they were playing that on All India Radio. Kraftwerk. Here we go. Here we go.
She's a model cool, and she's looking good.
Wow.
Olivia Newton-John with Physical was number 1 all the way through November and December.
I know all of 8 songs that I'm showing off.
Kuhnemann bowls and forward. Oh, was that a chance to short leg? I reckon it might have been. Pajara, shoulder of the bat. We're behind the batter. We're going to get a replay for Beaumont Tiles. It wasn't taken by Hanscom. Just waiting on television here to give us something. But just on the reaction of Hanscom and of Smith at slip, I think that is carried. Hard chance. I don't know what's going on here with telly. We're not getting anything back on this. We'll hopefully see it at the end of the over. Kuhnemann, 2 balls left. Bowls here using his feet. Pajara clipping to mid-wicket. There's a man at deep square. They get a single. He's 11, 1 for 92. They trail by 388. I want to get back to the music, but I do want to see a replay of the ball before.
I think it's pretty harsh to label that a chance. They stick or they don't, those ones. It was a real sort of reflex action.
Well, it
he
might
was
have been
made to pay for the miss because he just whacked the next one straight at him.
It might have been straight into the turf on account of the fact that we're yet to see it. I mean, maybe we're jumping at shadows here. It was just the body language of the two fielders. So last ball here from Kuhnemann. His 8th over. He's got 1 for 19. The wicket of Rohit Sharma this morning caught at cover for 35. Delivers here and Gill's back on the leg stump. He has changed his line since that consultation that you referred to, Pete. Gill retains the strike. He's up to 45. India 1 for 93. 387 behind on the Holman scoreboard for the smart gardener.
At Elders, we're for finding your place in the world, whatever kind of place that may be. From the inner city pad to the boundless family farm, for fresh starts, sea and tree changes, for the search and the sail, for the experience, yours and ours, for realising the dream, no matter what it looks like. Elders, for real estate, for you.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. You know what? Physical stayed at number 1 all the way through January as well. 3 months into 1982. Got a bit of Hall & Oates. We've got Joan Jett. I Love Rock and Roll.
There's a kind of hush all over the world tonight. Oh, that's an older than 80-81. That's a 70s song, isn't it?
I'm just going through all the names of all the songs.
The Human League, Don't You Want Me, which is a karaoke favourite.
Great album, that first Human League album.
What have you got going?
Men at Work, who can it be now?
Men at Work. On my right and on my left, we've got 2 people Googling music from the 80s.
This is the luxury of radio, as you know, Harsha. Not like TV, where you've got to just, you've got to say what you see on the screen. Let things drift. Don't talk too much, although I know you talk a lot more on Indian TV. Here, you know what it's like. We can drift. We can drift with the game.
What about Kenny Rogers?
You got to know when to hold them. Good song, that.
It's going to be line away from us. Bowls here, tucking into the onside. Gill moves to 46 with the single. He's looked so good this morning. Yeah. He's played line well after a tough early interrogation. 1 for 94 the score.
Keep your eyes out for Pujara on how he plays spin, because he'll come dancing down the wicket, even if it means hitting it to a fielder or just nudging it for one, but his contact points will be much further down than Shubman Gill.
It's being held here line by Pujara. The 2 old rivals got him leg before wicket last week. Bowls here dancing and defending. Sorry, he bowled him last week, didn't he? It was the week before at Delhi when he had him leg before. We were talking that up, weren't we, at the time, saying only one time in their rivalry, in over 1,300 balls, he trapped him, and then he did so twice in about 10 minutes.
Well, Harsha's like one of those gods with various incarnations, because I saw on Twitter this morning him being celebrated at, I'll tell you after this delivery.
Line in.
What are we going next?
Bowls here. Jara using his feet and kicking it away. He's done that hundreds of times.
He can see the future too, the way Pujara used his feet to that delivery. Very prescient. Indian Institute of Management, you're celebrated by a plaque on the wall of the building here in
temple. It's my temple. It's my temple.
They've got a picture of Harsha on the wall. They've got his yearbook entry.
Line bowls, Pujara leaves line. Is that like the Hollywood star for management?
No, it is. It's India's #1 business school, management school, and by some very curious arrangement of planets, I managed to get through the entrance exam to get there.
It sounds like you were the #1 student.
No, I was nowhere close. I was on survival mode.
Slip and short leg line. Pujara dancing and defending again. I don't know what on earth they're appealing for. He's about 2 feet outside the line of the off stump.
I've never been surrounded by a greater combination of talent than
until
I was
today.
there.
Until today.
We're going to have to tweet the photo out. Here it is. Bharat's given it to me. Harsha Bhogle finished in 85. It says here later, sports commentator. Line to finish the over. Pujara again using his feet before kicking away. Well called by Harsha. Exactly what Pujara responded with. End of 28 overs. India 1 for 94. They trail by 386 with Gill on 46. Pujara on 11. And Australia striving for a big break, a big moment for Bendix, the best known breaks.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel, available at Bunnings.
Get a read on the NRL and AFL. Get a read on F1, supercars and autumn racing. Get a read on your sport. Get a read on Today with the Herald Sun and subscribe for less than you think. Hurry, search Herald Sun offer today.
You can stay in touch with us on SEN Test Cricket all day long. Text in 0433 98 11 16. We'll have those messages sent to us in the box here at Umdabad, or follow everything on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Handle SEN_cricket. Our highlights are on there every night on the podcast feed as well. Interview an Australian player. We had Cam Green with us last night, and Brat and I, and our wrap of what we've seen in the day's play. But Harsha says to me between overs, can audiences provide feedback? Yes, they can via the text. If you're enjoying Harsha Bhogle's work, do send in a message. It's going to be pace from Stark. Back into the attack at the southern end. Delivers here to Gill on 46. He drives him, but there is a man at mid-on, Cameron Green. No single. The photo we've got of you here as a younger lad with the big glasses and the first iteration of your hair. The elocutionist.
First iteration. He's too a cruel one in
oh, don't tell me you don't love it. The amount of money you made out of your hair transplant. The elocutionist, the dramatist. I can't read the whole thing here. The combo captain of the Normans saw through victories and defeats with the same impenetrable cool. That's from the student yearbook. You've written that?
No, I think it is imperturbable.
Yeah, oh, sorry. I mean, so what do you? So you've written that in the yearbook, or is that written about you?
No, someone else wrote it. I would write that about myself.
In here is Stark round the wicket, hides the ball, looking for some reverse, but Shubman Gill, what a drive that is! From the crease, all timing, out to the rope, and raises his half-century. Shubman Gill, who didn't play in the first couple of tests of this series, it did raise some eyebrows, but he's back here, he's back in form, he's taken India to 1 for 98, and he looks set for a big, long day in the heat. He's loving it, Harsha Bhogle.
It is a shot that is all his own. Not a lot of footwork. He stays where he is, and that back foot jab, sometimes with an inclined bat, sometimes straighter. The timing on that is as good as I've seen from any young player that I've seen in all these years of watching cricket, because it's just really a jab. It's not a big flow. It's not a Tendulkar back foot shot. Tendulkar hit it much straighter, but this little angular bat.
Stark in again, wide of the crease. Gill defends,
and just that little punch. It's an awesome shot. Some people when they're born, the nurse says, "Yeah, ma'am, there's a young man blessed with timing."
That he certainly is. We saw that at the Gabba a couple of years ago. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it feels like a drive with the way he gets on the front foot, but he kind of stops on the line on the middle stump, and it's all about those forearms. So strong through there, and then it's all timing. Phil Long.
90 balls for that 15, just his third 50 on home soil in Test cricket.
Which is why he found himself out of the team. Australians can't believe it. We saw him play a couple of years ago. Stark delivers. Gill driving again through the offside, up-ish. Great diving stop there from Peter Hanscom. That wasn't far away. Phil Long again.
We mentioned it before, just the 5 boundaries this morning, they've all come off Mitchell Stark.
My theory is that the newer young Indian batters coming through are probably going to be better players of pace than of spin. And we've already seen that with Shubman Gill. I think he's a far better player of pace than he is of the turning ball.
Yeah, the way he stands up tall in the crease.
I'm glad he hit that boundary, though, because it allowed us to move away from imperturbables.
Extra catching cover in now as well. They've bolstered that area. Stark round the wicket. Gill down the ground and doesn't beat Green at mid-on. Does well. Tallest man on the ground had to move away to his left. Kept it down to a single. Gill 51 from 93. India 1 for 99.
And he's got to play the big innings. I think he's set. We saw in the when Australia batted, once you're set, you'd go on and make it a big innings, and he's got to do that, especially after India lost Rohit Sharma. And I think when Bharat comes on, we should get Bharat to do his Rohit Sharma impersonation of just what he's saying there, what he's saying.
He did the entirety of Rohit's press conference a couple of days ago. So Gill, who made a test ton back in December against Bangladesh at Chittagong. Pujara on strike now on 11. He gets in on the act as well, driving out through point, work to do for the sweeper. That's Todd Murphy. In the end, keeps it to 1. Good fielding. It brings up the India 100 from the final ball of the 29th over. 1 for 100. They trail by 380. Gill past 50 up to 51. Pujara on 12. And that's all on the Holman scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Get a read on all the AFL action, team news and match highlights. Get a read on everything footy. Get a read on Today with the Herald Sun and subscribe for less than you think. Hurry, search Herald Sun offer today.
If you're listening on radio, you can also download the SEN app from the App Store and take us with you throughout the course of this test match, which will go 5 days on the rate we're going at the moment. And that boundary in the previous over, a beauty at that, was for Blunston. Right on with Blunston for your chance to win. Got Harsha Bhogle with us for one more over, which Nathan Lyon's going to bowl. He's looking through the Shubman Gill story. As I said before, Australian fans, like, what doing? He made a double hundred in about 120 balls in one-day cricket in January before the series started.
I saw that. It was an incredible innings.
He averages 74 in that format. Line up, bowls here to Pujara. New over, goes back, wants to cut, sharper spin, placing it to backward point conservatively. The runs he made at Brisbane, which we go on about quite a bit, the really assured half-century at Sydney as well in that series, made 100 before Christmas against Bangladesh at test level, then somehow just finds himself discarded. It was very odd.
The best batting tracks in the world are in Australia.
Line bowls. Pujara using his feet and clipping out to deep mid-wicket. 13 on the single, 1 for 101.
And an Ahmedabad.
Phil Long.
Well, that's right, yeah. 126 not out for Shubman Gill in the T20 here just before the series started. 126 not out, 63 balls, 12 for 7 sixes.
And one of 5 Indians, I think, who got 100 in all 3 formats. But when he got that 100, he was playing as a replacement for Rohit Sharma, I think.
Right.
And so the principle is, when you're coming in as a replacement and the original comes back, you go out. So KL Rahul kept his place, and some felt maybe a little longer than warranted.
Gill 51. Line swim here around the wicket, turns him into the onside. No single on offer there.
I'd like to see his temperament tested here, though, whether he can go on and convert this into a big one, because it's there for him.
Averages 30 at test level. Missed out when he played here against England at Ahmedabad in 2021, albeit
that would have got it
far challenging conditions than this. Line bowls forward is Gill.
Joe Root at 5 for 8.
Yeah, it kind of summed it up, didn't it? It was the 7th shortest test match of all time, that first one here with the pink ball. It was more to do with, was it the pace off the wicket with the pink ball was the kind of post-mortem on that, the SG?
Also, it's incredible how many wickets were lost to the straight ball.
Yeah. Via Akshar Patel. Line bowls here, sharper spin. Gill rides the bounce and places it to cover. No single. Kuhneman does the fielding.
The problem with the pink ball actually came in the Kolkata test against Bangladesh.
Right.
And because they put the extra lacquer on the ball, you can't actually polish it like you polish leather. It's just got extra lacquer on it. And in order to keep the ball going for longer, I think they had more lacquer on it. And because that made it a lot smoother, it was cutting through the air much faster. There's less air resistance.
Line to Gill on 51. Defends here. Just flashed up on our screen then that Pujara has now passed 2,000 runs in Test cricket against Australia. More on that after the break. 1 for 101. There'll be a change in commentary. Harsha jumping out. I'm doing the same. Daniel Norcross in with Bharat Sundaresan, taking you through to lunch on SEN Test Cricket. For Tyre Power, know your tyres.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Thank you for voting Beaumont Tiles #1. You want great prices, range and awesome quality? Get that and 20% off floor tiles. Yes, 20% off our massive range of floor tiles when you choose Beaumont's. Your #1. Beaumont's.
Test cricket at SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. India 1 for 101. It's been fairly serene progress for them, but I say that mostly against the pace of Stark, against the spin, not so much. We have in the house Bharat Sundaresan, delighted to say, and Phil Long here with Fuso. And after this ball, maybe you can tell me, Phil, the breakdown of runs against Seaman's spin is first delivery of a new Stark over. It's a bit of hip and goes fine down to fine leg. That'll be the 1 run as a throw comes in from Lyon. And wait to see, it's a leg by, 1 for 102.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark's not happy at all. He claims that Pujara wasn't trying to play a shot and he was trying to leave the ball. Umpire Menon doesn't agree with him at all. He just walked away and signaled a leg by. Mr. Stark even stood there very grumpily and tried to get Pujara involved in the conversation. Very difficult to get Pujara involved in any conversation. It's reserved, quiet people you'll ever meet in your life.
Stark staying round the wicket, so he's not going to be creating much rough outside the right-handers of stump with this line of attack. Slip, a place a wide slip, and this ball is pushed into the covers by Shubman Gill and fielded on the edge of an imaginary ring, so to speak. Haven't yet seen on the replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, and whether or not that wasn't playing a shot. The most egregious example of ineptitude by an umpire I have seen this year came from Jackie Williams in the World Cup semi-final between England and South Africa, when she had judged that Tasmin Brits was, or it might have been Laura Wolfhard actually, was taking evasive action against the slow off-spin of Charlie Dean by leaving the ball and letting it bounce off her hip for a leg by. That actually changed the entire course of the match. It was quite a thing to watch. As Stark is in, forward in defence. Comes Gill, plays up to mid-on, there's no run. It was quite genuinely as if someone had completely forgotten the laws of cricket and therefore had to make up an excuse for what was a glaring and impossibly, I guess I was saying, moronic error.
And also for our younger listeners, just to reiterate the law, you are not given a run or the leg by isn't counted if the umpire deems that you were not trying to play a shot and it comes off your body, unless of course you're taking evasive action and you're trying to get out of harm's way. Say a bouncer is bowled and you're trying to get out of the bouncer's way and it hits your back.
There's really no harm from a 47-mile-per-hour off-spinner, I can assure you of that, as this ball is pushed up to mid-on and there's no run. But your point is absolutely valid, and it's that kind of expertise that you get on SEN. The SEN app, download it today from your app store for more expertise.
Younger listeners, how young am I talking here? Well done, Ben.
Sorry, Phil.
32 runs off Mitchell Stark. He's bowled 4.5 overs so far this morning. 30 runs off the 16 overs of spin.
So that's the big difference. Still not ragging by any stretch of the imagination. There's hints of assistance, not much more than that. As Stark is in, this is worked beautifully through mid-wicket. It's running away towards the boundary. And it's going to get there. That is a really lovely shot from Shubman Gill. Boundaries for Blundstone. And, well, I mean, that is so Shubman Gill. His bat comes from a kind of third slip position, and his bottom hand, we've been talking about it a bit this morning. He does no more than punch. There's no follow through. It's about timing.
It is.
And it's wonderfully placed to the right of the short mid-wicket and up to the boundary. Timing, bit of placement, economy of movement. When he's in this kind of form, it's wonderful to watch.
Could be a very significant moment. That's Shubman Gill's highest test score at home in India.
He moves to 55, 1 for 106. This next delivery is defended into the offside, but he'll get a single for it. Defended off the back foot. The throw comes in from Labuschagne, misses the stumps, but Gill is home at the end of the over. India 1 for 107.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Footy is back! We're underway, so get your mates together and watch your team live at SEN's official sports bar, the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill. Head to sportingglobe.com.au to find your local. Round at home for a goal. It's more than a sports bar, it's the Sporting Globe.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. So, India began the day on 36 without loss. They've added 71 in 21 overs, so they're going at 3 and a bit an over, notably quicker than Australia did. Pujara 13 from 27, Gill 56 from 102, and this, for the first time today, I believe, is the bespectacled Todd Murphy, who registered his highest first-class score with the bat yesterday. He's got his best first-class bowling figures. He's done it all in the space of this mad series, plucked from not obscurity or indeed nowhere, but from not really anywhere particularly notorious. And he's making a name for himself here. He's a slightly quicker off-spin bowler in the mould, I've heard people say, of Graham Swan, and that is no bad mould to be in.
Not at all, and I've been looking forward to this, Todd Murphy, to see how he goes on this pitch. We've seen what he can do on a pitch with assistance for him. Various levels of assistance.
Here is Murphy. His first ball is pushed into the offside by Gill to a gap to the left of extra cover. Kuhnemann does the fielding, 1 for 108. India. Gill to 57. Now we have with us Phil Long, and he would like to talk about Cheteshwar Pujara, a subject I could bang on about for hours on end.
Lovely. During the course of this innings, he's passed 2,000 test runs against Australia. Just the 4th Indian player to do so.
Oh, let us... Right, don't tell us, because it's quiz time for Bharat and me. Next delivery is defended on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run. So I'm going to go straight in with Sunil Gavaskar.
Sachin Tendulkar has to be up there.
Sachin Tendulkar is there. Sunil Gavaskar is not there.
1-0 Bharat Sundaresan.
1-0.
Oh. Well, see, right. So that means Rahul Dravid. Murphy in, and that's comes off the pad, goes to backward square leg.
Rahul Dravid is there.
So I'm getting rid of all my Vishwanaths and my Venkatas, because if Gavaskar didn't get there, then they certainly didn't get. So it's quite a nice little way of framing. So okay,
indeed,
we've got 2.
I mean, it's easy. VVS Lakshman, the man who bothered Australia the most, I would assume.
VVS Lakshman is correct.
Murphy in, and that's defended into the offside. There's no run, and you said the 4th man
is Pujara.
So not Kohli.
No.
Oh, no.
No,
Virat Kohli is
Pujara.
next on the list, 1,793. He's got a fair... He fancied him maybe to do it in this series, but it's not happened.
No. Well, it's not happened for most batters in this series, but it could happen on this pitch. He still saw 207 good Kohli. Murphy is in. That turns ever so slightly at an indeterminate length, which had Pujara in 2 minds, pushing square of the wicket on the offside, picked up by Travis Head, and there's no run.
Already some lovely adjustment from Todd Murphy. Started this over quicker in the mid-90s. He's pulled his pace down to the early 80s now.
That's his fall on off stump, defended back to the bowler at the end of the over on the scoreboard for Holman for the smart Gardner. India 1 for 108.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution, with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Test cricket on SEN with tyre power. Know your tyres. 1 for 108, India. And drinks are being brought up to the field. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. There's 21 minutes to go. It's not that hot. 21 minutes till lunch.
Yeah, I think...
they're goading us.
Yeah.
We can hear Colo in the background eating his lunch. We're seeing players out there having their drinks while we toil away at the coalface of cricket commentary. Bharat Sundaresan alongside Phil Long and myself, Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, and Nitin Menon's not happy at all. I mean, it's not just about the drink, it's just the time that they're taking. Manas, Peter Hanscom's having a word with him as well.
The over rate's not been, as they say, crash hot today. 22 overs have been bowled. We've had a fair bit of seam. And the ball is being examined, and it's fairly manky. Does manky mean the same thing in Australia as it does in England?
I think it does. But I always worry about using expressions in Australia. They always seem to have a
they do, don't
more
they?
dangerous turn.
It's usually just a very, very plain English term for not in the best working order, as this is flicked away up to mid. Oh, they go through for a quick single. That's great running from Gill. He played the shot in the front foot, worked it to the left and mid wicket, and just set off. He haired off, as Owen Morgan and many commentators like to say, intent. A lot of intent.
Intent. I don't know if the word intent has an Australian slang meaning.
Yes, good.
In the last few years, I've used a lot of English expressions very innocently and been pulled up for them in Australia, so be careful.
It sounds better in Kiwi. Intent.
Intent.
My favourite programme at the moment. I have little passions for programmes every now and then. I've been binge watching the Brokenwood Mysteries.
Ooh,
and I'll tell you for why in a moment. As Stark is in and Pujara just pushes with languid ease into the offside off the front foot, backward a square, down to deep point for another single. It's like a kind of... It's a procedural, murder mystery procedural. It's very gentle, set in a sort of country town in northern New Zealand. And it always begins with the discovery of a body. And a phone call will be made. And if you play a drinking game, which I like to do with my wife, on this particular word, something on the phone call come through and said, they found Tid. Where have they found Tid? Tid's on the golf course. Okay, but Tid's dead. Dead. As Stark is in around the wickets to the right-handed. Shubman Gill, who gets a thick inside edge, just past his off stump, down to fine leg. Loose shot, picks up a single. And my wife and I have a little sip every time someone says deed in New Zealand. And you know, usually half an hour in, we're fairly merry.
It's good to know.
Yeah, I advise it. It's just a little tip for any of you out there if you're
looking for a drinking game with your wife.
Well, especially as winter.
26 years it's been for you guys?
26 years.
Okay, that's when...
Phil, very much like a former colleague of mine, Charlie Dagnall, thinks that he's making signals that make any sense to me. And he's just
1-1-1 Nelson.
1-1-1 for one. Thank you. 1-1-1 for one is the score. As this ball's pushed up to mid-off, there's no run. Is there a superstition in India of the same magnitude as in England? Of course, the great David Shepherd, the umpire, used to hop up and down, didn't he, when the score was 1-1-1?
No, when we hop up and down, we call it's a game called Coco. But just looking at Mitchell Stark running in with his hands covering the ball, so maybe some shade of reverse swing. It's pretty early. Still a very lush outfield, not too many rough surfaces on that playing field.
But the ball's not in a great way.
It is
also rough and
it's taken
scabby.
quite a beating.
It has. Here's Stark. Pujara in, drives through, extra cover. It's running away towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit. Will cut it off. Just really good work from Travis Head. Just gets it about a metre or so inside the boundary, but there was a three on.
Better throw.
And very nearly a mistake at the non-striker's end as Shubman Gill wanted a third. Pujara did not. He's not the most fleet of foot. And had the throw been a little more accurate, he would have been short of his ground as that went into the bowler's end.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Mitchell Stark was aware of what was happening behind him. Because if he was, maybe he would have got into a better position in front of the stumps.
Let's take a look on the replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. It's a nice drive through extra cover. It was a long hold 3, I would have thought. They're doing a little boundary check here. Travis Head's cut it off fine, but Pujara's dawdled. They both dawdled, actually.
Yeah.
And then Pujara got his skates on, and then it was he who wanted the third, and then he had to send Gill back, and the throw was a little wild, but yeah, I mean, that was just poor cricket, really. After the ball left the bat, just poor cricket from everyone, apart from Travis Head, as next ball is driven straight to short extra cover, where Manas does the fielding. That is the end of the over. India having survived Nelson, a 1 for 113.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies. With a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
SEN Test Cricket, first session here of the final test, third day for MEGT. MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Now you can follow SEN Cricket on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok by following the handle at SEN_cricket. Subscribe to SEN's cricket content podcasts on the SEN Cricket Podcast channel. Lots of content from the likes of Bharat, Sundaresan, Adam Collins, whoever we get to interview at the end of the day, who knows. It's all there, all in one handy place.
Yeah, I don't know. Not sure about the junior-senior equation between Gill and Pujara.
Todd Murphy starts a new over and ball's worked around his front pad by Gill, up to long on for a single, takes him to 60. Khawaja tidying up.
At the end of that over, or just after that little miscommunication between the two, he gave him quite the mouthful.
Did he, Shubman?
Yeah.
Well,
you look at Cheteshwar Pujara, he's young senior figure.
Oh, young people today have no respect for their elders. I've discovered this in this box.
Hey, partner, he said, hey, run when I ask you to run.
Oh. Driving through the covers, that surely will be 4. Great shot from Pujara, good use of the feet, danced down the wicket. It was wide of the off stump. Pujara got to the pitch of the ball, struck it to the left of extra cover all the way up to the boundary along the ground. A shot of authority and class takes Pujara to 20 and India to 1 for 118.
It's a shot Australia have seen Pujara play over and over again. This long battle that they've had with him. Slightly wider of off stump this time from Todd Murphy. He's still settling into this spell. Still trying to get his head around how to bowl on this pitch. He's seen Nathan Lyon bowl outside off stump, but this was a little too wide.
Murphy in. Pujara again uses his feet. Hits it back to the bowler. There's no run. Just quickly give you the feel. It's a forward short leg and a slip in place. Backward point extra mid-off. Mid-on, short mid-wicket. And a backward square leg makes up the rest of the field. And Murphy's going to change his angle of attack. He's going to come around the wicket, which I would normally think would necessitate City mid-on rather, going a little bit finer, but he's staying where he is at the moment as City mid-on rather than a short leg. But fine leg or deep or backward square leg is just going slightly closer and a little bit more behind square as Murphy is in, as he's tucked into the onside and fielded by Manas at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Long.
Very quickly, that 4 from Cheshire Pujara, our first non-Stark 4 of the morning.
Non-Stark 4, our boundaries with Blundstone.
Non-Stark 4.
And a non-Stark Blundstone boundary. Forward in defence comes Pujara and plays square at the wicket in the offside. Picked up. We have got 12 minutes to go until lunch.
He's taken quite a few wickets bowling around the wicket in this series, starting with his first of his career. Caught in bowl, KL Rahul way back in Nagpur over a month ago.
Pujara taps his bat and then plays languidly off the back foot. Cover point, no run off the last delivery of the over. And on the scoreboard for Holman, for the smart gardener, India are 1 for 118.
Watch out! Biffs and bumps happen, so give your plumbing work the protection it deserves. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's heavy-duty Biff Buster Pipe Guards protects your pipes and critical services from cars, trucks and forklifts. It's PPE for your plumbing. Visit rscentre.com.au.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
Test cricket on SEN. For tyre power, know your tyres. Now, is there a change here? Have we got Green and Noah, so Stark is going to continue?
It is Cameron Green.
It is Cameron Green, yes. I thought, is that the first time we've seen Cameron Green today? With the ball, at any rate.
For sure. I'm pretty sure it is, and he was warming up at the end of the last over for long. I'm pretty sure it is the first time we're seeing him today.
He bowled 2 overs for 11 opening the bowling last night.
Yeah.
What I want to see from Cameron Green is for him to attack the stumps. We haven't seen a lot of balls keep low yet. It is something that you can trouble Shubman Gill with. Don't think he's going to go short, even though he does have 2 men back for the pull.
Deep
for the
backward
hook.
square and a long leg. They're in there. There's a short mid-wicket. It's 5-4 leg side field. There's a short extra cover as Gill just waits and places bat on ball. It's at square of the wicket. It's running away towards the boundary. It won't get there as Nathan Lyon runs round to his right to collect, and they trot through for a brace. A couple of runs. Gill to 62, India to 1 for 120.
Yeah, just some batters you see, right, Daniel, around the world. Feels like whatever Shubman Gill does in life, he has that extra few seconds. It'll be well timed.
Yeah.
Whatever decision he takes in life, whenever he decides it's time for him to settle down and get married, the timing will be great. Whenever he wants to buy his first house, the timing will be great. Timing is.
It'll be at the bottom of the market, and then when he sells, he'll sell at the top. Yeah, I know. Here's Green in. This has worked one of the 2 short mid wickets. Can't beat the field. There's no run. I know what you mean. He's been blessed, hasn't he? There are some people just born blessed.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Not sure what we've all been.
Well, we're not been born blessed, that's for sure.
Interesting field though, no slip. 2 catches on the onside, 2 sort of catches on the offside. There's a short mid-wicket and a mid-wicket who's not in a traditional mid-wicket. Short cover and a cover who's not in a traditional cover position.
Green with a slow approach. It was a full ball, which is defended up to mid-off. There's no run.
And Steve Smith did say after the indoor test, actually stole my line. I told him, it's captaining in India like a game of chess, playing a game of chess. And he said, yeah, he loves moving pieces around. Every ball's a moment. And you can see him constantly adjusting the fielders. He himself is in that short cover position, just having a chat with Khawaja, adjusting his own position.
Yeah.
It's a slow game of chess here, unlike in indoor.
Green in. This is worked towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, so the matches so far are a bit less like chess and more like checkers, really. But this is a proper old, 14-match shootout between Spassky. I was going to go Spassky and Fischer, but that's probably for the really much older audience. Kasparov and Karpov.
Yeah, Kasparov and Karpov. Oh, we are in.
Yeah.
We're in India.
You big into chess? You a chess boy?
Most people in India play chess.
Yes.
At some point.
Cameron Green into Gill, who drives nicely, but won't beat mid-off. But the timing is just sumptuous to watch. If you hear a sort of mild chuckle, it's just simply because we're watching an exhibition of beautiful batsmanship. This pitch is designed to showcase certain players' skills. It was designed to show off the best of Cameron Green, I felt, because his slight deficiencies against the moving ball were entirely camouflaged by this wonderful surface, and you got to see what he could really do. Just big strides, whacking through the line of the ball. With Shubman Gill, you get to see his more serene, languid timing as he comes forward in defence. Bat and pad close together, technically hugely gifted. End of the over. India on the scoreboard for Holman for the smart Gardner, a 1 for 120.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL, Formula One,
and for the first time ever, every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
Shastri on SEN with tyre power. Know your tyres. So we have got, I would think, 2 overs to go until the lunch break. 35 overs have been bowled so far, so just 25 this morning. 2 more would take us to 27 this morning. 85 runs have so far been scored. So India going at over 3 and over, quicker than Australia did, as Todd Murphy, a little kick up of the left heel comes in bowls. This is flicked away out deep mid wicket by Pujara for his 21st run for 101 for 121 Phil Long.
If you look up the steps up to the Indian dressing room, I don't know if you noticed it, above that there's a little scoreboard.
Yes.
And part of it is run rate.
Yes.
Which is very helpful, isn't it? Just if you just need a...
I hadn't noticed it, and now I have.
There we go.
Thank you.
Neither did I.
But I don't like to be told the run rate. I like to work it out. I mean, when in India, where so much store is set by maths and mental arithmetic, I like to be able to divide 35.166, 121 into that. I would say it comes to 3.44.
Spot on.
Well done.
Murphy in, forward comes Gill, and defends perfectly back to the bowler.
Yeah, just before the start of this over, some live mentoring from Nathan Lyon. He ran down from his position at deep mid wicket, had a long chat with Todd Murphy, walked to his bowling mark with him. So already we've seen Todd Murphy slow his pace down a little. Now he's back over the wicket to Shubman Gill.
Next delivery is beaten the bat. That's turned sharply. It's beaten everybody, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 byes. Well, that's come out of maybe a Mitchell Stark footmark when he's bowling over the wicket. And that's turned and not beaten. Well, I said not beaten. It's beaten the bat. It's not beaten the stumps by much. I'm really looking forward to seeing that on the replay screen for Beaumont Tars, Australia's favourite. Given a bit of air, tossed up. Here we go. Let's take a look. Bit of dust. Yes. Beat the inside edge, and that's not far from off stump. We're going to get a different angle here. Oh, just over the top of middle.
Stumps. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Nathan Lyon asking him to slow his pace down. Almost worked.
Murphy in, and that's flatter, and it's defended in the crease. As they run, the length was perfect, the line was perfect. But amazingly, it's just turned over the top, and not many balls have gone over the top. We see another replay, and he did everything but bowl him then.
Yeah, I know.
That was classic off-spin bowling from Todd Murphy. He's in, tucked into the onside for a single, a bit shorter, just taken off the hip. And I tell you, future of off-spin bowling for Australia is in good hands with this young man. He may not get too many opportunities the next couple of years while Nathan Lyon's around, but thereafter, I think they've got a ready-made replacement.
Murphy versus Shubman Gill. I think it's a battle that we'll be talking about for a few years to come.
You will. You'll be riding reams on it, Bharat.
Lyon and Pujara, we've spent half our life talking about them and writing about them and watching them in battle.
For
Murphy
me,
versus Gill.
For me, it'll be Murphy and Brook, I think, when I get back to Blighty.
There we go. We have to bring the English in.
Well, I am English. As a ball is defended into the offside. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 36 have got India 1 for 126.
Hi, Kevin Sheedy here. As an Essendon BMW ambassador, I am proud to introduce you to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Pushing beyond speed and power, it's where electric driving meets excellence. Thrilling through every turn with boundary-pushing efficiency, the BMW iX3 gives you a new kind of driving pleasure with zero local emissions. Book a test drive today at Essendon BMW and discover the future of electric with BMW. Essendon BMW Centro Circuit, Essendon Field.
LMCT 11803.
Tesco and SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Audiences listening on SEN Queens and SENQ are about to leave us for the Host Plus Cup, but will rejoin us for the third session. If you're listening on SENQ, download the SEN app. So the first ball of a new over is pushed up to mid-off, and that way you can keep listening to us here at Ahmedabad. So that's audiences listening on SENQ. You're about to leave us. But if you want to stick with us, get on the app. Just get on that app. Get on the app anyway. It's a great thing to have as you're wandering around. Phil Long.
We got very excited about that buy.
Yeah.
Or those 4 buys. It brought up the 50 partnership between these two.
Thank you very much. Another Fuso stat from Fuso Stats Boy. And where to our left. We need to get you like a bib or a t-shirt or a polo shirt or something. Green in. That's clattered away. Out through point. And it's going to be, just a single as it... Nathan Lyon is down there fielding. It's really a wide, deep third. More than a point. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat on it, but picks up one more, goes to 64, 1 for 127. Pujara on 21. We're coming towards lunch. I fancy this will be the last over before lunch. Pretty sure now.
Pujara is one of those batters. He'll know exactly what time it is. Shut shop.
Green into Pujara, and he has shut shop. He's left the ball alone outside the off stump. There's no run. Yeah, you always hostage to fortune when you say things like that. I'd imagined that Shubman Gill was going to shut up shop the last over of the day yesterday, and he didn't do that. He clattered the ball through a hole in the sight screen and necessitated a 5-minute wait, which was one of the most amusing passages of non-play I've witnessed in a long time. The Army were involved, the commando units.
And it took a fan to sneak under the sheet
and
pull the ball up.
Was he an Aussie fan? He looked like he might be an Aussie fan.
Well, I'm not sure which team he supports. He looked as Indian as they come to me. Maybe he's an Australian supporter.
It's been a long day, Dan.
For Daniel.
Yeah, fair play. Green loops in, and this is clipped away by Pujara, who's happy to try to watch the last 2 balls or so of this session from the non-striker's end as he gets a single down to Kuhneman at deep backward square, 1 for 128, Pujara to 22.
Best way of shutting shop.
Yeah.
Just get off strike.
Yeah.
That's a veteran move from Pujara.
And it's time for us to welcome audiences joining us from New South Wales for the first time today. As you're joining us, India began the day on 36 without loss. They've added a further 92 runs. They're 1 for 128. They've just lost the 1 wicket, that of Rohit Sharma, who was caught by Marnus Labuschagne off the bowling of Matt Kuhneman at short extra cover. Green is in, and this has been pulled mercilessly out towards deep square leg. There'll just be the single. He's not playing for lunch, although he now, Shubman Gill, gets to the non-strikers end with 1 ball left to go before lunch. Gill to 65, Pujara to 22. Yeah, for those of you joining us from New South Wales, we're going to, first 5 or 10 minutes of lunch break or so, we'll talk you through what's happened, but suffice to say that at the moment, the run-drenched nature of this match shows not many signs of abating, although there are some talking points. There's the odd ball that's turned, certainly more than on the first couple of days. I've had Bharat Sundaresan alongside me and Phil Long. I'm Daniel Norcross, and we'll bring you up to date on the shenanigans of the first session as the last ball of that first session is defended into the offside by Tadeshwar Pujara. That completes a session that belongs to India. It belongs to the bat, as most of the sessions have. in this test match, unlike the other three. And India go to it on 1 for 129. The deficit now 351. A productive session. 93 runs scored, 27 overs bowled. It's a healthy scoring rate. Shubman Gill's been the main provider of those runs. He has 65 from 119. Jiteshwar Pujara has 22 from 46. Just the one wicket to fall. That, as I was saying, Rohit Sharma, who will be furious with himself. He made it to 35, looked very comfortable at 3 fours and a towering 6 off Mitchell Starc. And they got a bit of a nothing ball, really, from Matthew Kuhnemann. May have stopped ever so slightly in the pitch. We tried a back foot drive, didn't keep it down, and picked out a gleeful Marnus Labuschagne, who pounced the catch comfortably at short extra cover. That wicket fell with the score on 74 at the end of the 21st over. Since then, we've had 16 further overs, 54 runs have been added at exactly 3.5 runs an over. Is that right? Not quite, no, nearly 3.5 runs an over.
3.49.
3.49, thank you very much. And Shubman Gill's made 65 of those from 119 balls, and Jiteshwar Pujara 22 from 46 balls. It's been India's morning. Phil Long.
A quick comparison. Indoor. The game was over as we went to lunch on that third day here at Ahmedabad. 609 for 11 is the match score.
Well, we started this test match, and certainly you did, talking about the shortest 4-match test series.
Yeah.
And actually, it looked distinctly on, because the match had to go to tea on day 4. If it stopped any time for tea on day 4, then it would be the shortest 4-match series of all time. Now, there is a very outside chance that that might happen, but for that to happen, we'd need to see more signs of wear. It's starting, though, to show little bits of puffs of dust here and there, both from Kuhnemann, from Murphy, and significantly from Nathan Lyon. Bharat, Sundaresan, there's more there, and we've seen a couple turn both past the outside edge and past the inside edge, which we didn't see at all on the first couple of days.
Yeah, one ball turned a lot in the first 2 days, from Jadeja to Khawaja early on yesterday with the hardish second new ball. But what we've seen today is Mitchell Starc going for some runs, because Australia tried to attack with Mitchell Starc, and I don't think they'll complain about the runs that he's conceded. The Australian spinners have bowled pretty decently, but then they made the most of whatever little they've got. Todd Murphy, very impressive in that last over, almost got Shubman Gill bowled. He did go through his defences, the ball just bouncing over middle stump. But what we've expected, but what India would take a lot of confidence from is, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil Long, with this one maiden over all session. Yes, they did lose Rohit Sharma, and Rohit Sharma would be kicking himself. It was pretty much a nothing delivery from Matthew Kuhnemann that he played back and just hit it straight to that one shot extra cover fielder in position for that Marnus Labuschagne. A few LBW appeals from Nathan Lyon, Shubman Gill. The way he bats, his front foot's always outside off stump. Some excellent stroke play from Shubman Gill. We saw Cam Green put on a show yesterday morning in the first session. Today it's been all about Shubman Gill's boundaries, both sides of the ground. Yes, a unique repertoire of shots, and we've seen them all.
Well, we're going to welcome audiences joining us on SENZ for the first time today across New Zealand. And if you, as you are just joining us, just another quick recap. India started the day 36 without loss. Have lost just that one wicket, the wicket of Rohit Sharma for 35. Caught punching nothing delivery, really, from Kuhnemann off the back foot to Marnus Labuschagne. He was out for 35 from 58. Shubman Gill's looked in sublime touch. Plenty of time. Not looked frenetic at all. Has been positive, and has kept India's scoring rate at over 3 and a bit, well, 3.49 and over, in stark contrast to Australia's scoring rate through this test match. They compiled 480 and 167.2 overs. It was only really Cameron Green who got going, and dare I say it, Todd Murphy towards the back end, anchored as they were throughout by that epic knock from Usman Khawaja. But India have not been daunted at all by this 480 runs, and they look to me, Phil Long, like they're going to play today and try to keep that pace up at around 3.5 and over. There's another 63 overs. Is that right? 63 overs to be bowled in the day. If they do that, that will get them another 230 odd runs. It would take them to within 120 runs of Australia. If they keep wickets in hand, then they are in with a chance of pressing on. And as we're starting to see those signs of degradation, people talking about 72 hours, this pitch is going to be great for 72 hours. There could be warning signs yet, but actually for both sides.
Bharat mentioned it. Only one maiden this morning. So on one hand, India have kept the score rate ticking over, but only 7 boundaries. So it's not been frenetic.
No.
It's been very, very. You don't want to get out here.
Yeah. And that one maiden, ladies and gentlemen, and this is why you do not want to miss the afternoon session, because we are on the cusp, the threshold of history. Nathan Lyon has bowled 999 maidens. Only 2 Australians. You can guess who they are. Shane Warne, Glenn McGrath. Only 2 Australians have bowled 1,000 maidens. If Nathan Lyon gets it, it'll be an illustrious company. He'll be the 14th man?
15th. There's been 14.
There've been 14. He'll be the 15th man in history to achieve that feat. And so we will be on Nathan Lyon maiden watch. Can you think of anything more thrilling? But we'll also be on Shubman Gill 100 watch. And wherever you're from, England, Australia, India, New Zealand, whatever, watching Shubman Gill when he's playing well is a true delight. It's, as Alan Partridge, the character, would say in England, it's liquid cricket, Bharat.
Liquid in many ways, yeah. It's fluid cricket, and such a lovely batter to watch. Like I said, he's got his unique technique, but he's blessed with timing. The kind of timing you don't get to see very often.
He certainly is. Well, it's, about 32 minutes or so to go until the first ball of the afternoon session, with the game intriguingly poised and thus keeping our eye out for whether the pitch is going to degrade any further. Matt Donald is going to take you through the lunch break, but for us, for now, a short farewell. We'll be back in around about half an hour or so, but Matt Donald's going to helm us through lunch.
Cam Green, thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket. First Test century. Give us a sense of how that feels.
Yeah, it's obviously incredibly special. You dream of it as a child, basically, and especially being a Test cricketer, you kind of just want to tick that and kind of move on with your career in a way. So, I'm happy I got over the line.
And also to do it in India. I know it's not a snake pit like indoor last week, but to have to bat for so long, massive partnership with Usman Khawaja must be all the more rewarding.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely flying over here. I didn't think this was going to be my place where I was going to score it. So, but that's probably what happens in cricket when you're not expecting it. It sometimes happens. So, it was absolutely awesome being out there with Uzi. I've said it before, he's such an experienced head. Being able to face all my balls with him at the other end, kind of dragging you back in when you play a couple of false shots, is obviously so helpful for a guy like me who's kind of just starting out his career, kind of trying to work out what to do in different conditions. So having someone who's been here before and done it, made it a lot easier.
You've had that baggy green for a while now, played in plenty of winning sides, but can you explain to us what it means to make a century and what that might mean for now going on to becoming a consistent match winner with the bat for Australia?
Yeah, I think when you kind of get to this level, you're trying to find your feet and gain all that confidence that we're kind of speaking about before. I think you kind of want to get that self-belief that you can do it at this level, and obviously kind of ticking it off gives you that confidence that you can, and hopefully it's an innings where you can look back on and try and replicate. That's what I kind of found in Shield cricket. I felt like when I scored one, I could kind of look back and I could try and replicate it. So, we have to wait and see if that's the case in test level.
2 seasons ago, Cam, when you took your first Test wicket, you said you didn't know how to celebrate it. Was the celebration planned? Like, obviously, you would have made many Test hundreds in the backyard as well, dreaming of the first Test 100. Did it go to plan, the celebration?
Yeah, I haven't even looked at it yet, so I'm not too sure. It was obviously just emotions filling out. It's not a Davy jump or an Aussie fist pump. So no, it definitely wasn't planned. It's just emotions when you're just in the moment. Kind of just spilling out. So it's pretty special.
You are someone who works a lot on your technique and, very diligently. So just playing the on drive the way you did yesterday and then to pull off the off drive, just driving straight down the ground. Like, how happy did that make you feel? And has that been the best development in the last few months for you?
Yeah, for sure. It's incredibly rewarding when you do play off the front foot. I think it's always a nice feeling when you get the chance to do that. But no, it was never really planned I'd never tried to do it. it's just obviously a wicket that's beautiful, and when the ball's in the back of the length, you've still got a good chance to play on the front foot and use your hands still, where in Australia, I think when it's hitting that same length, you probably can't play those shots. So I think it's it's weird. When you play cricket all around the world, it feels like you have to have 5 techniques in a way. So it's obviously had a chance to do that this game.
Just pacing of the innings. I mean, you went after the second new ball yesterday, and you slowed down and you picked up pace again. Is that the best you've paced in innings, apart from this being a first test run?
Yeah, potentially. It was never planned or anything. I think, it just kind of happened in a way. I think, especially with the new ball, it kind of flies off the bat a bit better than the old ball. So I think that's kind of what happens. I think, obviously, and us bowling as well, you saw how beautiful they were batting at the end there, with the new ball. So, I feel like it's maybe a different game with the old ball. We have to, wait and see.
Lastly, you had the box seats at Usman Khawaja playing so splendidly throughout your long partnership with 208. Just what an inspiration he is, having him in the dressing room playing the way he is, taking this last chance at Test cricket and making it work so well. Yeah, it's so special. I think all of us in the change room look back at this period and realise how special it was. I think obviously where he was when he came into the Test team 18 months ago, I think no one probably guessed what he's done. It's been nothing more than just exceptional. He's kind of led our batting attack in a way. I think great teams around the world have great openers, it was been batting beautifully for 18 months, and our team's been playing beautifully for 18 months. So I don't think it's any secret that he's been kind of leading our team in a way. Cam Green, congratulations. First Test ton. Enjoy a big, long ice bath. Thanks for talking to SEN Test Cricket.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Cam Green, yesterday's hero for Australia, chatting to Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan at stumps on day 2 of this 4th Test. Of course, coming off the back of his maiden Test century yesterday, hitting 114 off 170 deliveries, pairing so well with Usman Khawaja throughout the bulk of day 2. SEN Test Cricket you're listening to at the moment. We're in the lunch break. India 1 for 129, trailing Australia by 351 runs. If you want to get involved in the coverage throughout the day's play, 0433 98 11 16 is the number to text. Let us know where you're listening from, how you're listening to us. Always great to get engagement with the listeners. Shubman Gill and Chicheshwar Pujara are the 2 men at the crease at the moment. Gill on 65, Pujara on 22. Just the 1 wicket to fall in this session. It was that of Rohit Sharma, who was dismissed for 35 off the bowling of Matt Kuhnemann. A bit of a nothing shot off the back foot through cover and a simple catch for Marnus Labuschagne. And that was where things started to change in terms of the session. India started on the front foot, attacked the game really well and started getting a fair few boundaries early. But when that wicket fell, Australia slowly started to get their way back into the match and created a few more opportunities. After this, we'll have a bit of a recap of everything else that's going on in the world of sport. We'll have a look at some other cricket that's going on. We've got New Zealand and Sri Lanka scores to talk about, South Africa and the West Indies, A-League, NRL and NBL updates as well. We'll do all of that right after this. But you're listening to SEN Test Cricket Lunch on day 3. India 1 for 129.
Drives through the offside. That's a beautiful cover drive. Stark delivers over the wicket, pulling, beating the keeper Carey, diving to his left. Doesn't get all of it, does get a boundary. Stark up to Rohit. Last ball of the over, short ball, takes it on, up and over the top, into the crowd, and they absolutely love it. The celebrations to our left, because their captain's gone bang.
Good win. And Rohit.
Caught! Punches off the back foot and caught it short extra cover, a loose shot from Rohit. It was a nothing ball really, a little bit back of a length, and Rohit looked to whack it through the offside, off the back foot, driving, and has picked out one fielder, short extra cover, Labuschagne.
In here is Stark, round the wicket, hides the ball, looking for some reverse, but Shubman Gill, what a drive that is. From the crease, all timing, out to the rope, and raises his half century.
Stark is in, this is worked beautifully through mid-wicket, it's running away towards the boundary, and it's going to get there. That is a really lovely shot from Shubman Gill.
There were many of those very lovely shots from Shubman Gill through the course of that first session, where India added 93 runs and lost just 1 wicket across 27 overs. That was Rohit Sharma. Gave a gentle catch to Marnus Labuschagne at cover from the bowling of Kuhnemann. Out for 35, 1 for 74. This pair have put on a subsequent 55 from 97. So Gill 65, Pujara 22. For Australia, they've used 5 bowlers so far. Mitchell Stark, none for 49 from 9 overs. All the boundaries that came this morning were off the left arm quick. Cameron Green 4 overs, none for 16. Nathan Lyon, none for 30 from his 13. Created a couple of chances, the best of the bowlers so far. The aforementioned Kuhnemann, the wicket taker, 1 for 20 from 8. And Todd Murphy, none for 8 from 3 so far. So that leaves India 351 runs behind as we prepare to start the middle session of this third day. Adam Collins with you. I've got Phil Long with me. For Fuso trucks, Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. Phil.
What a big session for these 2 not-out batsmen. We've mentioned it plenty of times. Cheteshwar Pujara has had a lean trot of form. He was dropped at one stage. He's come back in 22 not out as we start the day. And the man at the other end, Shubman Gill, 65 not out. I don't know what you, Adam. It feels like we might be here to see the start, not the start, but maybe the blossoming of a long, illustrious career for Shubman Gill.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like today, much as it was with Green 24 hours ago, came back from lunch on 95, so further ahead by 30 runs, but it meant a lot to him, as might this, a chance to make 100 at home for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, Shubman Gill, as you say, massively underperformed at home, only 250s before today. This is his highest score on home soil. Today, surely, is the day that he will think there's a home century for me.
The 2 23-year-olds impressing so much already in this test match. Nathan Lyon will get the first opportunity after lunch. We're not far away from being joined by a guest. Yesterday we had the chief executive, the chairman of Cricket Australia with us, Mike Baird. Today we've got the chief executive of the Australian Cricket Association, Todd Greenberg. Haven't quite spotted Todd yet. He won't be far away. We'll also hear from Ian Healy in the session. Ravi Shastri, Harsha, Bhogle, Daniel Norcross, Pete Lawler, Louis Cameron and Bharat Sundaresan. We're all here for Tyre Power, your trusted local. 4 for 3 on Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Line is being held at our northern end. He'll start with a slip and a short leg. Men out, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. No one out on the offside. Long on 2 beneath us. Line bowls, first ball of the session going back is Pujara, tucking into the onside. Make that Shubman Gill. Advances to 66 with the single. India 1 for 130. And good morning to all of our listeners in the UK on Talk Sport 2 who are with us throughout the course of the Test series, picking up our broadcast early in the morning on a Saturday morning, Longy.
And the wait for that 1,000th maiden goes on.
It continues. You're going to be all over that. Thank you, Phil Long. We'll hear from you in about half an hour as Todd Greenberg jumps into the summariser chair. Nathan Lyon was about to bowl, but he thought better of it. And as Todd gets himself sorted out with the headset, I will welcome the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association to our expert chair for the next half an hour. How have you found your first few days in India, Todd?
Expert chair. I'm not so sure about the expert chair, but I've had a great time. Sorry, I was just out the back talking to Mitch Johnson, and great to join you. Really, really great to join you. So thanks for having me.
No, not at all. One of your members there, of course. Nathan Lyon bowling here. Getting forward is Pujara, thrusting out the pad. It goes over the top of it. The one that goes on with the arm. Thus why Carey took the bails. Of course, you had a career in administration in a different sport in rugby league before coming to cricket, but this is your first love, isn't it?
Rugby league feels like a long way away from Ahmedabad, that's for sure. That's for sure.
A hot day here today, 36 degrees. Line bowls, Pujara goes back and pushes back to the off spinner.
Yeah, I was just out the back actually at the training. That's our ODI team. Our white ball team have arrived here in Ahmedabad. They're preparing for the trip to Mumbai, so I was just watching them go through their paces. So they're all fresh and ready to go.
It's a lovely little second ground at the back, isn't it? It's also a first-class venue.
Very nice setup, yeah.
England played a game out there a couple of years ago. The deficit's 350. Line bowling here, Pujara dancing and clipping, but doesn't beat Marnus Labuschagne at mid-wicket, who fires in the return.
It's an important session, this one, isn't it? It's going to be a tough slog, and you get a sense here it's a battle of wits out there in the heat, in the middle of the session. It's not going to be easy.
So saying before that, cricket was your first love, wasn't it? Even though you went via rugby league, you played grade cricket in Sydney, hard school there.
Absolutely, loved every bit of it too.
Nathan Lyon, 2 left in the over, bowls to Pujara, who lunges on the front foot this time. No run. Which club were you at?
Randwick, the Randwick Cricket Club in Sydney. The beautiful Coogee Oval was my home ground for a couple of decades, and I've still got some great mates who hopefully are listening today and will be shaking their head thinking that I'm sitting here talking to you in the expert chair. So,
did your time cross over with Khawaja and Kadich and all the rest?
No, I was before them. My time crossed over with the great Michael Whitney and people like Richard Cheekwee.
Last ball of lines over, using his feet again. Pajara straight back to the bowler, who threatens to throw it at the stumps, but thinks better of it. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. 1 for 130. Pajara 22, Gill 66. That's on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
G'day Australia, this is Kayla Morrison, Melbourne Victory Women's Captain. Our partners at Mate have a record-breaking offer for you. Enjoy $1 per month for the first 3 months on all Mate mobile plans. You get 500 gigabyte data banking on all plans, and you can even keep your own number. To sign up, visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Make the switch to Mate. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local India. 350 runs in arrears with Gill on 66, back on strike. Pajara 22. It's going to be Cameron Green getting the first opportunity from the GCA end, the southern end. Well, 4 overs, none for 16 so far. Sets off here. I need to find a way to get through Gill early here, you fancy. Bowling and Gill playing from the outside part of the bat, out to point, no run. Maybe we should start with the WPL, our conversation, in terms of, I mean, the huge influx of money coming through that tournament, the way that the women's game is changing very quickly. Your impressions of what you've seen quite close up here in India?
Well, I'm actually leaving for Mumbai early next week, and I'm going to spend some time at some games and also catching up with all of our Australian players there. I think we've got 15 of our girls playing in different parts of the tournament. I've been in contact with a lot of them. I mean, people say game changer. It's a life changer for some of our players. It really is.
Green trying to hide the ball for some reverse. Bowls here. Gill clips it down to long leg where Nathan Lyon ambles over to it. Single added, 1 for 131. Gill 67. The deficit is 349. Is the sense from the players who are there at the moment that they feel like it's going as they anticipated?
Yeah, and I think there was a real level of excitement for them because it was something new, brand new, that some of them had never experienced. And, you know, the remuneration clearly is significant. It will be a life changer for some of the players, but it's also the opportunity to play against other of the best in the world in conditions in India. So, you know, that's not lost on any of us either. They'll be better players for the experience.
Green up, passes umpire Menon, a bit closer to the stumps. Bowls here, Pajara clipping out to mid-on where there isn't a single on offer. Sort of said there, it will change the way that women's cricket looks as administrators and as bodies like yours, kind of aware of those growing pains that might come.
Yeah, and in some respects, it's exactly the same as the men, the growing pains now, which tells you that gender equity must be making its difference in cricket if we're having the same challenges and push and pull in both female cricket as well as male cricket. So it's a sign of the times. Good challenges to have, though, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. So one catching man behind the wicket, Smith, quite close at second slip. Bowling here to Pajara, mate, that on his pads. I said to Khawaja so many times on the first couple of days.
Well, you sat through 2 days of that, so that's a habit that's hard to break.
23 for Pajara, 1 for 132, trailed by 348. I suppose there were mistakes made as men's cricket grew, and scheduling's a part of that, and we'll come to that a little bit later. Is that something that you're sort of keenly aware of, that the women's schedule isn't a complete disaster yet, but unless there's some mindful planning done, I mean, it could be. Green
absolutely
up to Gill, catching cover as well now. Bowls here, Gill wants to clip, can't beat Khawaja at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you said they're not yet, and I hope that is the case, that we can get in front of it before it becomes, you know, what the men's schedule looks like, which is almost hard to piece back together again. So we do have an opportunity to take from our learnings, and when I say we, I'm saying the broader cricket community. And it's one of the challenges in cricket. You know, there needs to be a global strategic mindset that sits above the schedule, and currently that's near nigh impossible. So there will be challenges for the female game, and hopefully we can get in front of them before it gets too late.
Green hiding the ball in his left hand until really late before bowling to Gill, who plays him with such style through mid-wicket. No room to work with there through that packed area. 3 fielders to get through. Got through all of them with ease to complete the 39th over. That's a Blunston boundary, right on with Blunston. 1 for 136 into the 70s. He's there with Pajara on 23. A touch of class from a 23-year-old. We said that yesterday when Green was moving through the gears. Well, we can say it again today. Top of the list, top of his game. So I suppose with women's cricket, it's the territory, isn't it? It's the calendar, trying to work out where these 2 and 4 and 6 week blocks exist and trying not to compromise the international game. We've got the Fair Break tournament, I think, in 2 weeks from now. The Pakistan League's on at the moment. The India League's on. The Big Bash was an innovator. The 100. You can see where every full member nation will look to have their piece of the pie.
And you've got to throw all the bilateral tournaments in on top of that, which makes it really difficult. And, as remuneration increases and some of these global T20 leagues start to get, strong broadcast deals, then that creates the good challenges, but they are real challenges.
Line away from us to Pujara. Delivers here. Pujara goes back and rides the bounce. A bit of extra spin there from line to start the 40th over. I suppose the MOU's tied into all this as well. When there's more money in the game at domestic level, which you really have no say over, you'll be in the process of, I assume, nutting out the details of that through this year with the extension for 1 year kicking in July last year.
Yeah, we are. And, I'm pleased because we've made good progress with our colleagues at Cricket Australia, but the fact is no one's really talking about it. It's not being written about. There's not, a lot of angst, which I think is important to protect the value of the sport. So we've made good progress.
Line in, past umpire Kettleborough, Pujara, kicking this away from outside the off stump. Line just politely asks the question, but there's nothing in that well outside the line of the off stump. He might have been putting to Kettleborough, well, maybe he wasn't playing a shot, but Pujara's made an art form of hiding the bat behind his pad. Smith still considering the review, but not seriously, I'm sure. I put this to Mike Baird yesterday when he was on our program about the relationship between CA and the ACA. It was obviously in deep disrepair 6 years ago at the time of the previous MOU when it was in the papers every day, which a number of us contributed to. Line bowls here, and clipping through the onside is Pujara. Gets another single in that direction. He's 24, 1 for 137. Would it be fair to say that the relationship is a lot stronger now?
Yeah, I think it is, and I think that's for 2 reasons. One is there's obviously some different personnel on both sides of the fence, but I think the issues in 2017 were very much about the fundamental pillars of the model, the revenue share model, and that hasn't been something that's been explored this time around.
Slip short leg. Gill on strike, looking to drive line, but he cuts it off in his follow-through. So the revenue share model is not up for discussion this time.
And I think to be fair, Cricket Australia saw the benefits of the revenue share model during the COVID years when revenue dropped and thus remuneration flattened for players because they felt the same push and pull. So I get a sense it was tested both on an upside and downside, and it's come through the other side, and both parties see that as a benefit to the game.
Line in. Bowls here, Gill. Deep in the crease, doesn't beat Hanscom at short leg, does well to his left. So lessons there from 2017 that have been learnt. And of course, like a lot of personnel has changed as well. Mike Baird now in the top job for Cricket Australia. The chairman, we had him on yesterday, Nick Hockley, the chief executive. Your first impressions of the new chairman?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Mike for a while. I knew him when he was in politics as a state premier in New South Wales.
Last ball of lines over here. We'll come back to this conversation after our break. It's pushed out to the offside. 40 overs gone, 1 for 137 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Pujara 24, Gill on 71.
Attention footy fans. Have you ever played fantasy football? Fantasy footy is taking the world by storm, and here's your chance to play for free. Create, coach, compete in fantasy footy for free with Game Day Squad. Sign up to coach, build your team, trade players, bench injured or unfit players, upgrade rookies. It's your fantasy team. Open free new player packs each week. Play your best team. Become the ultimate fantasy footy coach. It's fun, it's free, it's easy. Register now for free at gamedaysquad.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. The lovely scene between overs of one of those kites, the birds flying over in front of our commentary box. We had that happen to us in Karachi last year. We had an outside commentary position and a kite landed on our tent. And Wacko unison fell off the balcony.
Well, I'm glad we're not outside today because it's very, very warm. So the air conditioning is very helpful here.
So Green to continue his spell. Very close straight catching mid-wicket. No slip. So Smith moved himself there. Into Pujara, 24, bowls here. Pujara using the pace, angling it through second slip. Frustration for Australia. A boundary for Pujara. That's for Blunston, right on with Blunston. 1 for 141 the score. 11 boundaries and 2 sixes in the innings. India ticking along nicely after lunch.
Yeah, that was very soft hands, wasn't it, from Pujara? You see the quality on these wickets and these guys, the experience they have.
Knew exactly what he was doing. Watching our replay screen back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, he knew that he was placing that just where Smith was.
Yeah, exactly.
Green again. to the crease, closer to the stumps, forward and defending, bat and pad close together. In frustration, Green threatens to throw at the stumps, and the crowd are involved as well as a result of that. So those relationships with CAA, having gotten through the pandemic together, I mean, you would know how tough it was for administrators being on the other side of that in rugby league at the time.
Yeah. So I've got some great empathy, and we were talking about Mike Baird before. I mean, he comes to the chair, with a lot of hope and a lot of support from the players, from all of the states as well. I know that for certain.
Green here, Bajara on 28. He'll stay on 28 due to a good dive by Usman Khawaja, the squarer of the 2 mid-wickets. 1 for 141. Our discussion yesterday moved on to the perception of the Aussie men's team, which is at an interesting juncture. It feels like with both the public and some commentators in the public debate, that has, I think, changed in the last 12 to 18 months, and that's been the time you've been in the position. Any sort of starting point on your perception of how the public are interpreting the Aussie team at the moment as Green gets to Pajara and bowls again and he defends to the offside?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think there was certainly some criticism before the last summer at home, but I get a sense now they're seeing them for who they are, and they're so genuine, this group of men, and I was really pleased to see Pat have the strength and courage of his conviction to go home and be with his mum, and I was really pleased that he knew he had the support of those around him, that it almost wasn't a question, that it was absolutely the right decision to make, and he felt very supported by his teammates, by Cricket Australia and those around him, which I think says a lot about the system.
Green to Pajara. Over the wicket, Pajara plays out towards mid-on, no single. There was a comment that Pat made before the Perth Test match when taking a knee was put to him, and he said, look, I don't really care if people don't like it. It sort of feels as though he's made the decision and the senior players have made the decision that they'll cop a whack from the margins, but they're going to go on with it anyway.
Yeah, completely. They have the courage of their convictions, and they're not swayed by someone making a comment on social media or someone who wants to throw a pot shot out. That's sort of, it's a little bit of white noise, and I'm encouraging them to think like that and to be true to themselves and what they believe in.
So 2 catching mid-wickets and a mid-on. Jara facing up, turning it square of mid-wicket, but not quite wide enough to get a single. Into the 41st over, 1 for 141, just a boundary coming from that. 3:39, India trail by with Pajara on 28 and Gill 71. Yes, the as you say, the courage of their convictions and reflecting what we're seeing around the world as well, with athletes who are now happy to talk more forcefully about issues that go far beyond their chosen sport.
Using their platform for greater good. And, I've heard so many people be critical and say sport and politics don't mix and all these sort of things. Geez, you only needed to be here on day one to figure out that's not the case, particularly here. I've never seen anything like it. It was like the day one test match was a sideshow to something much greater and bigger. But, I genuinely want our players to stand strong and stand up for what they believe in and send messages to the greater public about who they are and what they believe in. That's a good thing. And athletes all over the world are doing that, and all courage and strength to them. So they'll get my support 100% on that to continue to do it. They've got a big platform. They've got a short period of time to use that platform. Why wouldn't they stand up for what they believe in?
We saw the same with Ash Gardner, didn't we, before the 26th of January this year, so the women's side as well. Lion bowls to Gill, 71, getting forward and defending. We welcome Ian Healy to the expert chair as well for the first time today. G'day, Heels.
G'day, G'day. G'day, Todd.
Heels, good to see you.
Yes, it's hard work, isn't it, out here?
How's the posh seats, Heels?
Very good. Well, we got a big lounge up there.
Pretty comfy, those seats, aren't they?
That's right.
Gill batting beautifully, facing Lion, playing him with respect, as he's done all day, to be fair. There's clearly a nice little cat and mouse going on here, Heels, with Lion and Gill, but the way he got out last week at indoor, it's as though he's made a call. I'm not going to go after the senior spinner.
I'd like to see him throw it out even wider. Get a bit like Ravi Ashwin did at times yesterday. Wide loopy thing outside off.
Line in past Kettlebrook, bowls here. That's outside off, and Pajara, Gill rather, gets to the pitch of it and pushes out to cover no run. There was... sorry, Hills.
Could I see that glass above the Narendra Modi Stadium and go up to the first lot of glass?
Yeah.
That's where we're sitting. And on the first day, there was just a platform, a carpeted platform there. Today, there's a nice couch. It goes the whole length of that whole suite.
Very comfortable indeed.
I better tell you what I was up to at lunch before we come back to Todd. Lion bowls here forward.
Something tells me it's about the chariot, I'm guessing.
Not only did we get in there, we convinced the security guards to take photos of us in there. We thought they were going to kick us out or worse, or deport us. But we have, they're under embargo, these photos. We don't want to get anyone in trouble.
No, too late. We released ours. But it's not there now.
Line bowls, Gill using his feet, clipping to the straight mid-wicket. No run there. Stephen Smith right next to the pitch. You've been out there as well?
Yeah, we found it. We were driving in this morning because we have to drive around, right around to our side. And we look at there. We made the driver turn around and we went in there first.
Here we go. Moment of history. Phil Long's waving his hand. Dot ball here. And it'll mean something. I'll tell you why. Bowls here. Gill turns into the onside. He's denied his 1,000th maiden again. Single from the final ball. We'll take a break. 1 for 142 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Gill 72, Pajara 28.
The track saw you've been looking for is here. Introducing the new Milwaukee M18 Fuel 165mm track saw for clean cuts and a clean job site. The new track saw delivers the power to cut solid hardwoods, portable precision and effective dust management. Make every cut count, even in the most challenging finish, fit out and cabinet making applications. Buy your M18 Fuel 165mm track saw from your nearest Milwaukee authorised retailer. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Adam Collins with you. Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, with me. Ian Healy as well. Well, we have a little delay in play here. I think they're changing gloves. You'll have seen that the World Cricket Committee statement from the MCC a couple of nights ago about the future of international cricket, describing the need for urgent intervention and foreshadowing that in 10 years' time, international cricket might be in a pretty bad state. I'm sure you've seen that statement. Some really heavy hitters in there. I was keen for your impressions of that when it came through as Gill faces up. Partnership now of 68. Green bowling, those two catching mid-wickets. Gill defending to the straighter of those Stephen Smith.
I was pleased to read it because it echoes some of our comments we've been saying, that I've particularly been saying for the last 12 months about my concerns for red ball cricket and for Test cricket, to ensure that still remains a significant priority, not just for our country, but for the broader thinkers around the ICC table. And, it's great that we've got Justin Langer now having a view there, and I've had long conversations with Justin about this. So, we're very aligned in that position that we can't take anything for granted. Our domestic system's the best in the world, but we've got to play against other nations who have the same views.
Green to Gill. He's 72. He drives forcefully, but only to mid-on. Mitchell Stark does the fielding there. So the heavy hitters are saying that there needs to be change, and Mike Baird was pretty good on this yesterday, I thought, saying that he wants CA to be involved in this. Do you see any sort of practical steps now that there is so much crammed in, so much IPL and IPL adjacent cricket? How do you unscramble the omelette?
Well, I don't think you can, but you've also got the added challenge. You've got entrepreneurs and you've got private investment in some of these leagues, so they're being run like a business, and then you've got the traditional governing bodies, if you like, of nations around the world. So it's a very delicate balance, and I'm glad they've called out that the challenge is on us, because it is literally upon us right now.
One for Heels here. This might be the first time in Cameron Green's life where the keepers come up to the stumps.
Oh, yeah.
Alex Carey up. That's bowled. Reflects the surface. Bowls here. In swing. Reverse swing. Out towards deep square leg, but that will encourage the West Australian. That wasn't far away from sneaking through. Gill 73. India 1 for 143.
As a wicket-keeper, sneaking up to keep at 140 k's an hour, you discourage the short ball. They've got two men out there for a short ball, and it could be a real good double bluff, but you make sure he doesn't do it.
Who does that bring back memories for you, Hills, when you stood up? Who did you stay up to when had a bit of pace?
I didn't do it much, actually. But it might have been a Steve Waugh or a Simon O'Donnell. Alan Knott told me one day, never glorify your wicket keeping by going up. Unless there's a really good reason to go up there, don't do it.
Well, he does stay back. Goes back for Pajara, who's 28. Green to him here, back of a length.
It's pretty good advice, mate.
Yeah.
Defending.
Very good advice.
So Mike Baird described the commercial reality yesterday, so kind of what you are as well with respect to the entrepreneurs that are involved. And, well, it's not their interest to care what international cricket looks like. They're trying to make a buck. How do you find that mix? I mean, we all know the problem. We need to find practical solutions, though, don't we?
We do, and these entrepreneurs, that's fantastic for cricket, but guess what? They still need talent to play in their game, and the pipeline of talent sits in places like Heels is, which is Queensland cricket and our domestic system. So it's a very fine balance.
Green in, two left in the over, hides the ball. Pajara back of a length again, turns it into the onside, not quite full enough to bother him with any reverse swing that might be out there. From a union perspective or Players Association perspective, where your prerogative is to get as much money for your members, quite rightly. it is a difficult line for you to tread as well, because take the Women's Premier League at the moment. They're earning more there than they do in Australia.
That's right. So we've got a push and pull mentality as well. You know, we've got to protect the domestic revenues in our country as part of our traditional MOU and revenue share model, but equally we want to encourage our players to ply their trade elsewhere. And some of those aren't mutually exclusive.
Green in to complete his over. Forward again is Pajara out to cover. End of the over, 1 for 143, trailing by 337 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. We had a conversation before play today about Cameron Green. I mean, if everything goes the way it might, he could be playing his final IPL game of the season 9 days before the World Test Championship final. We saw that Green did struggle first couple of Test matches against the Windies this year. I'm not saying that it was directly related to the white ball cricket he was playing, but he certainly didn't hit a red ball for 6 months in a competitive game. I mean, this is the thin edge of the wedge, isn't it? It could get worse than that.
Completely. It's a real challenge for us, and it's a real challenge for those in high performance who are trying to managing workloads of our players. And you know, again, it's a life-changing opportunity for Cameron to play in the IPL this year. That will literally set up his entire future, and so no one would begrudge him to do that. But how do we then ensure that he remains as the priority player in our Australian team? And that's that push and pull between the bilateral series, entrepreneurs in T20 global cricket, trying to find a balance for our players. And it's why, to be frank, a lot of our players aren't playing in the IPL this period of time.
Line in, bowls to Gill on 73, goes back and defends. Keen for your thoughts on this as well, Hugh, as a Queensland cricket director more than anything else.
Well, very difficult to say to any of our players, we don't want you to play T20 if you get picked up, because we haven't got enough money. We haven't got enough money really to pay them enough not to play. And that's what we really need. We pay you an extra $1 million not to play.
Line bowls and forward comes Gill to defend.
We're just not flush like these entrepreneurs are.
No, that's right, and that's the challenges of global cricket. And I'm hoping that we can find those balances where we can still get what we need and still ensure that our players can enjoy that opportunity to earn additional revenue outside the traditional part of the game.
Line in to Gill again, goes back again. Great contest this. My concern's the World Test Championship. It's got 9 teams in it at the moment. It's secured for the next 2 cycles, so 4 more years after this. What happens when private investment from India, the IPL owners I mean, ends up dominating all of the T20 leagues? Why would they ever allow Test cricket to be played in so many months of the year? They might insist on more time. Line bowls. Gill using his feet doesn't beat Green at extra cover.
I think that's a reasonable question. It's also a reasonable question to ask the next generation of cricketer about why they want to play red ball and what challenges they will confront, because you know the players of today still want to wear the baggy green. We've got to make sure the decisions we make now ensure they continue to want to wear a baggy green.
That's part of the sort of education on the pathway. Line bowls here, forward. Again, Gill in defence. So through the talent identification, making sure you drill it into them from a young age that they can do both.
Yeah, and the systems that we have, as I said before, in domestic cricket, you know, we make sure that those systems are strong and those players are well remunerated as well. Because let's face it, the next generation of Test cricket is going to come from there. So we can't take that for granted.
Line to finish. On 16.5 overs, Gill again well forward, smothering any spin that might be there. And there he is, his 1,000th maiden. Cheering in the back of the box for Phil Long for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock right now. Job done. India 1 for 143. Gill 73. Pajara 28. They trail by 3-3-7.
More and more Australian families are getting the power with Tyre Power. And you can too during their store-wide super sale now on. Tyre Power continues to be a champion for road safety. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale, get the equivalent of 25% off when you buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power. 4 for 3 on Kumho passenger tyres and SUV tyres. Todd Greenberg with me for a couple of more overs. The ACA's Chief Executive Ian Healy as well. Mitchell Starc being brought back into the attack to replace Cameron Green, the man that the Indians went after in the first session. None for 49 from 9, 5 boundaries in the session, and they all came from the bowling of Starc. So talking about this talent pathway and the push-pull and how we keep players in international cricket, Hill.
Colo, for you, what are the main concerns that MCC were reacting to?
What they're worried about is that the South African League is effectively a mini IPL, as is the UAE League. The IPL is getting bigger over the next 3 years in terms of the amount of games that are played, thus the amount of time in the calendar. There's inevitably going to be private investment in the 100. The IPL owners were all at the 100 last year. That is a matter of time. And Todd, I'm pretty keen to get your view on private investment in the Big Bash.
Yeah, well, first of all, let me just go back to the comment we talked about before with Mike Baird in the chair. I mean, I think the role of the CA chair and the CA leaders becomes very different in the next 10 years than maybe what it was in the previous 10 years. So, having his gravitas and imprimatur at the ICC table on a global stage will become very, very important for us.
Stark to Pajara. You spell bowls here, Pajara defends out to mid-on, no single.
So the point I'm trying to make there is I think traditionally maybe when Heels played, the role of the CA chair and the leadership of Cricket Australia at the time was to really focus on our domestic system and to focus on matters at hand at home. But I get a sense the next 10 years we'll be confronting some of these challenges you've just raised. And I think Cricket Australia and us as a game in our country have a much greater opportunity to steer the global game, not just be passengers, and I think we must do that.
Yeah, it's encouraging hearing Mike Baird talk that way, because let's remember Australia were part of the Big Three push a decade ago.
Yep.
Stark, wide of the crease, round the wicket, Pajara plays with soft hands to point. They consider a quick single. You don't take on Marnus Labuschagne, the man who executed 4 direct hit run-outs last year.
And let's face it, the reason we're in the Big Three is not because we're a big country with hundreds of millions of people. We're there because we're competitive and we can beat other nations, because we're a great cricketing nation and we probably punch above our weight. And so the moment we take our eye off that and we take our eye off developing the next best generation of players and ensuring that cricket's a sport of choice for all young boys and girls coming through our systems, is the moment we fail. So we can't take our eye off the ball, not for 1 second.
Yeah, not from the global game either. We still want teams like South Africa and the West Indies coming out and improving.
We do. Absolutely.
Got to take that mindset or they'll be in strife for competition. Stark bowls and Pajara pushes out to cover no run. I'm mindful Todd's leaving in a sec, Heels. Just want to come to you two on the test schedule for the year ahead next year. Where's the Gabba fitting in, Heels? Where do you think it'll land, or where do you think it should land for next summer?
For this summer coming up?
The summer coming, yeah.
The biggest test, of course. Whatever the biggest test is, that's what it should have.
We have a Queenslander in the box, don't we?
What are the thoughts? It's Pakistan and West Indies.
Yeah.
West Indies in January.
It's been reported that Gabba's getting the Windies.
Yes. Oh, mate, I'm not sure. I'm not too, concerned with losing something there.
Stark to Pajara, clips it out towards square leg where there's a single. He's 28, 1 for 144.
Because potentially the next 4 years after that, we won't have a ground. So we've just got to be pretty conciliatory to a lot of things, I reckon.
Yeah, the Queenslanders got some pain coming, but you've got big opportunity with a brand new Gabba around the Olympics over the next decade. So,
do you get involved in any of that, Todd, from an ACA perspective on how the schedule pieces together during the summer?
Yeah, and that's part of the partnership that we'd like to think that the players have a voice on these things and can be heard. And geez, it'd be crazy not to listen to the views of players. I mean, they're right in the midst of it, so they're not always going to have all the answers, and maybe sometimes we'll be wrong, but that's the opportunity to be heard. And I think that's great that's the challenge that we have with our counterparts, is players have seats at the table and they have a view on scheduling, they have a view on the calendar, and they have a view on a range of things, and that's part of a strong partnership that we share those views.
Just a tweak to the field. So Smith's moved back to second slip. Stark's changing angle to go over the wicket at Gill, who's 73. Mid-wicket moves a little bit straighter.
I'd be peppering high over off stump here. See if he can drag him into a pull shot.
Delivers, and Gill drives out to cover where there is a man. Usman Khawaja, no run. And they've also got views, we said before, about their social footprint the players now have. They've got views about sponsorship. And again, is that where the ACA play a conduit role when players may not feel comfortable with certain categories of advertising being on their shirts and so on?
Yeah, I think that's the evolution of both athletes and sports, and we're no different. We've got to find that fine balance, because again, revenue is important to players, clearly, but also the ability for players to be genuine and authentic about who they are and what they stand for. So it's important. I can have frank and honest conversations with players. It's a big part of my job is to occasionally square them up and have a conversation and make sure they've got a perspective on different views as opposed to just one-dimensional views. And that's part of educating our own players and ensuring they become leaders too.
Because our footprint's not great in cricket. Our global footprint's not great. We fly everywhere, we fertilise and water our grounds, we play under lights. We've got to be really careful, and we need to talk to all these companies because they are improving, and we've got to improve too.
7-2 field for Stark. Last ball, 2 catching covers. It's punched in that direction. No run. End of the over. 1 for 144. Gill 73. Pajara 29. We've got one more over with Todd. before we let him go. They trail by 336 India. That's on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. We've seen in footy where quite high-profile examples in the last couple of weeks where players have not been willing to support brands that their clubs have signed deals with for various reasons. Do you see a world where that might actually play out in cricket as well?
Well, I think it comes down at the very beginning to the most basic thing, which is really strong communication and having people explain the reasons why. And, you know, where players get upset in all codes, not just in cricket, is when they feel left out or they feel like people are talking down to them. So I get a sense you can pretty much solve any issue, even the most difficult ones, with really strong communication. And that, don't get me wrong here, doesn't mean people have to agree on things. Sometimes you give to get, but strong communication will ultimately be the catalyst for success in some of these challenges. And it is going to be more challenging in time. Different demographics are playing different sports all over the world. So these sorts of issues aren't going away anytime soon. So making sure we're upfront and honest with each other at the beginning is, for me, the most fundamental part of it.
Colo, what was one of those footballers? What product?
I am not
I haven't heard of that,
100% sure what it was, because I've only been over here. But I did pick up in a podcast I listened to, there was a senior Aussie rules player who said that they wouldn't promote one of the brands their club has signed up with.
I mean,
it got plenty of coverage back in Melbourne last week.
Hopefully they've got nice knowledge of what that company does, because I'll bet they're improving every day, and their footprint's improving. They may be building solar farms, they might be building renewables as they're still providing something that's needed for now.
That goes to the communication at the beginning, Gills, you know, so everyone understands other people's positions, and I think that's really, really fundamental, because sometimes it's easy to assume. You don't want to assume, not now, because things are changing. But some of these companies are changing literally on a daily basis, trying to get better and improve. And who out of all of us sitting here couldn't improve slightly on a few things?
And my go-to is David Attenborough. Right? I saw a book at the airport once and I picked it up. This bloke should know. And he does. His first half of the book, it's called Life on Our Planet.
Yeah.
First half of his book explains that all this climate change has happened in his years. The last 70 years. That's when Attenborough, who's now 93, has lived through. But he said there's no rush. We've got 90 years to improve this and get it right. So I thought, man, that's
line round the wicket, bowls here to Pujara, no run, pushing out to the offside. So, I mean, I acknowledge that's contested space, and I don't want to sort of get too in the weeds on climate change specifically, but there are other categories of advertisements that have historically been banned. Tobacco, the primary one. Heels, you were playing through the tobacco era, then there was a ban put on that in the mid-90s. I mean, it's not...
Well, we had a ban in the dressing room. David Boone and Bruce Reid made sure we didn't protest.
Line bowls here, shorter delivery, pushed into the onside, no run. But yes, I mean, I guess there are other categories where you could see a world where there'll be legislation.
And
there are already
sports wagering,
exactly,
fast food. These are all conversations that'll happen in the coming time. There's no doubt about that.
Conversations you'll be involved in with the ACA. Line bowls, Pujara wants to dance and goes back and defends out towards mid wicket. They've got 3 men there, so deep backward square on the rope, deep mid wicket on the rope, then 3 men in a triangle at mid wicket.
Field, isn't it?
Yeah, mid on is Khawaja, mid off is Stark. The conventional point, nobody behind point, and line round the wicket. So you can imagine a world where Pujara will try and open the face. And the catcher is a leg slip. Line bowls Pujara from the off stump, pushing out to Travis Head.
2 more balls for his 1001.
Yes, yes, that has been built up over a number of overs, and now he's through that. I think we're getting Ravi Shastri in to join in a couple of minutes. I don't know if Louis Cameron might be able to do the honours there. Might be Harsha. I don't know. Might be you, Louis. It might be Louis. I might have cut Louis off. Line bowls and pushing down towards mid-off is Pujara, and they get a single. It's a quickish one, but Stark, his throws really wayward. In the end, they're lucky not to concede any overthrows. Steve Smith was backing up and diving across in case it got through Carey's gloves. So 1 for 145 becomes the score.
They're all staying in the same... No, someone's crossing over now. Cameron Green's coming from that triangle at mid-wicket over to the offside for Shobman Gill.
Now, yesterday, Heels, I gave Mike Baird the chance to call the last ball of his spot. It's only right that I do the same for the boss of the ACA. So
good balance, good balance.
Wow. So, as I said to him, just say what you see. Nathan Lyon's going to get the ball in a moment and have some fun with it.
Completing his 18th over. He's hasn't taken a wicket yet, Nathan, but he's bowled well today. Let's watch him as he comes in for this last ball of his over.
Mate, it's radio.
India,
watch him.
I'm watching. I'm explaining to them what I'm doing. 1 for 145, India. Batted well, solidly this morning. Nathan Lyon coming into Gill. plays back defensively, no run to mid-wicket.
Perfect. Couldn't have done it any better. 1 for 145. There'll
Thanks
be a change in commentary. Louis Cameron jumping in after the break. Thank you, Todd Greenberg. We'll hear from you throughout the course of the year. Ian Healy is going to stay put. Daniel Norcross in for me. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local.
You're working hard to make your construction business a success, but understanding the rules and regulations can be daunting. Call Master Builders Victoria. Their members get access to a range of expert advice services, including health and safety, employment and industrial relations, legal advice, and much more. Whether you're in residential, commercial, or civil construction, talk to Master Builders Victoria today about membership. Call 9411 4555 or visit mbav.com.au. RTO 3935.
Test cricket on SEN. It's been a pretty torpid start to this afternoon session. 16 runs from just the 9 overs. So not a great deal happening, but I have seen an encouraging stat for Aussies listening across Australia and indeed wherever you may be listening, be you Aussie or not. Degrees of spin. They're increasing. It was 2.4 on day one. It's 2.7 on day two. 3.4 now. Is the pitch starting to crumble? Is entropy taking hold? Will there be something in it for this trio of Aussie spinners?
There's 2 words you've already used that I don't understand.
Sorry,
Torpid. Torpid. What's that?
It's kind of slow.
Okay. What would you describe as torpid? Like a other than
first,
the cricket,
the degree of speed on day one. Yeah.
Like a lava flow. Is that torpid?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
And then what's the other one?
Entropy. Death. Just slow death. Yeah.
With the
decay, really.
Crumbling.
Decay, yeah. The Stark is in. It's down the leg side. 1 day wide, but we're watching a test match. So
it's vital you break partnerships. As the spin improves, it's not, these two are handling it beautifully, aren't they? They are batting so comfortably. So they've got to break a partnership and keep getting new batsmen in so that they can reset their minds and their field. I think Australia have got to try to get Shubman Gill playing shots. He's sort of been very conservative of late, and they've bowled quite tight. They could throw out some wider ones, shorter ones, get high above, around the helmet at times. And Pujara, I'm not sure what you do to him.
Stark, this is driven through the covers. This is running away square of the wicket. Will it be stopped inside the boundary? It's slowing up a bit. It's quite a slow outfield. Lars Shane gets to the ball, but they've only run 2. It's been a feature of this match as a wild throw comes in and is backed up. But the heat, as much as anything else, has rather slowed the players down. So just a couple of runs.
And just a touch of reverse swing that Mitchell Stark's been getting the last few overs, and that Cameron Green also got as well. Pujara, just beautiful hands to kind of follow the ball, follow the swing and push it out through the offside.
Isn't that bottom hand low as well? I'm always fascinated by people's grips. Where were your hands on your bat, Ian?
Absolutely conventional, I reckon. Put the bat down between your legs, pick up the handle with both your V's on top of the handle, and that's about it. Maybe a little bit either side of straight down the back of the handle.
Pujara, that is bottom hand right at the neck, if you like, of the bat. Stark is in to Pujara, who defends the short extra cover. There's no run. We've got 3 boundary riders, so long leg, deep square leg, and it's a deep wide third, really. Just the one slip.
They haven't used that backward square, have they? Deep backward square. They've had him out there for the quicks quite a bit, double bluffing. There's a short one coming, could be now, and try to go for the reverse swing, LBW or bold. I reckon they should use it. They've got to get a short ball going. It's going to take so much energy, but short, sharp bursts.
I like this, though. We've got a leg slip in, which suggests, Steve Smith, as captain, is moving his deep backward square to a kind of square, which this might be the short ball now. In the hip, perhaps.
Yeah. That's the old ploy. He knows a bit about that ploy, doesn't he? They use it against him a lot. A leg slip a lot wider than he is at the moment.
Start in, and of course, he goes way down the leg side, but full. Another 1 day wide. Well taken by Alex Carey. He had a bit of ground to make to his left. You've got to feel for the keepers on days like this, really hot, stifling days. The shadows, because we are, we're not at the equator, but we're pretty close. You've got no shadow at all this time of day. It's just this tiny bit of darkness that's no more than about 6 or 7 inches in depth, which just never really get that in England. There's always a bit of an angle of sun in England. It's We're too far away.
Is there an angle of sun in England?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the time. All the time. I'll explain why in a minute. As Stark is in, pushed into the offside, fielded a point, no run. We're so far north, you see. In the entire world, the British are in the top 3% of people furthest away from the equator. And the reason for this, I strongly believe, is that obviously human beings aren't designed to live in these conditions. So we were kicked out of every country we were in before then. We started somewhere warm in Africa when Homo erectus began his journey. And we gradually moved and moved. When we were in the Mediterranean, it was all cushy there. They said, yeah, just get out of it. Ended up in a freezing cold island in the middle of the Atlantic with an angular sun. Wind and sleet. It's full, played into the offside. There's no run.
Must have been better travellers, the Brits, back then than they are now.
Yeah. I think they probably were.
Yeah.
End of the over. On the Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires. India a 1 for 147.
Looking for a pocket change mobile plan? Then make the switch to Mate and take advantage of Mate's unbeatable mobile offer where you pay $1 per month for the first 3 months. That's right, $1 per month for 3 months. Each plan includes unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers plus 500 gigabyte data bank. And best of all, you can keep your own number. To sign up, visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Nathan Lyon's going to continue searching for the spin. He's coming over the wicket. He's already passed a milestone today. He got his 1000th maiden as he's in now to the right-handed Gill. Gill goes back into his crease to a ball that's a little full for that. He just has to jab down on it. Plays into the bounce to short leg. He likes to come from quite wide, like, as I said earlier, from sort of third slip, almost gully, and the hand comes across and whacks the ball into the ground. But no great flourish or follow through. But he's a bit bunty when he plays. Again, nothing wrong with that. Beautiful timer of the ball. It comes forward in defence, pushes back to Nathan Lyon. There's no run. Ian Healy earlier saying he'd like to see the Australians tempt Shubman Gill, get him playing some shots. See if Lyon will toss one up and up. We've got a Trixie short mid-on. Always like something Trixie. And this is maybe tossed up a touch more. They had Gill in two minds. He goes back into his crease and dabs the ball to backward point. No run.
But just that ball proves to you how slow this pitch is. Shubman Gill was beaten in the air, but he had so much time to adjust.
Yeah.
And then counter it.
It's Smith who's standing at this Trixie straight mid-on, short mid-on. Forward short leg in and forward comes Gill. Defends back to Smith. And well, we saw it throughout Osman Khawaja's innings, didn't we, really? We were marvelling at how late he could play the ball, how much time he had. And partly that's because he's that way inclined. But actually the pitch does help if you are of that nature.
Yeah, and some of the shots he played off the fast bowlers earlier in the day through the leg side, gee, they were sumptuous, weren't they?
Gill in, forward in immaculate defence, bat and pad close together, pushes to green at short extra, there's no run.
It's like someone like me who likes to take his own sweet time moving to a city like Adelaide.
Yeah.
But time is what you have.
Time and wine.
Always half an hour behind.
One of my favourite cities, Adelaide. Forward comes Gill. I'm taking a couple of paces forward this time. Pushes out into the offside on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. India a 1 for 147.
Berwick Motor Group gets 3 votes. Play SEN's AFL Survivor and you could win your choice of one of 4 cars valued at $46,990 from Berwick Motor Group. Register at iCanWin.com.au. SEN AFL Survivor. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
RJ Sanderson and Associates are accountants and taxation specialists. Individuals, companies, trusts and self-managed super funds. Take the stress out of tax returns, financial statements, bookkeeping and BASs. rjsanderson.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. And these Indian players, they do like to have an unscheduled drink. And they're having another one now. With 11 minutes to go until the scheduled drinks break, I'm lacking in sympathy. As is, I think, umpire Menon. But they'll be concocting some plausible excuse for it. I've no doubt.
To be fair, the Australians are pretty good at an unscheduled drinks break.
Everyone is. Yeah. This is not a national point. Every country
just had an undertone to it. You know, you started getting into colonial areas before with your spiel about where the Brits came from why they settled in the UK.
I do like the idea that I'm the colonialist when my family stayed on a hill tending sheep and your lot are the ones who are in Australia.
Hey, mate.
Let's make sure we know who the colonialists are,
Well, I'm winning this discussion either way, so...
Well, you colonised Australia from India. Stark is in forward. Comes Pujara back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, I'm afraid my family are distinctly unadventurous. They stayed there looking after the sheep. It was Louis's family that they thought, hello, I like the look of that gigantic island that's warm and lovely. I'm heading over there. It's the Scottish Camerons.
Yeah, maybe
with your kilts.
And there's Buckley's on my mother's side.
Oh, here we go.
Irish might have had slightly different reasons for coming over.
They might have done, but yet
they might not have had a choice.
Well, not all the Irish didn't have a choice. Some of them went on their own free will. Here comes Stark. That's down the leg side, and just a chance there. That Pujara might have got a little glove on that. Often you look at those. If it wasn't a dismissal on this occasion, but sometimes when it happens, you think, it's been unlucky on the bat or a lucky wicket. But Stark's sort of been bowling for that. I mean, he hasn't now got the leg slip in, and his long leg is not that fine. But it's a perfectly legitimate tactic. You see more and more bowling at the hip, instinctive flick.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's a little bit scrambled in terms of the field's changing a lot. Yeah. This was something Steve Smith spoke to us about. That really surprised me. Bharat, between the tests, he was saying that they were playing follow the ball at certain times during the indoor test, and we can't really argue with it because it worked, but it was a very surprising revelation, I thought.
Khawaja has gone into leg slip now. Khawaja, interesting choice. His leg stump and pushed by Pujara up to mid-on. No run. Khawaja, who took that wonder catch, the second best catch I've seen for quite a long time.
The second best catch you saw that day?
Correct. Exactly. I thought when I saw that catch, well, I'm going to sleep well tonight just thinking of that catch. And then I didn't sleep well because I tried to work out whether that or Steve Smith's was better. In the end, I decided that Smith's truly unbelievable, as he actually put his weight onto his left foot. A catch at leg slip, if you're wondering what we're talking about, in the indoor test.
But that relates to what Louis was speaking about follow the ball.
As Stark is in, and Pujara gets one in his pads, full, and he works it out to deep square leg. Picks up a single, 1 for 148.
Yeah, because that's what Steve Smith told us, didn't he, Louis? About, especially with the spinners, with the close-in fielders, the slip, the short gully, the short leg, the leg slip, which included Steve Smith. They would move where the ball would land. The previous ball had landed. And generally following the ball is looked down upon in cricket, in international cricket anyway. But he said wherever the ball landed, they just felt that was the opportunity. They would put the fielder there. And that's what, in a way, led to the Steve Smith catch.
And we have got...
And speaking exactly of this, Mitchell Stark's now going from around the wicket to over the wicket. He doesn't have a fine leg. He's only got two fielders on the leg side. Totally a bunch of different catches on the offside for Gill.
For sure, but it's a completely different field and a completely different tactic. How hard is that for the bowler? As Gill comes forward to a full ball, it doesn't time it, but gets it to the right of mid-off, so you get through for a single, 1 for 149. That can't be easy because when you've got such radically different plans, I mean, the field is now so different. The previous ball to Gill, the angle's different. We've got, as Louis was saying, got a couple of guys in short catching positions in the covers, and now who is this man is having to charge from one side to the other? Is that Kuhneman?
That's
Todd Murphy.
Todd Murphy. They're sending Todd Murphy on a hot day a good 80 metres each ball to go from the short cover out to deep backward square.
So it's going from a 7-2 to a 4-5.
4-5, yeah. Stark in. Pujara gets one on the pads that just rolls out the onside. Bit of an optical illusion there in the box. It's safe, but he was bowling for that. And on the Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires. India a 1 for 149.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL,
Incredible!
Formula 1,
and for the first time ever every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
Test cricket on SEN with tyre power. Know your tyres. Nathan Lyon remains in the attack. And we had a pretty rapid first session, and the run rate moved up to 3.44, stayed there. It's absolutely plummeted now. Just a tick over 3. His first ball of a new Lyon over, played off the back foot, shortish ball, and just worked easily by Gill out to deep mid-wicket. Gill actually walked to that single. 150 up for India, 1 for 150. There's more than a ripple of applause from a fairly sizable crowd. It's always quite tricky to tell when you're in these mammoth coliseum like the MCG or here at the Narendra Modi, just how big the crowd is. But I don't know, 20,000?
Yeah, I expected a few more people to come in. It's batting day, Saturday as well.
Saturday, the proper day off in India. So much commerce goes on.
No, I mean it's not a Saturday like it is a Saturday in Australia.
The Lyon in gets a thick outside edge, nearly beat the outside edge of Gill's bat, and it squirts out back to the square on the offside. Travis Head tidies up, running from point, and you get a single. Gill 75, 1 for 151.
Just going back to the field, so Nathan Lyon now was bowling with a 2-7 field for Pujara on that last ball. The ball trickled out to the offside and he got a single. Now he's bowling to a 3-6. So there is changes, a lot of different changes for both these batters, for both the bowlers.
Yep. Lyon into Gill. And Gill comes forward and defends really solidly, making that big stride forward. One of these things that happens, he started his innings with a certain carefree dash, but now he's thinking, hang on, this pitch has got no demons. I want this 100 more than I want anything else.
I think it's a really good point. I think that's exactly how he's approached it. He thought the new ball was best time to attack.
Lyon in, and he defends on the back foot. Pushes to short mid-on position. Steve Smith, there's no run.
And now he doesn't need to take the risk, does he, Bharat?
No, not at all. And that's how you pace your innings on a pitch like this in India. You've seen so many Indian batters do that. It's not always on being on fourth gear, because that's when you end up making mistakes like the one Rohit Sharma made. You play a shot when there is no shot to be played.
Lyon in, comes down the wicket, Gill, but when he doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, he sensibly defends up to Stark at mid-off. There's no run.
And it's actually the complete opposite of how you time an innings in Australia. I mean, in Australia, it's a very linear kind of, you start slow, you slowly build. A bit like Cameron Green.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
And you slowly build up, and by the end, you've got your eye and you can tee off. But you're saying it's very different.
It's very different here, especially, slow pitch like this.
Last ball of the 50th over. Gill defends again firmly. But he's going to get a run for this, because that firm push to the onside of straight went between Lyon and Steve Smith, which is a very tiny gap up towards Khawaja at long on. They get through for a single, end of the 50th over. India finish it on 1 for 152 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Proud sponsor of Picks Flicks on Off the Bench. Make your pick. Chadstone Kia, the home of new and quality used cars. The team have bravely let me zip around in a Kia Sportage recently, and it's a cracking vehicle, which is no surprise, considering Kia, and especially the Sportage, continues to win industry awards like Car of the Year. You can trust Gavin, Michael and the entire Chadstone Kia team to look after you. Pre-order your Kia today to avoid disappointment. Go to chadstonekia.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Test cricket on SEN with tyre power. Know your tyres. Well, we have a stat for you, and our stats are with Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. And it is that Shubman Gill has now played his longest test innings by balls faced. Thank you, Phil Long, who's been with us all of this tour. And he was the one who found the 1,000 maiden stat. There's no other boxer had that. That is an SEN exclusive.
He also pointed out, what are we up to now in terms of Gill 2 off for last, how many balls, Phil?
Stark starts a new over. He's over the wicket, and when he's over the wicket, you know he's bowling to Gill, and it's full and pushed into the onside. I'm going to give you that, Phil, because we haven't properly explained it for you last time. It is 7-2 offside field to Gill with Stark bowling over the wicket, which is a very wide slip, like a third slip, really, which is Smith. There's a wide, deep third, a deep gully, 2 catching covers, One obviously straighter than the other, or else they'd have to be standing in the same spot, which is, I believe, impossible according to the laws of physics. A mid-off, a deep point, a wider mid-on that's quite deep, and a mid-wicket. Nobody else on the leg side, just those two fielders on the leg side. Stark in, that's tapped into the onside to that mid-wicket, no run.
It's a tactic I've seen being used before by left-arm bowlers or even right-arm bowlers coming around the wicket. We try to drag the well-set right-hander away from his off-stump, see if he can make a mistake. You see where the slip is as well. He's where probably a third or fourth slip would be. So you drag them wide. It happens late in the day, especially with the ball which is so soft, a pitch which is so slow. You have to create something like Ashwin did yesterday to get those wickets. And it's also a period of play, like we were talking about, Louis, where as a batter, just soak it in, just play it out.
Stark is in, and Gill drives slightly away from his body firmly, but up to mid-off, no run. It was this session yesterday that was the slowest of the three, wasn't it? 3 wickets, 62 runs. It's forming a similar pattern, and India, I guess, would just be hoping that the Australians will start to tire as we get to the back end of a hot day.
And that the Indians, will get annoyed, and even that last shot, just a bit of reverse swing away from Gill, and just that one that they're trying to get him to play, he just hung the bat out there a little bit. That's the shot the two short covers are waiting for. He's up to 5 off 30, his last 35 balls, as Phil Long tells me.
Oh, Phil Long. As it comes Stark. This is driven to one of those shorter extra covers. Louis Cameron is spot on once again. The oracle, he hath spoke. And they're trying to, that's exactly it. That's what they're there for. Slightly wide of the off stump, reaching for it, slightly away from his body. If he gets that slightly wrong, that could go in the air.
Yeah, on that occasion, I think he got to the pitch of the ball and drove it well. But there could be a ball that might stop on him. Maybe he gets a little lazy, a little too tired, and it's straight to the fielder, like Louis said.
And they're playing on his ego. That's 100% what it is. It's what they talk about as batters not wanting to do. It's saying, hey, if you want to score some runs, you need to bisect 7 guys on the offside field.
Stark is over the wicket, and that's push-driven, defended into the offside. There's no run. The other advantage of this is that Stark is running and making footmarks outside the right-hander's off-stump for Lyon, and Lyon's had a little bit of joy with that. We saw the most spin. I think the nearest we got to a wicket was Todd Murphy, who got one to turn from through. It was Pujara's bat, wasn't it?
It was.
His inside edge, and it turned an appreciable distance from outside off over the top of middle stump by a fraction.
That was Shubman Gill, and just the last ball from Stark, taking the pace of the ball and to bowl an off cutter. You'll see him roll his fingers over the ball there.
Good spot. Good spot.
He's in again. Stark very wide of the off stump, and there is no run. Wide could have been signalled there. On another day it might have been. Drinks coming onto the field with the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Reading 1 for 152. Shubman Gill 76 from 163. Pujara has 34 from 86. It's been a slow hour. The first hour, 23 or 14 overs. As drinks come onto the field, we're going to have a radical change in the commentary box. Out with the old, in with the new. Adam Collins, Harsha Bhogle, and who knows, possibly Phil Long.
And until really late before bowling to Gill, who plays him with such style through mid-wicket. No room to work with there through that packed area. 3 fielders to get through. Got through all of them with ease to complete the 39th over. That's a Blunston boundary right on with Blunston. 1 for 136 into the 70s. Into Pujara. 24 bowls here. Pujara using the pace, angling it through second slip. Frustration for Australia. A boundary for Pujara. SEN Test Cricket. The Tyre Power, know your tyres. Adam Collins with you, Ravi, Shastri and Harsha Bhogle with me. What a treat this is for the first and probably only time in the series, because I've got my sums wrong. I've stuffed up the rotor. You're both with us for the next half an hour, and what a joy it will be. An hour there, the third hour of play today, where India were willing to absorb the pressure. And now, Ravi, this might be the chance for them to turn some back on Australia.
Won't be that easy, because what I saw in the last 20 minutes from Australia was good. They were proactive in their thinking. And the way Stark bowled around the wicket, over the wicket, the fields that were set with the ball reversing, where you had a 7-2 field at times, which means for Gill, he was prepared to go over the wicket and keep him quiet by bowling with an angle on the offside, 2 men catching. for Pujara coming around the wicket. You know, Nathan Lyon too tightening the field by taking off a slip, having just 3 in the ring, means he'll be closer to that off stump, not give too much room, and just squeeze the boundaries and see what happens. So it was good work from Australia. The heat is on there. It's 37 degrees.
Yes.
And the runs have come in a trickle since lunch for India.
We're seeing the umbrellas come off the ground as well from the Australian support stuff. Not often you see that for an Australian side, that means that they're hurting a little bit out there.
No, it's true. They're playing the conditions as much as they're playing the bowlers. And for the first time, the run rates dropped under 3. It was soaring high at sort of 3.7, 3.8 for a better part of this innings. So that's what Ravi meant when he said the last 20 minutes. I'd go a little further and say last half an hour, 40 minutes. Australia have bowled really well. They've not got a wicket, but they've ensured that India are not scoring as freely as before. So the lead is still very, very wide.
And the lesser spotted Todd Murphy only bowled 3 overs out of the 51 so far.
And probably bowled the most talked about ball of the match so far.
It's a funny one, isn't it, that Murphy bowled the house down at Nagpur. He has been, you would say, by comparison, under-bowled since then. He's very much the third spinner, despite having bowled the house down to start the series. But gets a chance here replacing Nathan Lyon, who bowled unchanged since lunch through that third hour. Leg slip the only catcher in close. Round the wicket to Pujara. Can he slide one across here? Pujara using his feet, driving down to mid-off, where there won't be a run. That's the subfielder, Mitch Swepson.
I think the perception is that Nathan Lyon's going to be by far the more effective bowler on the surface. And that's why the first possible opportunity keeps going to Nathan Lyon, and then only then goes back to Murphy.
So 2 catches on the leg side. It's a 2-7 field. Unusual. Bowls here, round the wicket, off break. Pujara pushes towards the onside. No run. Brett picked up before that. Smith's been moving the field to wherever the ball goes.
Not really. I think what he's being smart here, he's not wasting fielders close in. Like hardly a ball has gone to slip. So he's not having a slip in place. He's even for Lyon, he's got a backward point. He doesn't have the normal forward short leg in place. He's got a leg slip. I think now he might ask for a forward short leg to come in, which means he can move out of leg slip and come to short mid wicket to save that single. So he's not wasting fielders. He's not giving that easy single which India was getting.
So there's a point, a mid off, a mid on, and then from there it gets quite congested.
7-2 field.
Yeah, so 7-2 leg side field, deep square leg. Then you call a conventional mid wicket, a catching mid wicket, a catching square leg almost, a short leg, and a man around the corner on the 45. So a very unusual field. Murphy into Pujara. He's faced 88 balls. Bowls here wide of the crease, using his feet. Can't find a gap through there. No room at mid-wicket. Cameron Green does the fielding.
What he's telling his bowler is, you want to go for runs, go on one side of the field. I've got 7 fielders for you there. You know, if India want to go through the offside, let them take that risk. But you're not going to bowl wide outside the off stump and give that freebie.
If you're good enough, Cheteshwar, there's a big gap through the offside. Murphy again bowls here. Pujara using his feet. Doesn't beat the man at shortish square leg. That's Marnus Labuschagne. No single. Smith joked about this, Harsha, after the third test, saying that he was playing a game where every time Pujara hit the ball somewhere, he put a fielder there just to try and get his head. So there might be a little bit of that going on as well on reprisal of the third match.
But a lot of us grew up seeing these kinds of fields, leaving cover open.
Murphy bowls. Pujara defends into the onside, no run.
I've seen as a kid growing up through Ranji Trophy cricket and elsewhere, the good off spinners bowl 3 on the off, 6 on the on sometimes. They had a slip for the straighter one, but they always allowed you to hit against the turn through the offside if you were game.
So Murphy just being held here before the final ball of the over. All quiet here at Modi Stadium. Bowls to Pujara, using his feet, nearly using his feet, lunging forward, pushing to Smith at mid-wicket, end of the over, 52 gone, India 1 for 152, trailing by 328, Gill 76, Pujara 34, and that's all on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
At Elders, we're for finding your place in the world, whatever kind of place that may be. From the inner city pad to the boundless family farm, for fresh starts, sea and tree changes, for the search and the sail, for the experience, yours and ours, for realising the dream no matter what it looks like. Elders, for real estate, for you.
They're in a tight hold here at the moment, India. 1 for 152. The runs just aren't coming. Green's been brought on for Stark, who had a 4-over spell, none for 4. I sensed Stark needed that after going around before lunch just to have a spell where he was in control.
And he was in control. Just 23 runs of 15 overs.
Wow.
As Phil updates us since lunch. So it's a trickle. Harsha mentioned over 3 runs per over when they went to the lunch break. It's come down drastically because of this 1 hour, 10 minutes since lunch.
So Green's going to go with a third man, a cover, a mid-off. So 3 on the offside and 6 on the leg side for a seamer, including fine leg, deep square, conventional square leg, couple of catching mid-wickets, one of those right alongside the pitch, and a mid-on. So a field that Green has probably never bowled to in his life. In here to Gill on 76. He's slowed since lunch. Only 11 runs since then. Back foot, pushing out to cover. No is the call. While I got you two together, when did you two meet? Can you remember when you two met in your careers?
Yes. Well, for a start, it's past the halfway point in this game.
Yes.
No, I first heard of this young kid. I used to get the Times of India in the afternoon, and there was this young kid called Ravi Shastri. He was never called Ravi Shastri in those days.
Right.
And he was picking up wickets playing in college cricket. Because we didn't have too many options, I'd read the entire Times of India that came in the afternoon. Probably met mid-80s.
Green in. Bowls here. Gill on strike. Finds a gap through the onside. That takes some doing. He'll only get one. He thinks about a second, but the sweeper from deep square races around. Gill 77, 1 for 153.
No, might have actually been a little before 83, 84 when the West Indies came to India. I just started doing a few games.
That series, the World Cup year.
Yeah.
World Cup year. Yeah, September.
I actually hosted Ravi's columns for a while in 1990. He was playing up at Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
County cricket.
Yeah, there's a famous tradition here. You've got Bharat doing your columns now, don't you?
Sorry?
You've had Bharat working with you on columns on this series.
Yeah.
So you and Bharat and Harsha
So we
sharing
used to have those old-fashioned tape recording, the recording machines, the phone recording machines. So we'd record the conversation on that.
Now a very close leg slip. Bowls here down the leg side, not far away from an inside edge. Green make that carry, diving across behind Smith to take it. Such is the unusual configuration here. Smith at leg slip, but so far up that as the ball passed the inside edge, there was no chance that Smith was going to get it, and Green had to go behind the leg slip. I've never seen that before.
But, from a batsman's point of view, it's like a telegram as to what the bowler is going to bowl. So it's literally the bowler telling you, I'm going to be bowling here. I'll try and get some runs as well.
So he wants reverse swing, hides the ball, bowls here, down the leg side, not quite on leg stump it is, and turned accordingly to Mitch Swepson, the sub, around from fine leg. 1 for 154. Pujara up to 35 from 94 deliveries.
Halfway through this test match, we've got 11 wickets.
And it was done when we were at indoor.
It was done by now. We only lost 11 wickets. But if the pitch had shown signs of deterioration, you could have said, right, good test match pitch. As we go into 4 and 5, we'll start getting many more wickets.
I didn't tell you what we did after indoor, after the test match ended, fellas. Because obviously it was all over by, 11 a.m, Ravi? 10:30, 11, something like that. I know you went back home to...
Yeah, don't tell me you guys would try to bat on that pitch or something.
Well... we're not that stupid. I know we're not that bright. 2 very close catching mid-wicket. Smith jumps over to where the ball went. They're like slips in there. Up to the stumps comes Carey as well, as he did earlier in the session. Gill defends out to the offside. There was a nightclub that was open at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was called a
nightclub in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know, right? I think it was called 4 Shots, Please, or 4 More Shots. 4 More Shots in indoor. So we all pile in there. There's a bunch of Australian fans in there who were out by about 3, but all the Aussie media were in there as well. And it had the not only the disco ball action, but all the strobe lighting. We were able to take over the DJ booth, do a bit of what you were talking about earlier. As Green arrives and bowls to Gill. Last ball of the over, punching out to mid-on, no run. We'll pick this up after the break. 53 gone, 1 for 154. A session where 25 runs have come in 16 overs. And that's on the Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
So we got spin from our northern end via Todd Murphy. We've got a little competition going today. If you can guess how many wickets will fall to spin today, a chance to win a $200 Ballpark Sporting Experience voucher. Thanks to Lumo Energy. Enter on the win page at sen.com.au. So jump on the website, hit win, and thanks to Lumo Energy, $200 voucher in the offing. Thanks to Ballpark. And that is to guess how many wickets will fall to spin today. One so far. That was Kuhnemann. Can Murphy get in the book? Round the wicket. Pajara's 35. New over bowls here, defends from the crease. So this nightclub setup, the dance floor, I wouldn't say it was pumping, but it was on. And it was in a basement as well. It was only 3 in the afternoon. You thought it was 3 in the morning. And they were charging Western prices for the beers, which meant we all walked out of there thinking, what's just happened here? We've been in India for a month and barely spent $1. Here's Murphy bowling and tucked around the corner, out towards mid-wicket, no run. So it was an unusual way to spend the day after the test finished early. A nightclub in indoor, who would have thought?
They said, drown your sorrows.
Yeah, well, indoor was more for a lot of the Aussie fans who were there. Of course, we're fiercely impartial, but the Aussie fans were having the time of their lives.
Oh, they enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
They have a blast, don't they?
The tour groups in their Hawaiian shirts and all the rest. Murphy bowls here. Pajara forward, 97th delivery, pushed to mid-wicket.
Tell you what Smith is doing here. I remember what Australia did when they came here in 2004, and they believed that players like Sehwag and Lakshman and the others were boundary hitters. They said, we'll cut the boundaries and say, you go searching for runs. And so they'd play with 2 short covers, 2 short mid-wickets, occasionally 1 slip, sometimes none at all.
Murphy with a short leg now, turns it past him, Pajara. Just wide of green, but he cuts it off on the edge of what would be the fielding circle in one-day cricket. No run.
And they say, you go searching for the boundaries. And it was defensive field set, and they said, we'll play on the minds of the batters. They'll get no boundaries with the field that we are setting. And I think that's what he's doing over here. With the lines that he's asking the bowler to bowl with the fields, he's saying, you want a boundary, take a chance.
So a 2-7 field. Murphy bowls, and Pajara goes back and rides the bounce out to mid-wicket.
Now, this is the difference between... he's got his batting hat on as a captain, which Cummins unfortunately couldn't get on because, as a bowler, you won't be thinking in that fashion. Smith knows if he comes to bat how difficult it can be to score with this field around. So he's challenging the batsman in that fashion.
Can Murphy complete another maiden here? He does. That slides across Pajara, the first of the spell that holds its line after hitting the shiny side. Well bowled, Todd Murphy. Maiden complete. 1 for 154 on the Kia scoreboard. Pajara's 35 and Gill is 77.
Get back to work this year with a new Spitwater. Aussie made for 40 years. The tough and ready Spitwater pressure cleaner is hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, working as hard as you since 1982. And if you qualify, the ATO Instant Tax Write-Off for Business will give you the best New Year present. Instant Tax Write-Off, instant clean, instant job well done. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or visit spitwater.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, know your tyres. I had to just open up a new tab there, Harsha, to look at the game that's going on in New Zealand, and I had to close all of our tabs from the Billboard 100 charts from our conversation earlier from your DJing days. What I am going to tell you is that the score at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. So day 3 stumps, Sri Lanka trail by 65 runs. They're 3 for 83 in their second innings. So a good day for New Zealand, who are in the lead after the first innings. Green, first ball of a new over, pushed to mid-wicket.
Lead by
inside
65,
part of the bat. Lead by 65, Sri Lanka. So New Zealand are broadly ahead in that test match. The Wisdom guys have crunched the numbers, and they are convinced that India, if they lose this test match... No, I'll rephrase that. If they don't win this test match and Sri Lanka were to win 2-0, Sri Lanka are in. So there was some talk yesterday about a draw being enough for India to guarantee it. They reckon that's wrong, and that only a win will absolutely guarantee it here. And I raise that in the context of a slow session after a brisk start to the day.
I will tell you this, though. If Sri Lanka go to New Zealand and win 2-0...
As Green bowls, true. Gill, inside part of the bat again. Spills into the offside, Carey does the fielding.
Yeah, good on them. If you can go to New Zealand and win 2-0. I know this New Zealand side isn't what it used to be. My fear is that New Zealand are facing headwinds with their test teams in the time to come. But if you can go there and win 2-0, you've done very well.
Absolutely.
But just charting a path forward here, Ravi, to victory for India, and acknowledging that it's, as I said earlier, a bit like Pakistan last year with Australia were there. You could look a day or two ahead because it was so slow as it is today. Where they would need to be to have a realistic dart at winning, acknowledging that Australia are still 326 in the black. As Green bowls here to Gill on top in the over. Out the middle of the bat, run out opportunity, non-strikers end, not a direct hit. Indeed, it'll be overthrows, or it won't be, so they won't take them. But I tell you what, there was a throw there from the non-strikers, and I think it was Travis Head. We'll get a second look at our replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Gill drove it to mid-off, and it's a no ball, thus the klaxon, so 1 for 155.
He could have still been run out and out, but look at his head when he was running. Shubman Gill knew he had to motor across.
So Green's well over, that's clarified. I suppose they looked at the front line because of the interest in the run out. I wonder whether we'll get a second look, because Gill just tapped and run, really, didn't he?
Just watch him go. Watch him go now. He knows, head down, sprinting, that it could be tight.
He was probably backed regardless, but it's the first murmur of something in about 10 overs.
Yeah, as it turns out, he was a foot in.
Yeah.
But they watch every ball for the no ball anyway.
Yeah. Well, they're meant to.
You sometimes think they don't?
I hope they do. I think there's a lot on the third umpire. I think it should be a specialised position, the TV umpire.
Yeah, but there's
just interprets technology.
Isn't there someone with him who just goes boom, presses the button to go back to the start of the previous ball?
No, sure, they toggle every ball, that's right, yeah. Which is a great development. The ICC took a long time to be convinced it was a worthy investment. Long story of that. He's faced 100 balls now, Pajara. Green Suim pushing out towards backward point. It's Todd Murphy who fields, and they get a single. 36 for Pajara, 1 for 157 India. So if we're going to chart this course to victory, where would India need to be, let's say, in 24 hours from now, halfway through day 4, to set it up?
I think what India would really want is to be 150 ahead with about 4.5 hours of cricket left in the test match. Now, for that to happen, they'll really have to accelerate. I mean, they're still trailing by plenty. They'll have to pack the whole of tomorrow. Today, tomorrow, then get ahead. Final day, bat for an hour, get ahead by 150, 160. So it's a long time still.
Green bowls, Gill pulling out towards deep square leg, gets a single, 79, 1 for 158. Might get Phil to crunch that number. That's 630 they need to get to with 2 sessions to go. Let's work out the run rate they need from here. Phil Long, Harsha.
All I will say is the longer India bat in this game, if India come even close to where Australia are, then only one team can lose from there, and that is Australia.
Yeah.
Because then there's not enough time to take 20 wickets, but there is enough time to take 10 and knock over the runs.
What's the advantage of batting second in Test cricket on flat tracks?
Yes.
On flat tracks, batting second can counterintuitively actually keep you in the game for longer, because you control when you declare as well. Green bowls way down the leg side, and Carey, who's gone back, dives across behind Steve Smith at that close leg slip and cuts it off to his left. But yeah, it means that India, even if they really wanted to be ambitious, could declare behind.
They can. And for that to happen, if they bat till an hour after lunch tomorrow, then, it's one result possible.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 results, an India win or a draw. Only one team can win. That's when India can declare even 60 behind, 50 behind, and see what happens, just to, put the cats among the pigeons there.
And there'll be another day advanced in New Zealand by then. Green bowls and defending out to mid-on that completes the over. We'll pick up this conversation after the break. 1 for 158. India trail by 322. Gill 79. Pajara 36. Download the SEN app from your app store today.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. Customers say they love that new car smell, and so do we, because the all-new Nissan Qashqai has arrived at Berwick Nissan. Test drive the Qashqai STL as it's in stock now for immediate delivery. Priced from $47,490 drive away, we're adding even more value, throwing in a 3-year free servicing. Come and see us or visit yournextnissan.com.au. Best wishes, Nick Strauss. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
29 runs in 18 overs in the session. Australia doing a great job of tying up India. Adam Collins, Ravi, Shastri, Harsha, Bhogle with us on the call here at Ahmedabad.
Adam, you're saying lunchtime, say an hour after lunch tomorrow, which is about 90 overs from now.
Okay.
About 90 overs from now, they're 322 behind. The way this game is going and the way Australia are playing, it's unlikely you're going to get those 322 in those 90 overs.
Sure.
But if by then you are knocking on the door, say you've got 280, 290, it is 40 behind with wickets in hand, then you cannot lose the game from there.
Yeah, and I suppose by then I make the point about what's going on
and I'll tell you
at
why,
Christchurch.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm saying that in a minute.
Absolutely. So Murphy bowls, new over, Gill on 79, turns to mid-wicket, no run, 3 men on the offside now.
The one ground where you see a lot of those results is the Adelaide Oval. But the Adelaide Oval by day 5 is a completely different beast from the Adelaide Oval on day 1. Is this track going to be like that on day 4-5, Ravi, you think?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, there. So if it's an Adelaide Oval, the game moves very
over
quickly.
the wicket, change of angle, and Gill pushes into the offside.
It moves very quickly, as Warnie did when he bowled out England in that Test match with 2005, 5-6, and India won that Test match in 2004.
Yep. Ajit Agarkar, 6 for 33. Murphy bowls over the wicket. First time we've seen him operate on that angle today. Turned into the onside by Gill. No runs to Peter Hanscom.
So you can then say, okay, I'll bat and I'll set 220, 230 to win because I know the track's turning. You can't do that, I suspect, on this kind of surface.
Murphy in. Gill goes back and defends one that spins a bit and keeps low a bit. Yeah, so tomorrow it might be that Sri Lanka have burst the game open, that they've got a lead of 300 and New Zealand are under the pump. On the other hand, New Zealand might knock them over, and they will know that, well, it's immaterial what's going on there, and they can play the game on its merits here. But I think that will be a factor. Murphy bowls here, turning into the onside, down to long on it goes. Gill into the 80s with the single. Khawaja does the fielding, 1 for 159.
And this is a good education for Shubman Gill as well. Naturally aggressive player. Sometimes in Test cricket, the tempo of your innings will change. You'll have to shift gears. If the bowling is good, thought process is good, and he's being challenged with his patience and his temperament, whether he wants to really go for it, take this field on. But so far, he's done extremely well.
Lots of changes of gloves. We've seen them on our screen. The Beaumont tiles, they would have gone through a few gloves today already, I'm certain.
But Ravi makes a very valid point because he's such a free stroker. To grind out the runs is a great education.
Last ball of the over. Murphy now round the wicket again to Pujara, who defends. 1 for 159 on the Kia scoreboard with Gill on 80, Pujara 36 and the deficit 321.
What do you do when life gets tough?
I always tend to just pick up the phone for some reason. For me, communicating with someone else, either it's my mum or just a friend, and I know it's going to be a new day the next day.
Sometimes life is overwhelming, but talking with someone who cares can bring comfort and hope. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about surviving tough times, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
Our coverage is for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Phil Long tells me we're now 1 over into the second half of the Test match. 11 for 638 acquired so far, and we've got the Indian physios on the ground at the moment. Kamlesh Jain with Cheteshwar Pujara. Hip complaint by the looks of things.
Yeah, it could be cramps as well.
Yeah, he's
tweaked something.
He's faced 104 balls for his 36.
Yeah, but But don't forget that you're playing the conditions as much as you're playing the bowler.
Yeah.
But he's used to batting long. He'll be all right. Here's a stat for you.
Yep.
Australia's last drawn Test match in India.
Oh, gosh. That's going to take the thinking music.
No, 2017.
2017
Ranchi.
Ranchi, yeah.
Made 450 in the first innings.
Yep.
India made 603. Then Australia had to bat out 100 overs and made 204.
Hanscom and Marsh. They were 2 down at stumps on night 4 with Warner already out. And then yes, it was a brilliant partnership.
Yeah. And Pujara batted only 11 hours in that game.
He faced 525 balls in that innings.
That's
the longest innings ever for India in India.
That's the game.
We did talk about that yesterday, thinking that maybe Khawaja could overtake Pujara, but he fell about 100 balls short.
I remember doing television in that game and walking across the field to interview him at the end of the day's play, and Pat Cummins was passing me. I says, what do you do with this guy? and they've thrown everything at him.
And then, of course, Ravi went in 2018, and I think some of the Aussie players might have said we've seen more of Pujara than our partners in recent times.
It was it set a couple of records for the number of overs bowled as well. It was an extraordinary match, really, because Australia opened it up through Pat Cummins playing his first Test match for 6 years back into the side, and as you say, they make 451. India in reply, I should note, we're still waiting for Pujara to have his treatment complete. 9 for 603, but they took 210 overs to get there. Pujara was out there for 672 minutes, and we watched every single one of them. Steve O'Keefe, 77 overs, 17 maidens, 3 for 199. Have that. Hello to Socky if you're listening, often part of our SEN coverage.
77 overs.
I think from memory it was like the 4th longest ever in Test cricket. I mean, Chuck Fleetwood Smith has that from the Oval in 1938. or near enough to it anyway. So marathon effort there, and that's what Pujara's laying the foundation for here, along with Shubman Gill, who's 20 away from a first 100 in India. He's back on strike and ready to go. Interruption complete. Our last over together before you two go back to television. There's going to be Cameron Green with Carey up to the stumps. 2 catchy mid-wickets, a mid-on, a square leg, a deep square leg, a fine leg, and then 3 men on the offside. Up to the crease here, Bowles and Gill. Pushes in the direction of the straighter of the mid-wickets. There's no single there to Matt Kuhneman.
Reminds me of another test match, one of the greatest test matches by an Indian player. Vinu Mankad had batted first, made 72, then bowled 73 overs and came out and batted and made 184.
Speaking of the great Vinu Mankad, whose photograph's in that gallery on the other side of the ground that you were at the other day, Ravi, if we don't see Ashwin try and run out the non-striker at some point in this test match, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed.
There's a reason Ashwin won't do that. Because nobody stands outside the crease anymore.
I don't know about that. Have you seen Marnus bat? He's Green up to the crease and bowls to Gill, who punches off the front foot from the crease. That's the same shot he played to bring up his half-century before lunch. First time we've seen it in the middle stanza, up to 1 for 163 India. Gill 84, they trail by 317.
Oh, glorious shot. The way he's just opened the face of the blade, played it late to pierce that offside field. There wasn't much room there. But he is the kind of player who stays besides the line at times, which he's doing here to counter the reverse swing. That's a quality shot.
Just beautiful on the Beaumont Tiles replay screen. A Blunston boundary right on with Blunston. Green bowls and it goes again. That is some cover drive. Building in confidence, motoring through the 80s. Up to 88, 1 for 167. They trail by 313. Right on with Blunston for your chance to win.
As spectators who've just come in, you've got your money's worth with those 2 shots. One of the back foot, this one gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
And for those who came in early, that one off his hips through mid-wicket for 4.
This is terrific stuff.
Can he get through the 80s in 3 balls? Green bowls here. Gill out towards deep backward square, inside part of the bat goes to 89. I was going to say, Harsha, who went through the 80s quick based on our DJ conversation earlier? Robert Palmer or something like that? What are we now? We're in.
I was just having a little laugh when you said, what about Marnus Labuschagne? On a track like this where everything is in favour of the batter, why would you give the bowler a chance by standing outside your crease?
I'm being a bit playful. Marnus has, in recent times, stopped, wandering quite so much. But
just as well.
There was a time when he was a candidate for it. And now that Kohli's changed backing up, because Kohli's so fierce, watches it all the way to the hand. I think a lot of batters around the world have seen the example.
Just stay in.
Just stay in. I couldn't agree more. Perfectly.
The spirit of the game says that you must not run less to score a run. You cannot run less and claim a run. That's against the spirit of the game.
Green bowls and playing with soft hands is Pujara. Runs in this over, 10 of them so far with that single, 1 for 169. Pujara 37, back to Gill with 1 ball to go.
And what we were taught as young kids, when a bowler is running up and you're backing up, your bat should be in the crease. You should be from the corner of your eye line, watch the bowler's hand. The ball just leaves and then get out of the crease.
I was at Lord's for the Deepti Sharma, commentating for the Deepti Sharma, who was it, Charlie Dean last year, and the brouhaha that played out afterwards. I did a podcast with Daniel.
Out of a lot of ignorance.
Well, I think that law, at least people understand it more now, and the MCC have clarified it.
It's against the spirit of the game to be standing outside the crease and claiming a run.
Yep.
Throwing a bomb before you leave there, Harsha. I like it. Turning around the corner here. Down towards deep backwards square line with work to do. Just cuts it off, but Gill does advance to the 90s. He's up to 91. India 1 for 171. We'll say goodbye to Harsha Bhogle and Ravi Shastri. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in after the break with Daniel Norcross. The partnership up to 97. And that's all on the Kia scoreboard, movement that inspires.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Test cricket on SEN with tyre power. Know your tyres. We have, for some reason, got another break in play. The over rate has been pitiful today. We're not going to get our overs in, I don't think. The umpires are making a fairly slow walk. What are they doing here, Bharat?
No, the physio seems to be...
Yeah, he was out earlier for
Pujara.
Running out, for Pujara.
But balls, I see balls. Cricket balls, that is.
And cricket balls also.
Yeah.
I think the Australians have maybe finally got their way. That does look like it's gone out of shape. 2 smashing boundaries in the previous over. First boundaries of the session, Phil Long?
We had 2 early on, then we went 16 overs.
16
without
overs.
boundary and then 2 in 2 balls. Yeah.
Well, they'd scored 30 runs in an hour and a half in this afternoon session, and then that over's rather ruined it for me. I mean, I end up now with there being 42 runs scored in a session, which is just slow rather than painfully dull, which is it's always so much better as a masochist.
Yeah, I mean, we were at the back singing High Hopes from Pink Floyd.
It's Eclipse and Brain Damage we were singing. Brain Damage being the last.
No, come on.
Yeah.
That was High Hopes.
The sun is eclipsed by the moon.
But
that's the last
Eclipse,
track on Dark Side of the Moon.
Right after Brain Damage.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that's
I
right.
got it all mixed up.
But anyway, listen,
the wrong album as well.
That's what Bharat and I were singing to get ourselves right back in the mood.
We were.
And
I mean, we're not singing
worked.
about the lunatics being in the grass.
No, but we were talking about the lunatic inside our head.
Indeed.
There's many runs in that last over.
Thank God for Phil.
As there had been in the previous 9 overs combined.
Wow.
Yes,
Bharat.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were reaching a point where there was someone in my head and it wasn't me.
There was someone in your head, it wasn't me.
Just a little bit of Pink Floyd on a hot afternoon here at the Narendra Modi Stadium.
India is a sort of place that I think suits Pink Floyd.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Todd Murphy is going to continue with a little left leg kick up like a dressage horse, and his first ball is taken on the full, driven down the ground for a boundary. Another boundary with Blundstone, right on with Blundstone. That's 3 in the last 7 deliveries, and Pujara moves to 41 now.
Yeah, we've seen Pujara use his feet against Australian spinners year after year. It's Todd Murphy's turn now. Nice drift, but got to it on the full toss and just helped it along the way. He's straight down the ground.
Nimble on those ancient feet is Pujara as he pads up to a ball outside the off stump. A modicum of bat behind pad goes out of the offside. There's no run and the crowd are getting animated. What's happened? Who's here? Has someone arrived? Look, there are people standing and clapping. There are flags being waved. Up goes the left leg of Todd Murphy and in goes the right arm. Bowls. And the ball's pushed out off the front foot to short mid-wicket and there's no run.
I just think it's the 3 boundaries that we've seen in the last hour or so. Always gets an Indian crowd going.
Felt like it's slightly delayed though. There was just
the 100 partnership.
That'll be it. That'll be it. You see, there's a very knowledgeable crowd here in Ahmedabad. 1 for 175 on the scoreboard. With Kia as the next ball is pushed into the offside and there's no run. Kia, movement that inspires.
Annoyingly, I'd written down 97 off 218 just seconds before, then didn't add the 4 to it to make.
Yeah, well, it's been that kind of a day.
Yeah, I was thinking about Pink Floyd too much.
Well, the thing is, sometimes when there's so much going on, it's actually easy to get everything out. But when there's so little going on, your mind can drift into strange places.
It can. My brain just drifted into a place I didn't want it to, just then and there.
Wish you were here.
Wish you were here. And I just thought when you started talking about how...
wish you were here.
Yeah, in India was the perfect place for Pink Floyd, and just considering where we are in Ahmedabad.
Yeah. This is pushed into the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket.
I was just about to say that the great Mahatma Gandhi would have liked himself some Pink Floyd when he was fighting against the British. I think he would have liked that going on in the background.
Well, I think even now he's looking down and he's producing the great Gig in the Sky. As this full defended back up the wickets. There is no run. End of the over after 58 overs. India are 1 for 175.
Are you
a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your trusted local. And we have got how long before the tea break? Tea breaks here are really all about ice cream, I think.
Yep.
In England, you get very specific lunch and tea, and the tea is a sort of confection of unnecessary cakes, the odd scone.
Unnecessary, yeah.
I find them unnecessary.
Yeah,
after you've had a fairly hefty breakfast, and then the lunches are stodgy, and then they bring out a whole load of cake. As Lyon starts a new over from the southern end. His first ball is clipped into the onside, out to deep mid-wicket by Healy. Moves to 92 and India to 1 for 176. But here, there's no real specific tea as such, but the freezer becomes a place that everyone congregates and they find these choco ices. Yesterday I had my first, I think it was like a strawberry kulfi.
Kulfi ice cream,
it was
yeah,
lovely.
indeed.
It was really nice. Yeah, it really worked, yeah.
Shubman Gill's highest score against Australia. He just played 3 test matches against them before this, but the 91, the famous 91 in the Gabba test, which set India on course to that famous victory and to bring
sometimes the forgotten innings, I always think.
It is. Everybody talks about Rishabh Pant and even Washington Sundar. Shubman Gill was the one who, and Pujara for sure, but Shubman Gill was the one.
What happened to Washington Sundar? He's still around, of course, be playing IPL shortly, but I loved Washington Sundar, still do. Lyon in, and this is punched off the back foot through the covers, and there's going to be a sort of a chase on as Cameron Green lollops after it, gets to the ball, throws in and keeps the scoring to 1, brings Gill onto strike on 92, the score 1 for 177, and he's got 18 minutes before tea. Can he get those 8 runs? Well, he certainly can, but he's played a very measured innings. I wondered if he was going to go absolutely ballistic when we saw how he started his innings, but he's settled into a rhythm and a pace that's worked just perfectly for India in these conditions as he comes forward and gets a thick inside edge to one that goes to short leg. Hanscom sprawls to his left, does the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, it was 65 not out at lunch, so it's been slow going.
65?
Yeah.
27 in this session, and has been bolstered by a couple of boundaries in the previous over from Cameron Green. As Lyon is in, and he plays nicely off the back foot, but can't beat the other straight mid-wicket who's in place. There is no run. Marnus Labuschagne.
It's a good battle between Green and Shubman Gill, though. Seemed like the only bowler who sort of troubled him on this pitch, but then he won it in the end with those 2 boundaries.
Lyon in, tosses one up, and that's played from the crease off the back foot. Tells you how slow this pitch is. Even at 96 kilometres an hour, Gill is able just to wait for it and play it as Khawaja did yesterday. Just play off the pitch. There's no pace in this pitch at all, even if there's been a little bit more turn, a little bit more dust come up. Lyon is in once more and just shimmies a little bit and gets the pitch to the ball, defends back up the wicket, end of the over, one that yielded 2 runs. India 303 runs behind, are 1 for 177.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a Rain. Install a Rain.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
SEN Test Cricket with Tyre Power, your trusted local. Todd Murphy and Nathan Lyon are our 2 spinners working in tandem. Who's your spinner of the series, I wonder? With Lumo Energy, switch to Lumo Energy. There's a case for saying actually you would know all about Nathan Lyon. Todd Murphy's been quite the find. So he comes round the wicket and is flicked into the onside, but fielded at square leg. I'm going to give you the field because there's a modicum of interest to it. It's 7-2 leg side. There's only a point and a mid off. You wouldn't be allowed this field in a one-day international, but you can do whatever you like in a test match. Quite right too. There's a short leg, a a medium-ranged long leg. It's just defended from the crease, by which I mean it's in a long leg line, but it's not saving one, rather than it. There's a square leg, there's a deeper mid-wicket, but who's not deep, and then there is a deep mid-wicket, as well as a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. So it's quite a curious-looking field. Forward comes Pujara, defends back to the bowler. There's no run. This is what happens at this stage in Test matches.
It does, and you have to try and create something. We've said it a few times, and to Steve Smith's credit, he never tires of experimenting with fields and getting his bowlers to change their lines.
Murphy in round a wicket, a little shorter this time, but this packed on the side field is hard to pierce, and Pujara cannot, as it goes just in front of square. And the talkative Marnus, who will be no doubt still have many queries in his mind, as he does. One of the most curiously inquisitive minds in cricket is Marnus.
Very much so.
Yeah. God, the grass is green. It has its own green, I wonder. As it's played into the onside, and it's just falls in front of short leg on the bounce. There's no run.
Yeah, you might be looking at that ad.
Yeah.
The back. Policy bazaar. Oh, I wonder what the policy is for. Our family hooky insured. Oh, I know what that means.
Yeah.
It's the Marnus brain never stops ticking. That's what makes him such a special cricketer as well.
Never stops ticking.
It's a lot like your brain and my brain as well. Phil Long.
Not my brain.
Yeah. Over the wicket comes Murphy, and he's worked to the deeper and straighter of the many mid-wickets. And that is the end of the 60th over, with India 1 for 177.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus has delivered strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index January 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDSMT&D at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Test cricket on SEN, where Tyre Power, your trusted local. We've got about 13 minutes to go till tea, and well, these are big moments for Shubman Gill. Bendix, big moments. Confidence stopping. Bendix breaks. He's on the verge of becoming a rare Indian, an Indian who's got hundreds in all three formats in India.
In India as well, yeah. The others, Suresh Raina was the first Indian to get 100 in all formats, but his T20I 100 came in the Caribbean against South Africa.
Lion in, that's defended by Gill. Back to the bowler on the front foot. Yeah.
KL Rahul is in that list.
In India?
No, not in India. Yeah, no. So he would be the first one to get all three in India.
Would he be the first to get it, all three in India?
He could well be the one. That could be a great find for you, Daniel Norcross.
That would be a genuine Bendix big moment. Confidence stopping. Bendix breaks. Here comes Lion. Into Gill, who tries, back over his head, one bounce four. A boundary for Blundstone, and he's one more mighty biff away from that big moment, that 100. He moves to 96, 1 for 181. Shubman Gill, you're playing the perfect knock here.
And he got applauded by Nathan Lyon for that shot. That came back at Nathan Lyon at rapid speed. Lyon tried to put his hand up over his head. To see him turn around and just applaud the shot.
He came marching down the wicket to it as well. What do we do this time? Well, he defends on the front foot. He's great at doing that. Doesn't lose his head. You know, in baseball world, you see if Harry Brook plays that, then the next one he's got to hit as well, and the next, you know. Whereas here, Shubman Gill, he's hit his four. He's made his point. And now
got his applause from the bowler. That's important.
Yeah,
the acknowledgement.
He resets. Lion is in, right arm over the wicket, and forward comes Gill. One a little wide, has to reach for it slightly to push it out to the left of Khawaja at mid-off. What have we got? How long? 11 minutes till tea. He's going to get an opportunity, but he's not going to rush himself.
No.
And the crowd, look, the crowd are in anticipation. We can see them. What are they running? They're ambling down to the front as forward comes Gill, flicks the ball to mid-wicket, no run. So it's not hard to describe, you just need to give me a moment. So a lot of the crowd are in shade. It's very hot this time of day, and the shade that's cast by the upper tier is where most people are currently residing on one side of the ground. And they want to get close to the action, so they're now coming from their shaded positions right to the front as Gill comes down the wicket, works into the onside. It's a long single, take it. And he does marvellously, which means he will keep strike as he advances to 97. India at the end of the over are 1 for 182.
The Melbourne Storm are back for season 2023. Unlock all the action at Amy Park tonight as Storm take on the Bulldogs for their first home game of the season. Kick-off is at 7:35pm as Storm look to continue their winning start to the season at home. This year is set to be bigger and better than ever. You don't want to miss it. Get your tickets at Ticketek or melbournestorm.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your trusted local. So, all eyes on Shubman Gill here. It's not been scintillatingly rapid cricket. We've not seen wickets fallen. We've not seen that many runs scored. We've not even seen that many boundaries at 5 in the entire session. Phil Long, he's with a 6. Yeah. He's with a thanks to Fuso. But what it has been Shubman Gill's day so far, and he's on the verge of pulling off something that I'm hoping Phil's going to confirm one way or the other. Will he be the first Indian to get hundreds in all 3 formats?
In India, you mean?
In India.
Yeah. There have been four others who've done it.
Yeah, but in India.
Yeah.
It's always something. That's a great thing about cricket, Bharat.
There's always something.
Always something. And if not, he'll be the first one with a 4-letter surname. We'll do something with it. Todd Murphy's in, worked short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Especially to do it in a test match when 2 prime ministers have attended as well. So that'll be that'll be a first.
And to have a surname named after the body part of a fish.
True.
True. I mean, Finn never did it, did he? Stephen. As Murphy's in short, he's whacked this away. It's going down a fine leg. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Fielder in pursuit. Can't cut it off, and that is the boundary that brings Shubman Gill a magnificent 100. He raises his bat, he takes off his helmet. He is in delight as the flags wave, and this has been a splendid innings from a splendid young cricketer. The next big thing in Indian cricket, he completes his first Test century in India, his 2nd overall, and now has had hundreds in all 3 formats, T20s, one-day internationals and Test matches in India. The crowd are in delight, as well they may be. We're going to be seeing a heck of a lot of this young man. It's a great knock. Yes, it's a good wicket to bat on. It's a great opportunity to score 100, but many better, well, more illustrious batters, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, they haven't managed it. Rohit Sharma, he has. As Murphy's into him and works the ball into the onside. To square leg, he'll pick up an ambled single, moves to 102, and it really has been a very mature, wise knock for a man of his age. I've got alongside me Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long to assess that, just to finish off on how he got to his 100. It was wide down the leg side, and he just gave it a pickup. Didn't get all of it, but got it high and fine down to the boundary, and the delight on his face is entirely understandable and plain for all to see. Murphy is into it with a leg slip into Pujara, who works it into the onside. One of the many mid-wickets and square legs that are stationed with this 7-2 leg side field. There's no run. Bharat.
Finally.
Sorry.
No, I think the moments kind of slipped away, but I'll still push. I'll use my lines.
You don't get long with a spinner. Down the leg side, no run.
No. I mean, the future of Indian cricket is here, and the future of Indian cricket is bright. We've always known, ever since we got the first glimpse of Shubman Gill playing under-19 cricket for India a few years ago, that he was a special talent. And this innings has proved to you why. His first Test 100 on home soil.
Murphy in. Oh, big appeal for Abu Dhabi. This looks really close. He's given it. Richard Kettleborough has raised the finger just before tee on Pujara. That was delivered from round the wicket. Pujara's going to refer this. Okay, this could be tight, but I tell you, on first glance, he's in business here.
Oh, he looks in trouble, Pujara. Beautiful bowling again from Todd Murphy. Virat Kohli has put his helmet on. Is that a sign? Has he given him out as well? Pujara wasn't very convinced about going for the review. Todd Murphy from around the wicket. The only way he can get a batter out is if the ball pitches in line. It doesn't do enough.
It's straightened a bit, hasn't it?
It has straightened a bit, and it has... Ooh, was that an inside edge?
I think it's just missed the bat.
Maybe,
I think it's very close. They're going to have to check this on
very
ultra
close.
edge.
If there's no inside edge, Pujara is out. We can see his off stump. Can't see his leg stump.
He didn't review it straight away, did he? So he didn't feel any sort of inside edge.
That's true, yeah. It was very close to the bat. Nothing
No bat.
on the bat.
No bat. Okay, it's going to be ball tracking, and this could be curtains for Pujara. It could be a wicket for Murphy, who has bowled very well today, very tightly for the most part. Now then, the crowd's quite happy because it means they're going to get Kohli in, which is must be quite tough if you're Pujara at this point.
Well, he's been here before.
Yeah, I suppose
his wicket has been cheered. All right, ball pitches
in line.
He's out.
Yes, impact in line. Wickets very much hitting the middle of middle stump. It looked out at first glance. It is out. Cheteshwar Pujara is on his way with just 4 minutes to go until tea. That could be a big moment in this game. And great bowling from Todd Murphy to break this partnership. India 2 for 187, just after the 100 for Shubman Gill. And delighted Todd Murphy's given a good slap on the shoulders by Marnus Labuschagne, of course, and others. And it was a slightly, well, I don't think I like the word lazy, but there was something lazy about it. Just playing slightly across the line, delivered from round the wicket. Rarely today has the ball really straightened from that angle, and it did Bharat Sundaresan today, just on that occasion.
Yeah, perfect delivery from Todd Murphy. This is how he got Virat Kohli out in one of the test matches earlier in the series, where he's able to bowl from around the wicket and just get the ball to turn enough to go past the inside edge of the right-hander and not enough to miss the stumps. Brilliant bowling. And look, you have to create wickets out of nothing on this pitch. We've said it enough number of times already, and that's exactly what Todd Murphy has done. Beautiful piece of bowling, and also the pressure he'd built on Pujara. He'd used this angle around the wicket. He was given the 7-2 field. He never wavered from his line. He kept attacking Pujara's pads, and then found a way to go past his bat. And there you go, wicket.
That is the expertise you get here on SEN. Download the SEN app from your app store today.
42 of 121 balls in that partnership, with Shubman Gill was worth 113 runs for the second wicket.
How many overs did that 113 take? It started quite brightly, and then it got a little bit, as I said earlier, torpid, and then it speeded up a little bit in the last half an hour or so, last 40 minutes. Lyon is going to bowl what could well be the last over before lunch. Forward in defence comes Gill, plays into the onside, the short mid-wicket. There's no run.
41 overs.
41 overs, so that's sort of around the pace that Australia were batting at for the most part. We take a little look on the replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, and it's exactly what Bharat Sundaresan was talking about. It is straightened from round the wicket, and that has been a feature of the series, but not of this match, as the line is in, still over the wicket, works into the onside, scampers through for a single, shy at the stumps, misses. Gill is home, and that brings Virat Kohli on to strike with 4 balls to go until tea, and the pressure on Kohli here. He has an adoring crowd who have been starved of a 3-figure score from their hero for, well, notoriously, what is it now, November 2019 in the Test match.
Yeah. It's been a long wait.
He has got the pitch that anybody who's got a century drought would surely wish for, except that the expectation is that much higher. And he's got potentially 4 balls to last until tea here. So Steve Smith is crowding him. He realises the importance of this moment. Straight mid-on is in. He's been really pernickety here, Smith, about exactly where his deep square legs go. Forward short leg, short mid-wicket, short mid-on. Kohli comes forward, defends. Back to the bowler, no run, 3 balls to go until tea.
Virat Kohli, a man for the big moments. He always has been throughout his career, appendix or otherwise.
Lyon in. Oh, and he gets an inside edge that goes through short leg's hands. He went firmly forward in that flat-footed way he often does at the start of his innings. He went right reaching out for a ball outside the off stump. It's a thick... was that catchable? Having a look there on the replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, we're going to see it again. It's in the air and it bounces just in front of Hanscom at short leg. The problems on the outside edge this time. It's all happening in the last over before tea.
Wow. Well,
Kohli.
Virat Kohli will think the ball has done absolutely nothing for 2.5 days. And the moment he walks out to bat, Lions produce a big off break that's turned sharply and the one that's just gone through and bounced.
And how quiet has this crowd gone?
Woof, last ball before tea. Can Kohli survive? Lion into him, edged on, drops just in front of Smith. At first, I don't know what I've just seen there. Kohli had 4 balls to survive, and he basically beaten on all 4 of them. They're going to go into tea. What a thrilling last 7 minutes we've had. It hasn't been like that for the entire session, but India go into it 2 for 188, and a very, very nervous Virat Kohli has survived. He'll feel delighted to have made it through to that point, but he'll also be, as you've said, Bharat Sundaresan, bewildered and puzzled as to how he could just have faced 4 such taxing deliveries after watching one of the more somnolent sessions of Test cricket that I've witnessed in a while.
Yeah, he looks very upset with himself, Virat Kohli. If you just looked at his body language, if you're just switching on the television now, you'd think he's been dismissed. He has not lifted his head from the ground ever since he faced that last ball. Got the inside edge, nearly went to short leg. The ball ripped past his outside edge and then catches the outside edge and just fell sort of slip. But the session has belonged overall to Shubman Gill, and Virat Kohli let Shubman Gill lead him off the field. First Test century on home soil. Excellent innings, paced it beautifully, some outstanding shots. But Australia, just in the last 4 or 5 minutes after Gill got to his 100, get rid of Pujara, nearly get rid of Kohli.
Phil Long.
Shubman Gill's first 100 on home soil, Dan. Becomes the second Indian to score hundreds in all 3 formats of the game. Rohit Sharma.
Of course there will be Rohit Sharma.
Yeah,
well, it's time for us to take a breather.
Time for Virat Kohli to take a breather as well. Just looking at his face in the dugout.
And he's stayed in the dugout. He's not walked all the way back up the stairs. He's going to stay down here for the tea break. We're not going to stay with him. We're going to go and get ourselves an ice cream, I should imagine. Just to quickly update you on the match situation. India at tea, 2 for 188. They are 292 runs behind. They lost just a 1 wicket in that session, but it's right at the very end of the session. Cheteshwar Pujara out. LBW to Todd Murphy. Signs of life in the pitch coming in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Really, there's been so little. What turn there has been getting increasingly sharp but very slow. But just in the last few minutes, we started to see something happen with these pitches. We keep saying matches in India, they change suddenly and they can change decisively. So guys, do not go away. Join us after the tea break to take you through the break. It's going to be Matt Donald with a scores update. Murphy's in short. He's whacked this away. It's going down a fine leg. 1 bounce. 2 bounces. Fielder in pursuit. Can't cut it off, and that is the boundary that brings Shubman Gill a magnificent 100. Murphy in. Oh, big appeal for LBW. This looks really close. He's given in. Richard Kettleborough has raised the finger just before tea on Pujara. That was delivered from round the wicket. Pujara's going to refer this. Okay, this could be tight, but I tell you, on first glance, he's in business here.
Oh, he looks in trouble, Pujara.
Impacted line, wickets very much hitting the middle of middle stump. It looked out at first glance. It is out. Cheteshwar Pujara is on his way with just 4 minutes to go until tea. That could be a big moment in this game.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Yes, a flurry of activity in the last quarter of an hour of that otherwise quiet middle session, with Cheteshwar Pujara, leg before wicket to Murphy for 42, breaking a stand of 114, with Shubman Gill, who's reached his first 100 in India. 103 not out from 197 balls. He's been quite outstanding. India still trailing by 292 at 2 for 188. But Australia did well in Healy to hold, and yes, Gill did go through the gears and reach his ton, but they get an early look at Kohli, who looked uncomfortable against Lyon before the break.
He did, didn't he? Very jumpy. So, yep, they might just have a little sniff for half an hour here and see what they can get going. You talked about a flurry. We know how big the flurry can get in India if you get new batsmen in time and time again. So big partnership as the next few are, that's for sure. Congratulations to Shortman Gill. I think everyone sort of knew deep down he's a better player than KL Rahul, and big future with him. And he's made it to the team and made the most of it in the team.
We were there for his 91 at the Gabba a couple of years ago, Hills, and saw him, well, it wasn't single-handedly beat Australia, but he played a massive role in giving them belief on that final day. And I think most Australian fans were like, why is he not in the team? But in here for indoor, missed out last week after getting a good start in the first innings. And much as it was with Cameron Green yesterday, reaching his first Test ton at age 23 for Gill, also 23. We're going to see a lot of these two men for a long time into the future.
And, you know, I think everyone around the cricket world, Australia included, wants to see a lot more of Kohli. Come on, he's not finished, let's go. And as we were talking before, he could learn a lot from Joe Root. The pressure's on Joe Root of converting his 50s and 60s and 70s to 100s. He's now got the hang of it again. So Virat, there's plenty of time.
So it's going to be Todd Murphy to start the session. Bowled an important spell before tea. Only bowled 9 of 63 overs, but coming on and getting the wicket at Pujara, getting one to straighten after sliding a couple across him. He'll start with a 2-7 field, bowling to Gill, first ball of the session, pushing out towards mid-off, no run. So there's a point and a mid-off on the offside. Then a leg slip, the captain Smith. A long leg, deep mid-wicket, and long on the boundary. A deepish mid-wicket, a catching mid-wicket, and another kind of catching mid-wicket as well. So Murphy, stacked leg side field, bowls to Gill, gets forward. That's the one sliding across him. He gets out to the pitch and pushes out to the offside, no run.
So there's good pressure on Murphy here to deliver where he needs to right now, because there's only two men on the offside, as you say, and you're bowling around the wicket trying to create angle across the right-hander. You won't be able to use too much angle.
Murphy in here, bit shorter on the line of the leg stump, clipped away. Kuhnemann with work to do, can't quite collect it on the dive, so they get a single. They would have got one anyway. Gill to 104, 2 for 189. They're 291 runs behind. And now we get to see Kohli again. 4 balls before tea to see, and in 3 of the 4 of them looked like he could have gotten out. Inside edge, past the outside edge, one on the pad that wasn't far away from a mighty appeal from the Australians. So Murphy, who's picked up Kohli 3 times in the series. And interesting to see how they set up here.
I think you're right. I'm thinking one under his nose on the offside. What do you think? They've got a short leg on the leg side. They've got a slip, and now they've just put a ring around in the offside field. But I think one close to him on the offside.
And a change of angle too. So 4 on the offside, including the slip over the wicket. First one spins back to him. So he's got Kohli from round the wicket each time he's picked him up. But they're going to start with the more conventional approach here. Kohli, overall, fantastic record, 27 Test tons, but it's been 15 innings since his last Test 50. Facing here, Murphy in, Kohli back once more and defending against Australia, an average of 45 with 7 tons, but his last 13 home innings against Australia, averaging 19. That goes back all the way to 2013.
Well, just give us one more, Virat, will you? And then you get your average right after that. I think it's a travesty.
Murphy to Kohli, beating it outside the off-stump. Shout for caught behind. Richard Kettleborough keeps the finger down. Murphy really liked that. Steve Smith also going up for the stumping. I think that's in order to try and get a cheeky little free review. All eyes on Steve Smith. They're not going to check the stumping. The decision to make for Smith, talking to Carey. Carey says, I just don't know. They're not going to burn the review. Smith's got his gone double teapot there. I'm not sure whether Carey gave him enough information.
I don't think he came a long way from hitting that. He's still got time to review if he wanted to, Steve, but he's not. And he did. He sort of was quite animated in sort of saying, yeah, won't we put the teapot up?
So they've still got 2 reviews, Australia. They haven't used it. 2 for 189, end of the first over after the tea break. Hello to all of our listeners in the UK on TalkSport 2 for this final session, taking our broadcast throughout. We're here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard, India still 291 runs in arrears. And Nathan Lyon will get the first over from the southern end to start this final stretch.
And the travesty I talk about is that Virat Kohli's average is not over 50. That's not good enough. I want him in early 50s if he can get it back. He's dropped from 58 to about 48, hasn't he?
I mean, it's quite staggering from where he was on a number of levels. He was the #1 batter in the world, along with Smith. They kind of went back and forth for a few years there. For 3 years in a row, Wisden had him as the leading cricketer in the world. And in the last update from the ICC, he's down to number 17. And a lot of that's on the back of his record earlier in his career. Bowling to Gill. His 201st delivery. Goes back and tucks it just in front of square, rather. Moves to 105 with the single, 2 for 190. Coley back on strike, yet to score from 7 balls. But you're right, overall average of 48 doesn't really tally with the superstar that he's been.
No. Just watching another replay of the dismissal, or the non-dismissal. Big appeal. Steve Smith still pleading with Carey. Did you give me enough? And I think he missed it.
Line over the wicket. Coley back, tucking to mid-wicket, no run. So for Line, they've got the slip, short leg, straight catching mid-wicket, wider catching mid-wicket, man around the corner on the 45, a deep square on the rope, a long on the rope, and a conventional point and mid-off on the offside as well.
Murphy's had him in trouble outside off, and Lyon's now going to operate a little straighter.
Lyon bowls on the off-stump line. Coley turns it to mid-wicket, no run.
I'd like to see him operate the same way, wide of off.
Watching that replay from the previous over to see whether Ultra Edge picked up anything on the bat. No, it went through. It was very close, though. I can see why Murphy was excited. Line, all eyes on him and Coley. His 10th delivery, forward, pushing again to mid-wicket. Dancing around from that position is Travis Head, no single.
Again, bowling at Coley. He's going to hit those. You want to get the ball away from him. Have him play with suspicion of one spinning or not spinning, sliding across, whatever. But if it's straight at him, the bat comes down nicely and he starts to feel the ball.
Line in, Coley over the wicket. Again, looking to work it with his wrists, but doesn't get it beyond mid-wicket. Coley wouldn't have expected to bat before tea, I don't think, with the way that Pujara and Gill were going, but Pujara out just before the break. Coley was cheering on Shubman Gill when he got to 100. They had all the TV cameras on him down there. Big smile on his face. Gill, the next superstar of Indian cricket, that much is certain. Coley, last ball of Lyons over, gets to the pitch of it, and this time he gets it through the gap at mid-wicket, or bisecting the two men in close at least. Off the mark, retains the strike. 2 for 191 India. They trail by 289 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard.
Working with your hands, eating healthy, going to bed early. All rewarding. But not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. With 0% per annum for 14 months on eligible purchases, plus $500 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card, it's just more rewarding. Head to Kogan.com to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends March 19, 2023. T's and C's, fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
Murphy continues away from us. We're here for Tyre Pag, your tyre experts. Turning again into the onside is Coley, no run. I neglected to mention as we started the session, Heels, our listeners from SEN Q are back. Your listeners from your breakfast show. Returning from where they were earlier in the day, probably at the Rugby League, I suppose.
Yeah, Saturday afternoon, isn't it? Or Saturday night now?
Saturday night.
7:30, 7:10.
Good time to listen to some Test cricket. Murphy slipping a short leg. Coley goes back and bunts it down to long on where Usman Khawaja, another Queenslander, does the fielding. 2 for 192.
Pretty brutal game last night, they believe. Broncos versus the Cowboys. That fantastic rivalry is back. And so that was good.
Who won?
The Brisbane Broncos beat the North Queensland Cowboys. And Dolphins, I'm just looking it up. The Dolphins, I think, played this afternoon for their second match in the NRL against the Raiders.
Yeah, excuse my ignorance here, Heels, being from Melbourne originally and not really having much of a feel for the code north of the Barassi line, as Murphy bowls round the wicket, lunging forward his Gill in defence, no run. The Dolphins, why don't they have a geographical name?
Oh, there's lots of stories about it. One, they weren't allowed to do it by the NRL. Two, the football club rathered that. And three, the council wanted that.
So right. Murphy round the wicket, leg slip on the gloves of Gill, pushing into the mid-wicket region, no run. So they're based in Redcliffe.
Yes. Right. And they've always been called the Redcliffe Dolphins, and now this is the NRL team. They might need to be something different to that.
I see. So they've had an existing club that's got promoted.
Yes.
I see.
And Morton would have been...
Gill 105. He'll stay on 105 with a push.
Morton Dolphins would have been my choice, because it's the Morton Council that's there. Morton Bay is world class. There is a hook to get people there, and it's not to be. So
you could have called them the Moreton Bay Bugs.
The Bugs.
That would have worked.
Yeah, Bugs would be good.
Murphy to finish his over. Reverse sweep from Shubman Gill. There's a massive gap out there. Oh, he's nailed it. Perfect execution. Boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. End of the over, 2 for 196 with Gill up to 109. Coley on 2. They trail by 284, and that's all on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Good chance to go round the grounds. Matt Donald in the studio tells us the Dolphins won 20-14, overcoming the Canberra Raiders. Ooh. A try with 2 minutes to go to get the job done. 2 from 2. Line you over. Bowles here. Coley forward in defence. He's on 2. 15 deliveries.
How much do you know already? You're in.
I'm learning.
You're in the NRL, mate.
I know the Raiders. I know the milk. Yeah, I know that's a thing. Cool. I remember Mal Meninga as a kid.
Yes.
But I'm not going to stretch much further than that, I must say. In Melbourne, we're a bit funny
That is good. That's a great introduction to the NRL. They won last week against the Roosters at Suncorp Stadium and this week at home.
Line in, Bowles to Coley, tucks it just behind square where there is a fielder. No run on offer. Speaking of round the grounds, there's another test match taking place at the moment between South Africa and the West Indies. That's part of the World Test Championship at Johannesburg, the Bull Ring. The Windies are batting in the 4th innings and they've been set 391 to win by the looks of things. They're none for 15 with Brathwaite and Chanderpaul batting. Bowling here outside the off stump but not far away. Coley shouldered arms. That wasn't the one to leave. Looking forward to a replay here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. We're behind Coley, but just judging by the reaction of Nathan Lyon, that came back a fair way. Talk us through it, Ian Healy.
It did, didn't it? It bounced a little bit too.
Ooh.
Fortunately for Coley, Carey takes it high over the stumps.
Lovely classical off break from Nathan Lyon, up and over the top. Passes umpire Menon, closer to the stumps to Coley, who's lunging forward. That was the first reverse sweep of the innings. We saw from Shubman Gill in the previous over. Phil Long confirmed. Phil, jump in here, Phil Long. Tell us a few more stories.
Very good time to play the reverse sweep. Australia have only had 2 fielders out there for ages, so it's a very safe shot at that stage.
2 left in the line over. Stays over the wicket to Coley. That's better in defence. Opens the blade, looks for one, but Steve Smith scampers around. There's no single there.
So West Indies chasing plenty?
West Indies chasing plenty.
Sri Lanka and New Zealand's another one.
Yes, we will get to there. Just in that South African second innings, all out for 321. Temba Bavuma, 172 of those. At one stage, he had 171 of 270. He was ticking over beautifully. But they got bowled out early on the 4th day, I think it is. Bowling again. Outside part of the bat, Coley steering to backward point. Gets one. Green puts in the slide and chucks it in. They get a couple for that. Good running from Gill to call him through. 2 for 196. Trail by 292. Make that 2 for 198. Coley up to 4. It's going to be Louis Cameron joining us for the next over. And that is the end of it, I should say, sorry. On the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard, 2 for 198.
The Honda CR-V is now in stock with a special offer of extended 7-year warranty, 7-year premium roadside assist, and 5 low-price services on new CR-Vs delivered before March 31st, 2023, unless extended. All to give you that extra peace of mind whenever you hit the road. Visit honda.com.au or your local Honda centre to find out more. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, Adam Collins, Ian Healy and former Victorian paceman and ca.com.au journalist Louis Cameron into the second summariser check. Good afternoon, Louis.
Hello, Ian. Hello, Adam. How are we going?
We're going delightfully. We're enjoying ourselves. So's Murphy, bowling well. In here, Gill turns him into the onside first ball of a new over,
I'm undecided, Louis.
How you are, yeah.
I'd like to see Coley bat.
Yes.
But I'd like to see him out as well. And Gill is the next one coming up behind Coley. I'd like to see him bat too.
The question I should have asked were you on time after the tea break?
Of course.
Why?
Murphy bowls round the wicket outside the leg stump, lets it go. What's going on?
You're not telling me that you were supposed to be here.
No, not me. Not me. The Aussies. They were 2 or 3 minutes late out.
I did wonder that, because we came back from our last break and I thought, well, Indians are there, play's about to start, and the Australians were a good 2 or 3 minutes after them. It's unusual.
Yeah,
Might be the long race, the Johannesburg-style race up there. Murphy bowls and going back and clipping his Gill down to long leg where there's a fielder. Gets a single, 110. 2 for 199, trail by 281.
So it was Steve Smith, Alex Carey, Peter Hanscom waiting down just in front of the little dugout at the bottom of the steps. And then they all came bounding down rather sheepishly because Smith didn't look all that happy even at that point. And then when that review, bizarre kind of review, it was a bizarre reaction from him that Alex Carey and Todd Murphy didn't seem interested in the review.
It felt to us like Smith wasn't happy with the information from Carey. As Murphy bowls here, getting forward is Coley, pushing down the pitch down towards mid-on, no single. Well, there shouldn't be a single. There's a little bobble from Labuschagne, but he collects it.
But it turned out they were right. I think they were basically saying no, he didn't hit it. And Smith almost wanted the information delivered in a more verbose way. I'm not sure exactly what he wanted.
Or maybe a more timely manner.
Yeah.
More sympathetic. More sympathetic, maybe.
Short leg, in position, turning to mid-wicket, no run.
Skipper, we know you're desperate, but he didn't hit it, okay?
The problem with Smith first time around with reviewing was that he was a compulsive reviewer. He reviewed anything that he hoped was out. Now, he feels different to me since he's taken over as acting captain last couple of weeks. A bit more chilled out, so that's kind of Steve Smith version 1. Bowling here's Murphy outside the off stump per the instructions from Ian Healy over the wicket. Pushed out to backward point. Travis Head does the fielding. No run. End of the over as well. 2 for 199. Just a single from that. With Gill on 110, Coley 4 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Get the power on Kumo tyres, 25% off. Adam Collins, Louis Cameron, who's missed out on his ice cream in the press box. And Ian Healy, who's seen some of the architectural delights of Ahmedabad after the tea break. Pushing down towards long on is Gill. Actually, no, well stops. That's really good fielding there from Marnus Labuschagne. Cutting across from a straightish mid-wicket, so no single. So, Heels, you've not been on our side of the ground too often. You've been in the nice seats, but you've seen 3 icons of the broadcast end. The turnstile to nowhere, the door to nowhere, and the lift music. Line bowls here, Gill gets forward and defends. We talked about the door to nowhere, Daniel, yesterday, and went through that with Louis. Now we found the turnstile to nowhere, which, I mean, I can't for the life of me work out how that's meant to function. It just sits in the middle of the lobby.
I've got a funny story about the turnstile from nowhere. We were leaving the ground last night and there was a guy shoving after this ball.
Line in. Bowls here, Gill. This time he squeezed it down the long on. He's 111, 2 for 200. The milestone reached for India in the 69th over. They trailed by 280.
You know, we were thinking about the crowd figure on day 1, and so this was day 2, leaving the ground, and there's a guy putting the barcode underneath the turnstile to nowhere, and it's making this dinging sound. It's going ding, 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 ding. We thought maybe he was just trying to jack up the crowd for just a little bit.
That's where the 60,000
just so they could hit their KPIs. But the way he was doing it was going ding, 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 ding.
I got told by let's call it a source once from the MCC as line bowls here to Coley. Goes back and deflects down for a single. Out to backward point. Work to do for the man racing around from slip, the acting captain Smith. They get a couple. Coley 6-2 for 202. There was a grand final played at the G. It was 2008. Remember that well. Hawthorn beating Geelong. There hadn't been an attendance of 100,000 at the G for a grand final for years. Might be 86, I reckon. It was a really long time. They expanded the attendance after the redevelopment. They got back over 100.
This is the AFL Grand Final.
AFL Grand Final.
Sorry, in case you wonder.
We've already drawn that Barassi line distinction between us before you got here.
Colo was teaching us about the NRL.
I was learning about the NRL. Line bowls, lunging forward is Coley, pushing to mid-wicket, no run. And the attendance, as declared on the scoreboard, was 100,008.
Yes!
And my source at the MCC told me that it might have been really 99,900 and something, and they just wound the turnstile over a few times to get it over 100,000.
A couple of extra dings.
A couple of extra catering staff.
Last ball of the over. Line to Coley, retains the strike. He moves to 7 to complete it. 2 for 203, the score. India trailing by 277 runs on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard.
The Greyhound Super Series presents the Country Classic March 18. It's the best of the best lightning-fast dogs competing in the world's richest middle-distance race. And you can catch all the action as they battle it out for a top prize of $125,000 with special guest Jason Owen playing live trackside. Gates open 5 p.m. at Dubbo Greyhounds, Wheelers Lane, Dubbo. Tickets $7.50 with kids free. It's Greyhound Racing Supercharged. The Country Classic March 18 at Dubbo Greyhounds. Visit thedogs.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Phil Long at the back of the box for Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done tells me that Shubman Gill has now reached his highest test score. It was previously 110 against Bangladesh. Now it's 111. Nat Kuhnemann into the attack to replace Todd Murphy, whose 9-over spell brought the wicket of Pujara before the tea interval, leg before wicket for 42. Adam Collins with Louis Cameron and Ian Healy. The other... We mentioned the turnstile and the door. The other bit I really love is when you get in the lift, you know the lift's moving because Beethoven's Fir-Elise plays for about, 13 seconds? Every, piano student who had to play that to pass a grade 4 exams having PTSD. And every time up and down, but only a brief clip of it.
Yeah. They changed the song day 2.
Did they? I missed that. Kuhnemann to Coley. Short ball, pulled away, out towards deep mid-wicket, but there is a sweeper. That's Cameron Green, Coley, 2 for 204, so 2 short from Kuhnemann first up here, Louis.
And he didn't bowl at all during that middle session, so he's really limbering up, he's waving his arms around, he's trying to get loose. It can be difficult if you go a whole more than 2 hours without bowling to all of a sudden bowl to Shubman Gill, who's seen the ball pretty well.
So Kuhnemann's got a slip, his only catcher in close. Field relatively spread for Gill. Forward, defending. Quick single. Labuschagne they take on, throwing to the non-striker's end. Had to do a pirouette. Couldn't collect it and throw it in one motion. If he had have, either end might have been in play. And we know how good Labuschagne has been finding the stumps in the last 12 months not to be there.
He's had a full-on slide on his left shin. Stands up, throws at the non-striker's end.
275 behind. 2 for 205. Kuhnemann in. Coley on 8. He stays there, tucked to mid-wicket, no run.
They've got to start playing what is there to lose type cricket, the Australians right now. I think we've got to create some shots. Too many easy singles around this ground at the moment. Mid-off is back on the boundary. I'd like to see them try to hit over mid-off.
Fuller from Kuhnemann to Coley, who's forward defending.
So what's there to lose now? Right now, in a couple of 4s being hit. Nothing. It moves the game on. They're 280 behind us, and this game needs moving. So I think we can tighten up some field positions to certain bowlers at certain times.
Kuhnemann just held here. On the way, away from us. Coley waiting. Bowls leg stump. Back of a length. Not quite full enough to bother the right-hander. You saw the Aussie A guys downstairs Hills.
Yeah, just wandering around in my dream world around the outside of the stadium to get round to your side of the ground. And there's the Aussie A's. Not the Aussie A's.
Well, the Aussie one-day
team. The rest of the team are here training out the back, and they were leaving the pavilion to get onto their bus with their police escort. So, yeah, they were all pretty happy. They were fit and happy, and it was very hot out there.
Wonder whether they might get creative with the sub-fielders in the second innings, given they've got them here and it's pretty hot. Kuhnemann to finish the 70th over. Bit fuller. Coley pushing to point. No run. End of it. They trail by 275 India on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. They're 2 for 205. Gill's 112. Coley's 8.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. So the Aussie A guys here training ahead of their one-day series. It starts at Mumbai next week, which is but a precursor to the IPL, really. And the IPL starts a few days after that. So who we got here? Maxi. He'd be a decent subfielder if his leg's right.
Very. Ashton Agar would be another one.
Yes.
I didn't meet Maxi. He wasn't in that group. Mitch Marsh is there. Marcus Stoinis. Josh Inglis. And...
Nathan Ellis is a very good fielder.
Oh, yep. I think Nathan Ellis was there. I did meet him first up.
Late call-up after Jai Richardson got ruled out with a hamstring injury, I believe. He just underwent surgery today. He tweeted a photo of that.
Yeah.
In a great game last week.
Zamps was there. Very short haircut.
Line around the wicket. Bowls here, not a change of ends, my apologies, staying at the southern end. Defended into the onside, no single to be taken. So jumping Jai, who's... I guess we all think he'll be a test bowler, don't we? But he just can't seem to get on the park for long enough.
He must. There's a lot of hits to his confidence.
Yeah.
It must take so much effort to get back from those injuries he has. They're big, fast bowling injuries.
Yeah, to take a wicket to Gill, that slides across him, defends from the off-stump line.
Especially someone who relies on so much spring and the ability to kind of get up around 150 kilometres an hour. He's not super tall, so he's relying on that explosiveness.
See, right now, long on, I think that's a little too easy.
So 3 out on the leg side. Gill faces, using his feet, out towards deep mid-wicket, finds a gap, gets a boundary. There for Blunston, right on with Blunston. The Australians have their hands on their head because they reckon Lyon did him in flight. But Shubman Gill, in such great touch, adjusted his stroke, moves to 116, 18th 4 of the day, most of them by his bat. 2 for 209.
And it was to avoid that man Ian Healy's talking about it. I mean, they've got 3 guys in that kind of mid-wicket area, and he's toying with them now.
Took on a tiny little gap, didn't he? Threaded it.
It was a remarkable shot, remarkable placement.
Lyon delivers wider of the crease, floats it up. Gill turns it to square leg.
Nathan Lyon hasn't got many things he can do here because there's only 2 fielders on the other side of the ground. So he can't get it even on off-stump, because that can be driven through the covers easily for 4. They need to play around with their field a touch more here.
So Lyon in. Past umpire Menon. Gill forward in defence. As we saw a lot in the first session and the middle session, Gill really watchful where Lyon's concerned. So that was a little bit against the grain there, taking him on through mid-wicket with so much risk-free catching men in that region.
Got a lot of protection in areas that I don't think he's proven to me he's keen to play those shots.
2-7 field. Round the wicket line, got the leg slip. He's turned again out towards deep backward square where Kuhnemann does the fielding. 1 there, 117 for him, 2 for 210 India, trailing by 270. So getting towards halfway.
I haven't seen him hit out there, have we?
Well, that's the end of the over, my apologies. There'll be a change in commentary after the break with Daniel Norcross jumping in for me. Ian Healy also out, I think, for Bharat Sundaresan. We'll see you in a sec. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Country racing, we're stronger together!
That's right, guys. It's time to get out and celebrate the resilience of our communities with a day at the country races. There's entertainment for the family, plus fashion, food, and all the up-close racing action that you only get in the country. Plus, at 35 race meetings, we'll be saying thanks with free tickets for people who have helped us get through the past few years. Find out more at country.racing.com/thanks.
Test green on SEN with Tyre Power. Get the power on Kumho tyres, 25% off. 2 for 210 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard, India. Just the 2 wickets to have fallen today. Rohit Sharma to a loose shot that he will still be kicking himself for. He will be black and blue. He will be all over the places. Bharat is very excited by the sight of a lady in the crowd.
No. It wasn't the lady that got me excited.
Oh.
That just sounded wrong. But it was the ice cream she had in her hand. The cornetto we just had.
Was it the same one? Was it the butterscotch one?
It was the pujara of all ice creams, the cornetto. Always gets the job done.
Explain exactly why, because I agreed with you with your assessment.
Yeah, it was enough cream in it.
Yes.
There's enough cone in it. There's enough chocolate at the bottom. Had a nice little crunch, but it didn't fill you up. You didn't feel like you had a big ice cream. It was perfect. It was a pujara.
There was. There was the correct amount of butterscotch as well, which is that every now and then that little shimmy he does down the wicket as this ball is pushed back up the wicket.
That might be the most English thing you've ever said, Daniel. The correct amount of butterscotch.
Yeah, it's a high bar for the most English thing that I've said today. Here is Kuhnemann. Left arm over. The grunting Kuhnemann has worked out to deep mid-wicket. Might get two here. He will, because he's with the busy Kohli. He's going to get him moving. Kohli's not a man for eschewing a two, and he's even off for an overthrow. He's going to get an overthrow. Yes, he was wise and alive to it, was Kohli, as the throw came in. And Gill picks up three, where he might only have had the two, and goes to 120, India 2-1-3.
And Steve Smith is really annoyed on two fronts there. Cameron Green was quite slow to move to that ball. It looked like he was snoozing out there. He didn't quite see the ball early enough. That allowed him to get two. Then the throw was a bit wayward. Either that, didn't quite see the angle of it from the angle we're at, but either the throw was wayward or someone wasn't backing it up enough and it went away for overthrows. And Smith is he's just been a little bit grumpy after tea. They were a bit slow off the blocks. They didn't get out quick enough. So just a few things happening.
Goodman in, back into his crease goes Kohli, plays off the back foot, back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, well, these are the sort of circumstances that can make you a little bit grumpy, to be honest.
He has been grumpy after tea, though.
Kuhnemann in off 2 or 3 paces. And another grunt as the ball is worked into the onside. Carey has to move from behind the stumps to retrieve. We've got a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket, as well as those are your 3 onside fielders. That's the lot. Then there's a slip, silly mid-off, backward point, extra cover, and a deep extra cover and a long off. Khawaja down below us. Kohli forward in defence finds Khawaja with a languid drive and on the ground. One more to the total, 2 for 2-1-4, and no sooner was Bharat here than he, like Kaiser Sose, has gone and is replaced by Ravi Shastri, I'm delighted to say, who's, I'm imagining, looking forward to seeing as much more of Gill as we can today, because he's looked in terrific touch. Kuhnemann is into him. Gill still waits and comes forward in defence, plays back to the bowler. That is the end of the over on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. India 2 for 2-1-4.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, with Ravi Shastri here. One little word on Virat Kohli, because the really big batting names in this game, you'd say Labuschagne, Smith for Australia, and Kohli here, all eyes on him, have got this pitch tailor-made for him. And people have been banging on about this missing century now for 3.5 years. Does that make it that much harder for him? He knows what a great chance this is, at last, a good pitch in India.
Absolutely, and that's the problem. You know, when you play to that level over the years, the expectations of, you know, the countrymen, where cricket is religion, is they expect you to get 100 every time you go, much like Tendulkar, you know, towards the last 5-6 years of his career.
Stark is in to Kohli with 2 catching covers in place, and he comes forward in defence, pushes to the straighter of the 2.
And it weighs on you. You know, I could see it happening with Sachin, you know, where suddenly you curtail your natural game. You're a little more apprehensive about everything. You're overcautious rather than playing with the freedom you used to, you know, in the earlier part of your career. I think that's one of the problems a lot of players face in India once, you know, they get recognized. It's one thing playing Test cricket at the start, and one thing getting the tag of being a certainty in the side.
Stark into Kohli, who plays off the back foot, backward point. Labuschagne pretends he's going to throw. There's no run. Is this not because, Ravi, we're all guilty of it to greater or lesser extent when a country as big as this? We fetishise the 100.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, what is wrong with an 83?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And you'd take that when you were younger, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And because you've got to get to 100, that means that you're like really stiff and not supple and not on it at those most dangerous parts.
Yeah, and it's all over the place. It's all over the media. You know, he would be averaging 35, 37, I think, over those last 3.5 years. But the fact he's not got 100, whilst as the Roots and the Williamsons and the Warners and the Smiths are getting hundreds, you know, that'll be put across the media.
Stark in, pushed to backward point, no run. And part of the reason that it gets worse is because fans take things so personally that they find themselves in these conversations, you know, and an Englishman will say, well, Root's got these runs, and a New Zealander will say Williamson's got these runs, and so as an Indian, you feel that you're being let down, that somehow, and which is frankly preposterous, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's amazing. You hit the nail on the head. You know, this is a country for hundreds and statistics. You know, more than anything else. It's only in the last 5-6 years when India started beating sides overseas, they realized it's a team effort that can win you big games.
Stark in. This is nicely driven by Kohli. It's going to be not cut off at mid-off, and it's going to run up to the boundary for 4. Our boundaries for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone, and that's a shot of Kohli in good working order, delivered over the wicket by the left arm Stark. And he's got to the pitch of the ball. It wasn't a long half volley, and he's hit it straight to the right of mid-off along the ground.
And that'll make him feel a lot better. You know, nice full face of the blade when he met it. Good stride forward.
We saw he was in. Look, I thought he played probably the second best defensive innings of the indoor test in that first innings. He looked really, really good there, actually. And Stark is in to him, and he plays an angle bat to backward point. Labuschagne does the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, and he's determined. He puts in the yards, hard work. You know, I've seen him in the nets in that span of time. He will do double the number of hours needed. So his work ethics are fantastic. And it's just a matter of time. I think, you know, if he gets one, suddenly you'll see in the next 3 or 4 test matches he could add 2 more. You know, that thing could start. But the problem is it has to start.
Yeah. I mean, cricket is a difficult enough game without you having to set yourself the target of scoring 100. As Stark is into Kohli to complete the over, and that's flicked away off his pads. That's going to run away for another boundary. Our boundaries for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone for your chance to win. A super shot off the legs, slightly straying in line there, Stark. And at the end of the over, the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard reads India. They're on double Nelson. 2 for 222.
The time to go back to the football is here. Everything you've missed about the game. The rituals, the family moments, the roar of the crowd. That fist pump when your team wins the match. It's time to go back to the game we love.
5 days to go. Host Plus has been named Super Ratings Super Fund of the Year for 2023. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Tyre Power, your tyre experts. So India are on a Richie Beno. Probably shouldn't try because I'm English. But Louis, do you want to do it?
2 for 222.
Expertly done. And that's what our experts are here for. You can get the SEN app. Download the SEN app from your app store today. So Kuhneman's going to continue, and I want to ask both of you about a different bowler in a moment and where he is and why he's not bowling. As Steve Smith is rather tetchily moving his fielder. I think he's moving long off, who's moving rather slowly. Khawaja. Is that right? Is that who he's trying to move?
Yeah, no, 100% right. He looked a bit annoyed that Khawaja wasn't looking at him at first, I think.
Kuhneman in. Forward comes Gill. Defends back to bowler. No run. Where's Todd Murphy? Ravi Shastri. He's been one of the more threatening bowlers, and he's been not used so much today.
The emphasis is on Lyon. He feels Lyon is the most threatening, and he'll use Murphy and Kahneman in short bursts. I think that's the tactic.
Kahneman in, that's clipped off the pads. You get a single for it at least. Good sprawling stop. Brings a single.
I think the long spell will be given to Lyon, and then Kahneman and Murphy will bowl those short spells every now and then.
It's Murphy that's got that ball to come back in off the straight. The one he got from Pujara.
Yep.
And that's a threatening line of attack if you can get it. It's been hard to do on this pitch. Kahneman into Kohli. And Kohli drives. It's a short extra cover where it's fielded by Hanscom. Or short mid-off, really, and there's no run.
I think in this last session of play, I would like to see more of Murphy because of the pace at which he bowls. He's younger, he's stronger. He could get a little more out of the surface than the others.
Well, that's what we've seen so far.
And you might well see that because Nathan Lyon's not on the field.
Kahneman in, and that's tossed up and worked away out to deep mid-wicket. There's cover out there in the form of Cameron Green, who this time did pick it up quickly, throws in. Carey collects 2 for 224. Kohli to 18. This is a great opportunity for Shubman Gill. The pitch has shown intermittent signs of life, but he's in, he's booked in. He can do more than a Khawaja here. He's got to say to himself, 150, 200 even, why not? Kahneman is into him. Slip in place, flicked away once more by Gill for an easy single out towards deep mid-wicket. Goes to 122, 2 for 225.
And just picking up that on Nathan Lyon, so he started the session off the field. He didn't come on for the first over. He was on pretty quickly because I think he was bowling, but he's back off the field now. It looks like he's about to come back on, but he's speaking to the physio, Nick Jones.
He had a problem yesterday, didn't we? When he was batting, he was hit playing a sweep.
Yeah.
And it seemed to discomfort him a touch. Kahneman into Kohli. Kohli is forward in very precise defence. A big long stride. End of the over on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. India 2 for 225.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India going comfortably, going pretty smoothly here and going at an advanced run rate. They really dropped in the first hour after lunch. First hour and a half, really. But they've started to pick it up, and this is a nice tempo. Ravi Shastri is alongside me, along with Louis Cameron.
And that tempo will be maintained as long as Gill is there, because Gill won't allow it to drop. If he feels he's dropping, he'll take that calculated risk and try and find the boundaries.
Stark's going to continue making these rough marks outside the right-handers off stump. The first ball is defended into the offside to Hanscom, and the crowd love the fact that Hanscom there is pretending to throw down the stumps. Go on, don't have a go.
And going to Ravi's point there, Australia are trying to dry that up for both Gill and Kohli. Stark is bowling with the 7-2 field at the moment, which was why Kohli was able to get a 4 at the end of that last Stark over. It was a pretty regulation, just a little miss on his leg. Just would normally go down to one, down to fine leg, but there is no fine leg. So they're really trying to play on their ego. They're really trying to take away that freedom that you said Kohli doesn't have anymore, that the youthful exuberance is gone. So a real play on India's egos.
Just the 2 boundary riders, a deep third and a pointers. This is wide of the off stump, and it's wonderfully placed by Shubman Gill. He had all the time in the world on this slow track, but slightly back of a length, and he's just placed it in the gap between the finer of the 2 short extra covers out towards the man fielding on the boundary, Cameron Green. One more, 2 for 226.
And to reverse it, Daniel, you mentioned about Kohli, this obsession for hundreds in India. As a batsman too, they want the hundreds. Now, when I saw Smith batting in this test match, I thought he set his stalls for 100, and he was extra safe. He was much against his nature. He could have played all the shots and taken it attack to the opposite without taking too many risks. The same with Kohli. Kohli wants that 100. It's like the monkey off your back. So how many chances he'll take, only time will tell.
Stark in. This is elegantly driven through the offside, but Green is out there and picks up a single, 2-2-7. I've been fortunate enough, because of being predominantly based in England, to watch England's approach in the last 9 months or so. And
Here we go. Go on the Bazball. Yeah, go on, tell us all about it.
I'm going to a little bit, because I watched a side. I watched a side that was paralysed by fear of things like hundreds and fear of losing and fear of criticism. And batting's hard enough if you throw those fears in. And actually it can be quite liberating not caring. Now, it's easy for a country like England not to care, because no one cares about cricket in England. It's behind a paywall. Everyone cares about football. We tend to lose anyway. It's not a problem. For you guys, it's a matter of national pride and honour. We couldn't really give a monkeys. But that means that our players are liberated. But a bit of liberation could probably be helpful.
It is, and that's... Come back to that.
Stark in, and this is pushed into the offside, fielded at short extra. There's no run.
And that's one thing I realised when I was the coach for those 5-6 years. I realised that a constant change is needed. You needed that infusion of youth who would bring that exuberance, that fearlessness into play. You could not carry on with the same lot. You needed that, that new energy to come in. So hence came the likes of Bumrahs, the Pandyas, the Pants, the Gills, into play, the Mayank Agarwals in between, Rohit Sharma to the top of the order, to take the game forward and take it to the opposition. Because if the more the heavyweights you had, the lesser the chances of that happening.
Stark in full, dug out by Healy. Goes through for a quick single, shot, stump's underarm, does hit, and knocks a stump out. They've not been put in very hard because it was quite a gentle underarm throw. But that was quite a risky single taken by Gill, but shows he wants to get on with it, wants to keep turning over the strike, and he's home safely. Moves to 124, 2 for 227. Yeah, it's about refreshment, isn't it? Refreshing your side.
Yeah, and that's exactly what England have done. They've picked players who will fit into the mix, so that Joe Root can carry on in his manner, but yet there could be the others who could bring the real game to the play. Harry Brooks, you got the Ben Ducketts, the players like that who will just come in, well identified, for the test match arena, to be allowed to give them the license to play with freedom.
Stark is in. This is playing away from his body side this time, Kohli, and he picks out point at the end of the over. He has 19. Gill 124 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. India are 2 for 228.
Hello, Bank.
Hi. I've been hearing about...
Let me guess. You've been hearing about Athena Home Loans and their accelerates.
No, I was actually...
I know. The more you pay it down, the more they lower their rate.
Oh, is that...
And how they put lowering the rate in the customer's hands.
Okay, well, do you do that?
No, the only thing we put in our customers' hands are miniature pens.
Do you get to keep them?
No, they got a little string attached.
Athena Accelerates means the more you pay down your loan, the more we lower your rate. See how at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and for reasons that only somebody knows, the drinks have come onto the field after 48 minutes. We have alongside us, I'm delighted to say, the retired Artful Dodger himself, Pete Lalor, back in the house. What have you made of what you've seen so far?
You needed an injection of youth and enthusiasm, didn't you? And here I am, eh?
Yeah.
A change-up. You know what I've made of the last day or two?
Tell me.
I've begun to have regrets about all those criticisms, those turning pitches. I love cricket when something's happening, but this stuff, it's a war of attrition, isn't it? And I'm with Azat Shubman Gill, and he's back there sort of getting his hammies stretched. Oh, he's got full body cramp. I've got to cut. My frontal lobe is cramping from watching these poor bowlers just work.
You've got to be careful what you wish for, haven't you, Pete? On these things, yeah.
Well, it's kind of them. India plays tricks with you, doesn't it? Okay. You don't like being done that way. Well, we'll do you this way.
And
they've done it again.
But this is actually a point that I think people back home don't fully appreciate about India. Is that, in both of our countries, there's a degree to which the ground staff can only do so much. In England, you leave a bit more grass on, maybe. Yeah. You water it a bit more. But actually, the ground staff don't have complete control because of the conditions of soil and what have you. Yeah. In Australia, you know, the pitches have started to become a little bit monochrome with the drop-ins that happen.
They're a bit like this, actually.
Yeah, they're a bit like this. Whereas in India, there's a bit more agency. You can sort of choose a red soil or black soil and how you prepare it. And that makes for it's a bit more complicated for us coming to watch.
And the landscape of the country is different. You know, down south, west, even up to Ahmedabad.
Yeah.
Look at it now, 37 degrees. You know, you go up north now, it'll get warmer. Yet a month earlier, when England, Australia first came in, it was a lot cooler in the northern part of India. So the pitches will behave differently. You know, the soil is different. The amount of water you can put is different. If you water it too much, say in New Delhi, you know, there'll be a lot of moisture by the morning. You know, then you cover it. By the time play starts at 9:30, it'll be damp. You know, so if you go further east, play starts at 9 in Kolkata and places like that because the sun sets a lot quicker. You know, again there the moisture will be a lot. So it's different. It's not easy. You know.
I mean, I remember...
get the right balance.
I remember there's this particular test match that's always stuck in my mind. I remember listening to it from years ago. It's called the Jubilee Test in Bombay, as was.
Yep.
And it was a game that Ian Botham bowled 27 overs on the spin. He took a 10 for in the match and scored 100.
Yep.
But it was a green seamer.
Green seamer.
In sort of January, would that have been?
Yeah, in January.
Then?
Correct. It was a lot cooler in Mumbai. In January, I don't know why a green top was left. You know, because at times Indians can be hospitable, very hospitable.
Very much can be. So
hospitable, you said.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, there's no one India, and people imagine that there is, and they make plans for one India, but there are many Indias.
Yeah, well,
it's a huge country.
Australia is quite homogenised, isn't it, when it comes to cricket? I mean, it talks about variations in the wickets, but they're sort of, the vanities are small differences, essentially, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not a lot happens in Brisbane after the first session. The bounce at the Wacker hasn't been there forever. It's a ghost that lingers. The drop in, well, Adelaide has a bit in it these days, but it is a drop in because they leave the grass on for the pink ball.
I bring you great news. Todd Murphy's in, and his first ball takes a thick outside edge. Squirts out to backward point. A run is taken, and it was quite an ambitious run. But Gill, I tell you, now then he's limping a touch. And he said that he'd had a bit of treatment.
Yeah, he's cramping. There's no doubt about that. That's why they took probably drinks a little earlier than normal, because they knew it could be a long haul. He's done something there. I don't know. He's stretching.
I think it's just cramp. He was the one lying on his back getting the treatment in that drinks break and in a previous drinks break.
Have you taken on board the electrolytes and such? What did you guys have for cramp back in the 80s?
No, I think it was just electrol or something of that sort. Salt that would come off.
Pickle juice is the go now, isn't it?
Yeah, I need to understand the science of that as Murphy's in over the wicket. To Kohli, gets a thick inside edge. It squirts to square leg and wanders through for another single. Singles coming quite plentifully at the moment.
But there again, you mentioned Murphy. He's into the attack, and you can see that ball. There's no forward short leg, but that wouldn't have been far, the previous ball.
I don't think Smith quite has the same regard for Murphy as I do. It's the conclusion that I'm reaching. I think he's a terrific bowler and would like to see him bowl more. But as you say, Ravi, there's no short leg. There's a straight mid-on instead. Or as well as what might have been as this ball's played off the pitch back up the wickets to the bowler, no run.
Not much assistance for spinners, is there? A little bit of reverse for the seam bowlers, but the moment it hits the pitch, it just dies, doesn't it? You know,
it has
you're better off bowling a full toss, frankly.
I can understand no forward short leg for Gill, but for Kohli, who plays with hard hands, it's a must.
Murphy is into Kohli. That's Gill, I beg your pardon, who defends back at the wicket, and it's picked up by Hanscom in this tricksy short mid-on position. Gill, 125 not out. It's been a lovely innings to watch.
It's great to see Kohli's enthusiasm for Gill's innings, isn't it? His embrace of him when he got to the 100.
Yeah, well, Collard's got a great picture of him, actually, as this ball's worked off the back foot into the onside square of the wickets, pursued eagerly by the Tiggerish Labuschagne. And they'll get a single, 2 for 2-3-1. He's got a wonderful picture of at the point at which he took the 100. You can see Kohli enraptured by the innings, which is great.
He was captain when he came in, wasn't he? You were the coach.
Yes.
In Melbourne, wasn't it?
Correct. And also Kohli has, Gill has a lot of time for Kohli. He literally tries to follow every step of his when it comes to work ethics, the way he prepares, things of that sort.
Here is Murphy. This is driven by Coley through the offside for a boundary. Our boundaries for Blunstone. Right on with Blunstone. Full, over-pitched, just as I say, what a wonderful bowler Murphy is. He lets me down. He's been thrashed through the offside. End of the over. India 2 for 235.
Attention footy fans. Have you ever played fantasy football? Fantasy footy is taking the world by storm, and here's your chance to play for free. Create, coach, compete in fantasy footy for free with Game Day Squad. Sign up to coach, build your team, trade players, bench injured or unfit players, upgrade rookies. It's your fantasy team. Open free new player packs each week. Play your best team. Become the ultimate fantasy footy coach. It's fun, it's free, it's easy. Register now for free at gamedaysquad.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. What did you do to me?
Shubman Gill. It's interesting that you say he looks up to Coley because he's the fittest looking young player in the team. In fact, he's the other player on that field that looks as fit and slim as Coley, doesn't he?
Yep.
Coley's a fitness freak, isn't he?
He's on strike now to Stark, who's over the wicket too, and he's driving through extra cover, but Cameron Green will lope to his right, rather like a friendly bear, and eventually pick up the ball after his giant paw let it come out of his hand once and then underarms it back. 2 for 236.
Wasting no energy getting to the other end then, was he? That's the slowest walkthrough I've ever seen. Yep. He's the farmer's son, isn't he? Agriculturalist from Punjab who would get the farm workers to give throwdowns to his son at the end of the day.
Yeah, and then shifted from his home and came and lived just outside the stadium in Mohali. So
that's right.
Good practice.
Yeah, rented a place near the Mohali ground. Yeah.
That is dedication, isn't it?
Yep.
Behind many great players, there's a whole load of support staff.
A father who had frustrated.
And he had to be fair to Shubman. Whenever he's interviewed, he says, I give all my hero is my father, for what he did for me at a young age.
Hired him a coach at a very young age too, quite a good coach. I forget the guy's name.
5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. We've got a long leg, deep backward square, short mid-wicket, mid-on. On the onside, a very advanced slip in Smith, a short extra cover, 2 catches. Around the wicket comes Stark, and he's driven through the offside. Cameron Green's going to have to do another bear-like lope and gets to the ball, but not before they come back for a couple as that went square of the wicket on the offside from that front foot drive. Coley, who has this terrific ability just to angle the bat at the last minute to place it where he wants it, picks up another couple, goes to 26. He's in good working order. 2 for 238.
Yes, he's got off to a start in just getting that fluency back.
Nice piece of fielding by Green. He's very athletic in the field. Gets in, slides down beside the ball, picks it up on the turn, pings it back in that Australian manner.
Yeah, for a 6 feet 8 inch bloke, he's very athletic.
50 partnership with that 2, and Coley's got 26 of them. Started off nervously before tee, but finding his rhythm here as he clips the ball in the air and is... Ooh, did I mistake? That was a bump ball. I thought that was very close to mid-wicket.
It just bounced before.
Khawaja. Yeah. For a moment I thought that was a chance, so I forgive you people. Forgive you people at home.
There was a time when you visited India, you rarely saw anyone slide. They certainly didn't dive in the outfield, did they? Because you would end up in the hospital getting skin transplants.
True. True. The outfield is a lot more lush now, yes, than it used to be.
Australian cooch grass, that is, mate. Finest grass in the world.
It's Aussie grass.
Aussie grass.
For Aussie people. And Indians, as it turns out. Stark round the wicket to Coley, who gets up on his toes and just guides this as easy as you like past the right hand of Smith, who's at second slip. Quite deliberate shot and picks up another boundary. Our boundaries for Blunstone. Right on with Blunstone. And Coley's now, well, dare I say it, his fans are going to get excited here. 2 for 242. He's going to have to go some to get 100 today, but he could put himself in a nice little platform before the day is out.
And in total control there. He knew what he was doing. He knew where the field was. There's a deep point, very square. He played it with soft hands, just opening the face of the blade, just guiding the ball into the gap.
The best players do that, don't they? Now, the likes of Williamson, Root, it's that play the ball late down into that gap there. And it looks risk-free the way they play it. His next ball is full and he works it up to mid-on. There's no run. It must be exasperating for a bowler because the ball's not that bad.
It is, and it's a clear sign of a really good player, who's not just waiting to keep the good ball out, but is looking to score first. His first idea is to score. The moment the ball leaves the hand, if he can't, then he defends. That's the second option. but he's looking to score, which is good.
I think the greatest danger there is that the ball's coming through so slowly that you don't time your shot. Watches it onto the faces, or as you say, all good batsmen do. Plays it under his nose.
And now slip has gone way forward. That second slip.
Starks round the wicket to Kohli, and he works this off his toes out towards deep square leg for a single. He'll keep strike. At the end of the over, he goes to 31. India on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard, 2-4-3. 3 overs to go until a new ball, and the man who's going to take you there after this break is Adam Collins.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
SEN at Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. A good hour for India. They're more than halfway to where they need to be to register a first innings lead. 2 for 243, 237 behind Australia's first innings tally at 480. Adam Collins in, Pete Lalor still here, and Harsha Bhogle jumping in as well. Hello, Harsha.
Good evening. Past the halfway point.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to be around this time. Murphy round the wicket, new over, pushing his Kohli down the pitch. No run.
What do you, Harsha? What do you think? You're familiar with the mindset round here. Will they look to establish a platform tomorrow, be close to the Australian score, and then really put the foot down? Try and get a good first innings lead by batting quickly.
Murphy bowls and Kohli defends.
Time's of the essence.
I don't think they'll think about that till they're very close to 450, till they get to say 450, 460. They're there, 4 down, 5 down maybe at most.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, you've got to be in touch with the total, don't you? Yeah, inside of the total, but with the wickets in hand.
Murphy delivers, Kohli clips, gets it not quite past Labuschagne. It does well to his right at mid-wicket. No run. I think Daryl Mitchell's done them a big favour overnight, making that impressive Test century against Sri Lanka, just to get New Zealand ahead in the Test match, which makes it pretty difficult for Sri Lanka to win from where they are. Although, if they were to, and the only reason I raised that is that it must feed into the thinking. Murphy bowls here, Kohli goes back. They won't acknowledge that, but you know, if that Test match goes any way other than Sri Lanka winning, then India don't have that extra pressure of needing to manufacture a result.
Still, even if Sri Lanka win it, they still got to win the second one too. They need to make it 2-0.
Oh, of course. But Australia missed out by, what was it, Pete? 1 point last time or something?
Thanks, David Boone.
Yes.
Over it.
Kohli, 31, facing up to Murphy round the wicket, pushing out to the offside again.
Why thanks David Boone? Do you think they were not behind on over rates and he just out of cussedness?
There was a day and a half left when the match was over. They would have caught up on the over rates. Is it astrology? Is it the time of the year? Is it the pitches that there are so many hundreds being scored at the moment?
Yes.
Fantastic Bavuma 100.
Yep, 172 for Bavuma. Murphy bowls slightly fuller and flighted and not quite dug out by Kohli. So end of the over. Partnerships worth 56 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. India 2 for 243.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Adam Collins, Pete Lalor, and Harsha Bhogle with you for the next 25 minutes or so as India do their best to get to a position where they have options tomorrow. And Nathan Lyon doing as Ashwin did in terms of keeping the run rate down, but yet to get into the book.
Look, remember, they've gone past the halfway point. It's still a long way to go.
So Lyon here. Bowls to Gill over the wicket, 127, make that 128. Into the onside it goes, 2 for 244. Sliding stop from Labuschagne, no concerns for anyone there.
Sliding on that square.
True.
It's brave.
Someone was telling me, Harsha, that this is the biggest square in the world, pitch square. It's got 13 pitches on it.
No, it's probably the biggest in India.
Oh, right. I was going to say, have they not been to the Oval?
Yeah.
For example, it goes all the way across, as they say. Line delivers here and getting forward again.
Even Lords?
Even Lords, yeah.
I mean, I've been to Lords for a function, and there was one of those finals of the village tournament at school, whatever going on, and the onside boundary was about 40 metres.
I had the indignity of playing on one of those grounds. I'll explain that descriptor in a moment. Line bowls here, and Coley turns it into the onside. He's 32 with a single, 2 for 245. I had the great privilege of playing on the Lord's main ground last year. Oh, how good's this? Home dressing room.
Yeah.
You know, put your shirt on the peg, get ready. Amazing set of circumstances, you know, to be there and doing all this. And then we were playing all the way across the square towards Father Time. The boundary would have been, you know, all of the 40 metres that you're describing. I was bowling from the pavilion end, and I duly got tonked over Father Time, over towards the mosque. Must be one of the only times Father Time's been cleared. Line bowls here, and Coley hit on the pad, shout for leg before, up goes the finger of Nitin Menon. Shubman Gill is standing there and thinking about reviewing. He's talking to Coley. He's considering going upstairs. He will here. So Shubman Gill caught on the crease by Lyon. Height might have been a factor. I reckon it's hitting in line. We're going to get a replay in a moment. Pete Lawley, your first impression?
My first impressions are that that's salmon trout. My second impressions are that the only thing that might save him is it's slightly outside off somewhere it's hit him, but I don't think so. He's out.
The umpire's call.
Yeah, that's right. Which goes
in favour of the bowler.
Yeah. So first replay before they go through the technology shows Gill being hit on the pad now. It's on the front pad, beating the inside edge. There won't be any bat in it. The question is enough impact in line with the off stump? That'll be the only thing that could save him if the ball's missing entirely on impact. Other than that, it'll be crashing into something.
They're not looking at ultra edge now, are they?
That's the shot of a tired batsman, isn't it? Yeah. Just trying to
actually, it'd be interesting if that is in it out to compare that to Khwaja's shot straight after tea yesterday.
Yeah, similar. Yeah. And he's cramping up. His legs are tired. Just trying to flick with the spin. Playing back on the stumps.
So here we go. We're skipping ultra edge straight to ball tracking. And it's impact in line, which means it will be given out. It'll be confirmed as out. Nathan Lyon gets the breakthrough. It's a big one. Shubman Gill, he has batted so extraordinarily well across the last 24 hours. Walked out with about an hour to go before the close of play yesterday and leaves the field with 128 to his name. 12 fours and a 6. His first century on home soil. And he's really issued a reminder to anyone who's paying attention that this guy is going to be a superstar. India lose their third wicket with the score on 245.
It was a surprise to us that KL Rahul got a chance before him in this series. I thought that he was the batsman to come in. We saw him in Australia start so well, but I think as all cricketers do, you have to go out of the team, reconsider a few things, get a little bit hungrier and come back in. And the Punjabi farmer's son, he's a ripper.
Well, he opened the batting with KL Rahul in Bangladesh and got 100. But he was there as a replacement for Rohit Sharma. So the feeling was we need to give KL Rahul a little more time because that's a replacement better. And I think that's a principle everywhere these days.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, it's just that KL Rahul wasn't scoring runs anywhere. So, but you've got to be seen to be fair too. I mean, tomorrow, if Shubman Gill is struggling a little bit, he'll realise that he'll be given a similar role.
Well, why not put Shubman Gill in for a couple? Well, Ravi was talking earlier about chopping and changing and bringing youth in, and I'm thinking, well, that's all very good, but you have to respect talent, don't you? And you have to respect careers, but you do want to get a kid like this in. I mean, he's a magnificent looking batsman. He's super fit. He's looked up to the greatest of this time in Indian cricket and one of the greats of this period in cricket, in Virat Kohli, and learnt his lessons from him. He's a banker for the future, I reckon. Yeah. They would have taught you that at the Business Institute, wouldn't they? Bankers or something.
Ravinder Jadeja, I should say, is walking out at number 5 for India. He's got a test average of 36 with 3 tons. He's made 107 runs in the series at 27, which is most acceptable, including a half century at Nagpur in the first innings. Line round the wicket. It's got a slip. It's in the book. Bowls here. First ball skids through. Jadeja turns it into the onside where Khawaja does the fielding. No run. He's never played a test match at Ahmedabad. Ravinder Jadeja. And against Australia, he's got a higher score of 81 and 5 half centuries.
That's the point I was making a little while ago. It can look like you've crossed the halfway point, but there's still 235.
Yeah, long way to go. Lionel know that. Bowls here, Jadeja forward defending. It's a great point. If they go bang bang here, then suddenly the conversation moves entirely. End of the successful over for Australia. India 3 for 245 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. India still trail by 235.
Are you the fan that wishes footy was like it was in the old days? All the new rule interpretations get in the way of the stuff you love. The footy. You are the traditional fan. And when you're at Schnitz, you're ordering the classic schnitzel recipe like original schnitzel and chips. A pan-cooked golden schnitzel with those seasoned crispy chips you can only find at Schnitz. You've got that winning taste now, right? Schnitz. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you. Schnitz it your way this season.
SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Your tyre experts. Todd Murphy's turn to go again. Away from us. Bowls here to Kohli on 32. Makes room and slaps it out to Mitchell Stark. Mid-off, no run. Pete Lawler.
How things have changed. Nathan Lyon and Virat Kohli, shoulder to shoulder, deep in conversation, the length of the wicket. 1 or 2 series ago, that would have been a stink. Well, those two would have been at it. You know, if we saw Kohli and an Australian that close together and deep in conversation, we would have thought something's going on here. But they've mellowed, haven't they?
Murphy to Kohli on 32, make that 33. Just next to the square leg umpire, there's a single. He's moved the board on to 3 for 246. Harsha, remember the end of the 2017 series when yes. Kohli walked into that press conference? I don't have any friends in that Australian side. He real daggers. He had to go at you, did us, the Australian press pack, for the way we covered the series, and it was all pretty chippy, even though he didn't play in that test match.
But the Australian press is always looking to have a go at the Indian team. We always think when India go to Australia, I was always told that you don't just play the Australian cricket team, you play the Australian media as well, don't you, Peter?
Isn't that what the English say about coming to Australia? Have you just adopted that? That's some cultural appropriation, Harsha.
Oh, the best thing about me and Pete Lawler, we go back a long ways. We keep sledging each other into friends.
Yeah, but now it's a bit like Virat and the Australian team. We get on better these days, don't we?
Murphy round the wicket to Jadeja on the front foot defending. You two had a stink or two over the years, have you?
Never. But I always had a soft spot for Virat. I loved the way he approached the game. Yeah. I think he went too far sometimes. I think the red mist descended, but I'm not saying that the Australians didn't go too far either. No, I think we reported both sides. India only ever read one.
Murphy, Jadeja defensively on the front foot.
Australian media is not allowed to criticise the Indian team, you see.
Well, there was that column that Benny Horne wrote for the News Corp tabbies last time we were here, before the Durham-Charlotte Test match, and in about paragraph 15, all the way down the piece, he drew a comparison to the way that Kohli answered some questions. As Murphy bowls here, Jadeja gets forward and defends again. Inside part of the bat, round the corner it goes. And Kohli had, with Andrew Wu, our colleague from the Herald, they were duking it out in a press conference. Kohli was refusing to accept that he'd called the Australians. I think it was did he call them cheats after the...
I put it to him. He said, I'm not going to use the word. And I said, that word's cheat, isn't it? And he said, it is you who said it.
And it went back and forth with Andrew Wu before the Ranchi test. It was all pretty unedifying as Murphy bowls and Jadeja defends again to complete the 80th over. We won't take a break here. We'll go straight through. Got plenty of time today. 3 for 246 we're here for. Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And anyway, this exchange was quite ridiculous before this test match, and Ben Horne remarked upon it and said it was almost Trumpian in the way that he refused to admit to what he'd previously said, because Kohli was walking back his comments, but not giving the journalist the satisfaction of walking back the comments, because he used the word Trump. Goodness gracious me. Was there a response from the Indian media that it was on for young and old? Remember that, Pete?
Well, I do, and it confuses me no end, because wasn't Donald Trump greeted by 120,000 people in the very stadium we're sitting in 3 years ago?
If we talk about the stadium and the crowds, it might get a little hot under the collar.
Who would be more popular, Virat or Donald?
Virat. In India?
Yeah.
Oh, why would you ask?
Well, there's not as big a crowd to watch Virat bat as there was to see Donald Trump here.
Oh, he wins.
I will tell you though that the person that you love to call names is very popular.
To Kohli, defends out towards the offside.
I love Virat Kohli.
No, I was not talking about Virat Kohli. I was talking to the other person who's going around him that all of you love to call names. He's very popular.
Elbow,
But I will tell you this, Adam. All this talk about you can't criticize Indians, that is a very recent occurrence. And I've been going to Australia for much longer than that.
Line bowls and Kohli turns to mid-wicket.
If I ever saw Peter Lawler's byline and I saw what India played well, I said, oh, did they?
How do I intervene here? The best thing I can do is say that Nathan Lyon's bald head is glistening in the sun. 67 on his shirt. Bowls here to Kohli on 33, which is where he will stay with a push out to backward point collected by Travis Head. I'll let you two sort it out off air.
Well,
I think it is fair to say, as someone who goes from country to country and doesn't really have a cricketing home anymore, in my case, every country believes, in my view, every country believes that every other press back are parochial. The English think the Australians are, the Australians think the English are. So it is for the Indians as well.
They are.
Bowling here to Kohli, who does sort of find a gap. It's off Marnus Labuschagne's hand down to long on, 3 for 247, and that moves Kohli to 34. I assure you that the tenor of the criticism is identical from all three major press packs.
Hey, all of this because I said, isn't it wonderful to see Virat Kohli and Nathan Lyon getting along so well? You can have the last word, Harsha, because that's the kind of guy I am.
I will tell you the things have changed in the last 5 or 6 years, but Virat Kohli did go through a phase when he thought imagining the world being against him was his way of rising to the occasion. So, I mean, we often had to say, if there is one person the world is for, it is Virat Kohli. But the one person who imagines the world is against him is Virat Kohli. But he's a very different person today than he was in 2017, as is Peter Lawler.
He used that to inspire. He used that to inspire his team, didn't he? You know.
Yes, he did.
From the very.
Line bowls to Jadeja forward, opening the blade, not far away from Smith's left hand. He applauds his bowler for finding the outside edge. Travis Head does the fielding. Jadeja gets off the mark with a couple, and he nearly takes out Smith with a hip and shoulder, and they can both have a laugh about it because the series has been played in delightful spirit.
Nowhere more, Peter, than in that test match in England where India had 50 or 60 overs to bowl out England, and Virat Kohli gave one of the most rousing little speeches that you will see, and India actually did bowl England out in that time.
Line up, bowls to Jadeja forward again, defending into the offside end of the 81st over. We'll take just a brief breather. Pete's going to jump out actually.
I've had enough.
249 Jadeja's 2, Kohli's 34, and India trail by 231 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard.
We can see so much of the world with our cars, but we can't always see what's going on with them. Like when our brake pads are worn thin, or when our tyres are wearing unevenly. With Bridgestone Tech Check, our technicians send you a 60-second video inspection that shows you what needs repairing now and what can wait, so you can go with confidence. Bridgestone Select Tyre and Auto.
Adam Collins, my old friend Harsha Bhogle, and Bharat Sundaresan jumping in on commentary here. We've got Phil Long at the back of the box for Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now, job done. And our experts are for the SEN app. Download the SEN app from your app store today. Australia striving for a big moment in this final session. They've already got one. That was removing Shubman Gill. Murphy got Pujara before tea. Bowls here to Kohli on 34. Defends into the onside no run. Hello, Bharat. Do you want to weigh into this? we kind of started with Kohli, did a bit of a history lesson. We drifted into kind of nearly touched on Modi, then dragged it back.
No. He never named anyone.
We dragged it back. Murphy bowls to Kohli, who's forward and defending.
I'll quickly finish that conversation. I think it might have been either 2003 or 2007. And we'd read the Australian papers and we'd think, oh, hang on, which is the other team playing? Which is what a lot of things now, teams coming to India now believe.
No, true.
And I said, I need to meet this Peter Lawler. So I got hold of him and I said, Peter.
Murphy around the wicket, Kohli defending outside part of the back, gets a single to short third, quickish. Bails are taken by Carey, but there's no real appeal, which will take India to 3 for 250, another milestone. 82nd over, Kohli 35, trail by 230.
I said, can we go out for dinner? I want to get to know you better. So Peter and I went out for dinner, and I discovered that the person I met was a perfectly pleasant human being, and we've got along absolutely fine ever since. We hold our ground, and we are friends.
What was that you told me before about something that David Hook said to you early in your commentary career?
Hooksy told me early on, when I was just starting to commentary back into Australia, he said, if you just mildly accept everything that they tell you, then he said you won't make friends. But if you stand up to have your point of view, if you say, no, I don't agree, that's absolutely fine, they'll start respecting you more.
Murphy to Jadeja, round the wicket on 2. He pushes to cover no run.
And I've never once doubted that again, because having been to Australia so many times now, I realize Aussies like people who come back hard at them. And you see that in cricketing terms as well. Lakshman, bigger name than Dravid in Australia.
Yep.
Exactly the opposite in England.
Murphy bowls and hits Jadeja on the pad, on with the arm. Decision to make for umpire Kettleborough. I reckon that's hit him outside the line of the off stump. But Smith, who all eyes are on, he's looking for persuasion. He really needs it. He's gone upstairs. They've got 2 reviews and there's a long way to go between now and the end of the innings. This is going to want to be umpire's fault at the very least, perhaps, Sundaresan.
So one thing with Jadeja, we've noticed his front foot always goes straight down the pitch. And this is how Nathan Lyon has attacked his pads for the last 2 or 3 years. He's got him out LBW a few times. Maybe they've gone for the review based on that.
So first replay here, Harsha, your thoughts as you see it?
Big inside
he
edge.
smashed it. He smashed it. That is a massive deviation.
What does that tell you about all of us watching this game? None of us picked up that inside edge first.
And one other thing I'll note, that even if there weren't the inside edge,
it's outside off.
It's a long way outside off. That's a pretty poor review. And Richard Kettleborough, there's a reason why many people think he's the best umpire in the world.
I don't know what the best, but he's very good.
Yeah. Right there, right up there in the top.
He's very good. There's no doubt about it.
Who do you think's number 1 at the moment?
I don't know. It's difficult. On what metric do you make umpires number 1?
Gut feel.
There.
Gut feel, I'm picking Richard Kettleborough. Michael Goff's not too far behind.
Yeah. Michael Goff, good umpire.
Yeah.
So here is Murphy again to Jadeja. That's better. Forward.
Nitin Menon's had a couple of tough games, but I thought he started his career brilliantly.
Sorry to cut you off, Harsha. End of the over, 3 for 250 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. Jadeja 2, Kohli 35, and 1 review remaining for each of the sides.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our famous European Spend and Save ends tomorrow. Yes, our famous European Spend and Save must end tomorrow. Spend 1,000 and we'll only charge you 750. Or spend 4,000 and we'll only charge you 2,750. The National Tiles European Spend and Save is not to be missed. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. Our famous European Spend and Save must end tomorrow. Conditions apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. A final hello to our listeners in the UK. Great to have you with us on Talk Sport 2 on a Saturday morning. We're nearing the final drinks break of the day as well. That's for Bendix, manufacturing in Australia since 1955. And I should also note that we have a competition going for Lumo Energy today at sen.com.au as Lyon continues his spin from the southern end. Kohli defending just behind point no run. How many wickets will fall to spin? Each day we're going to run that throughout the rest of the test match. Chance to win a $200 Ballpark Sporting Experience voucher thanks to Lumo Energy. All you need to go is to sen.com.au and hit win. Well, there have been 3 wickets today and all of them have been spins, so that'll be a fairly good guess with about an hour to go. Line in, bowls here, Kohli forward defending. Not quite down the pitch. He picks it up and throws it to the keeper. That wouldn't have happened in 2017, Harsha.
What also didn't happen in 2017, and I was just thinking about it as Harsha was going on about, as he does, about India-Australian relationships.
Close catching mid-wicket, nice and straight. Line bowls, Kohli defends.
So you remember, Rahane was the captain for the last test.
Yes.
And once the test gets so, it's all in the book, The Miracle Makers, which is out, so you can go and get yourself a copy.
Very subtle, but we'll let it go.
But the Aussies at the end of that series walked up to Rahane and said, do you boys want to come over for a drink?
The Kohli chance on. Line bowls and Kohli's forward to mid-wicket, no single.
And Rahane said, look, I was only captain for this test. This is still Virat's team. You have to check with him. And as things worked out and just the way, the frictions that had developed between the two teams, it didn't happen. The Indian team did not go to the Australian dressing room.
Line towards us, towards Kohli. The chance in. Bowling here, he defends off the back foot.
Now, I don't think they'll be able to get beers into the dressing room in Ahmedabad.
No.
But at least I have a feeling just the way the relationships have been mended since between the players of both teams I do get a feeling that they will be in each other's dressing rooms at some point.
Yeah, it feels very different. So then, line to finish the over. Kohli tucks into the onside. They'll get a single. Retains the strike. 36 he is. Jadeja 2. India 3 for 251. Still looking for a big moment in the final session of the Bendix, the best known breaks. The trail by 229. The other part on that final day at Dharamshala that I remember was Darren Lehman, who was the Aussie coach at the time, speaking to us in a little press gaggle at the side of the pitch and saying that what he'd learnt through the couple of months was that the Aussie team that he'd had then wasn't the same temperamentally as the Aussie team he'd inherited, with far more sort of harder, edged, bigger personalities that he started with. A bunch of them retired in 2015. By 17, he's like, he's going to have to learn to coach a different way because they're not as attuned to the bark, to the sledging and all the rest of it, despite the fact that it had been tense with Kohli. He's like, they're not really like that. They're a bit different. And there was some... how that got from there to sandpaper a year later, that in itself is a fascinating story.
I think it's a generational divide, Harsha. I remember writing a piece when the whole Justin Langer drama happened last year.
Around the wicket, Murphy. Kohli's on strike again. Plays the ball well because that slid across him. Opened the blade. Travis Head from backward point chases after it to short third. Kohli to 37 with the single. 3 for 252. And
I compared Justin Langer with the whole fiasco with those movies in the early 2000s, the Bollywood movies. Amitabh Bachchan was in one of them. Bhagban or something. It was all about respecting your elders, respecting your parents, and about how the generation, at that point, my generation, basically, drifted away from the old school values and culture, that Indian traditions that Indian families or Indian kids were brought up on. And I think that has happened with Australian cricket and in Australia in general.
Murphy to Jadeja, a little bit short. Cut away to deep point where there is a man in the shade. That man is Cameron Green, 3 for 253.
Where cricketers are allowed to be themselves. I mean, you hear it from a lot of young Australian cricketers. When they come into this dressing room, they feel like a unit. They're allowed to be themselves. Manas Labuschagne. I don't know if a Manas would have fit into the old Australian dressing rooms and allowed to be himself.
Murphy bowls. Kohli does beat the bowler in his follow through. Gets it down to long on for a single. He's 38. 3 for 254.
I don't think there's any sledging anymore. I mean, no. I just picked up one thing on the stump mics, and all that Nathan Lyon was saying is nervous 90th mate, nervous 90th mate. I mean, that is something we used to say in junior division cricket.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It's a bit different to having Hayden and Mark Waugh and
Hayden sledging me full time in the commentary box to get back on television.
Very different to the crew they used to have back there. Bowling again is Murphy. Oh, that finds the inside edge. Well bowled. Gets it around the corner still to Travis Head, who does the fielding no run.
I noticed one thing, might have been one of the white ball series. As soon as the game got over, the Indians and the Aussies were mingling around. And I was just trying to see if there's a pattern to the mingling. And I think it was pretty apparent that they were all mingling in tune with their franchise teams.
Right. Well, that's a big part of the story, isn't it? The IPL.
Colossal.
Murphy bowls and Jadeja defends.
And that was that big thing when Tim Payne was talking to Aaron Finch, 2018, I think, which is the only franchise you've not played for.
Yes.
You smile at Virat, will he pick you for
exactly.
us? Whatever, So it's become so good-natured now.
And I think now they've realised that when it doesn't stay good-natured, Australia aren't well suited to it at the moment. Murphy bowls and that completes his over, pushed out to mid-wicket. We'll come back to this. 3 for 254. Jadeja's 3, Kohli's 38. India trail by 226. And all of our numbers for Fuso trucks, Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done.
Attention footy fans. Have you ever played fantasy football? Fantasy footy is taking the world by storm, and here's your chance to play for free. Create, coach, compete in fantasy footy for free with Game Day Squad. Sign up to coach, build your team, trade players, bench injured or unfit players, upgrade rookies. It's your fantasy team. Open free new player packs each week. Play your best team. Become the ultimate fantasy footy coach. It's fun, it's free, it's easy. Register now for free at gamedaysquad.com.au.
Both Lyon and Murphy are vying to being our spinner of the series for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. They're in tandem at the moment. However, the new ball has been due for 5 overs.
Well, it was never going to be taken because Mitch Starc was bowling with it till about 77 or 78 or something like that. So it was never going to be taken in the first place. Here's another change. The Australian teams of the past would have waited for the new ball, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's true. Lyon bowls. Here to Coley, 38, goes back and pushes out to mid-off. And what I meant by that last comment was that Pat Cummins has said before, he wants them focusing all their energy on the task at hand. He doesn't want any outside noise. And he thinks that when they get too distracted by what's going on with the other team, that they're not at their best. That's his view as captain.
There is...
Line in. Bowls here. Coley goes back and tucks it round to short fire, no run. With other Australian teams, by the way, they might have been set up differently. That glory side of the late 90s, early 2000s, they seemed to be better when they were in a fight.
Yeah, but they could do that because they were better anyway.
True.
Yeah. I mean, look at the last couple of series we've had between India and Australia. When the series gets ugly, it's India who get the better of it.
Yeah, good point. Line delivers, Coley lunges forward and pushes out to
There is
mid-off.
a popular misconception which goes by as a visual representation that if you come hard and you mouth off and you sledge off, you're a tougher player, and that if you're quiet, you're not so tough after all. And I think there's absolutely no basis for that, because I know some very, very tough players who've been very quiet, and I know some people who are not quite that, who pretended to be otherwise by...
Line to Coley, back for the second time in the over. He can't get around the man on the 45, Todd Murphy.
By posturing.
Yeah.
You know what they say, they don't come as tough as Harsha Bhogle.
Do they?
Yeah, I've heard that, like from your playing days. You were quiet, docile.
No,
exactly
the opposite. Exactly the opposite. But I love the expression, though. Do keep that going. From my playing days, nobody's ever used that expression. So please keep it going.
Line in, couple left in the over. They'll be changing commentary after this as well. Line forward, make that Coley forward, pushing down to line, no run. We're going to let Harsha go now. Back to television, where he'll complete the day. Thank you, Harsha, for your contributions through the day. A pleasure as always. It'll be Bharat and Daniel taking you through the next little stretch. Phil Long will jump in as well for some numbers. Plenty today. Last ball of over 85. He's in here, line, and Coley gets it out to mid-wicket, but no further. So the maiden for line, 3 for 254. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Coley's 38, Jadeja's 3, India trailing by 226, and Norcross in after the break.
Don't know what to do with that drab backyard? An injection of lush, green, Sir Walter DNA certified instant lawn from Coolabah Turf is just the ticket. It's drought tolerant, shade tolerant, and perfect for kids and pets. Plus, it's a simple turnkey solution that will completely rejuvenate your yard. Call Coolabah Turf on 1800 055 515 to get turf delivered to your door, or visit coolturf.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 3 for 254. I know, when a wicket comes down, one should try and remember it. It's such a rarity. As Murphy starts a new over to the left-handed Jadeja, who goes back into his crease, pushes back to the bowler to the sound of ooey from Bharat Sundaresan. I'm delighted to say, alongside me, Daniel Norcross, and we've not heard enough of him today. But he's here, he's ready. He's got through 34 pads since he's been out here. It's Phil Long. As Murphy is in, and this is defended back to the bowler. We have, Phil, thanks to Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. And you've been running the rule over the numbers. We don't have a new ball yet.
We don't, no. I mean, both teams have forgotten what it's like after tea on the third day of a test match, haven't they? So
I think so, yeah. It's going to test their stamina. Forward comes Jadeja again to a full delivery, plays back to the bowler, and there's no run.
The two teams, what about us?
Yeah.
As captain of the touring party, the media party anyway, by now I would have had to decide where we are going to celebrate either the early result anyway.
Here's Murphy, forward short leg in place, and forward comes Jadeja, defends back to him. There's no run. We've got a short fine leg. The forward short leg and mid-wicket to mid-on. That's your onside. Slip, backward point, extra cover, wide mid-off, and a deep extra cover. Who's Cameron Green, who's making the very most of the shade. He's loving it out there. Let's see if he walks in as a bowler bowls. Well, he takes 2 or 3 steps. That's about it. As the next ball's pushed to short extra, there's no run. And now he goes back 2 or 3 steps. His what do they call that? It's not USB. What's the thing that they, that they calculate how many steps you use? They have the little counter in the back of the shirt.
Right, yeah. He's got one of those on. He's not adding too many steps to it.
He really isn't. I'm adding more by nipping downstairs every now and then. Go to the loo, I put more steps in. As the last delivery of the over is played back to Murphy by Jadeja on the front foot, and that completes the 86th over. The score on the scoreboard for K-Rain Irrigation, 3 for 254.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's going on?
Oh, my genius apprentice just backed a bobcat into a retaining wall. We've got to rebuild it by lunchtime tomorrow.
Relax, mate. We've got all the retaining wall steel you need, and we can cut the steel to the exact length you need. And we'll whip it round to you straight away.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 3 for 254, a maiden overs pass with absolutely no consequence. What's going to happen this over? And who's going to bowl it?
It will be Nathan Lyon. And before we get into the Nathan Lyon over, also big shout out to someone who's joined us in the box, is seated behind us. Our good friend Karthik Krishnaswamy, expert cricket writer, writes for Cricinfo.
Lyon in, right arm over the wicket. Forward comes Kohli. Plays the ball into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, Virat Kohli's not really got going this series, but one guy who has is Karthik Krishnaswamy right from the start.
Yeah.
So if you're listening to this, just log on to Cricinfo. Anything you ever want to know about Indian cricket and what's happened in the series, Karthik will have you covered.
Are you on a retainer? Lyon in. He's got short mid on in, and as that comes off a thick outside edge, squirts the head at backward point. There's no run.
At some point during my monologue about Karthik, I realized I work for the rival website.
I was thinking also, I was about to say other websites are available, like the one that you work for. We have to say that all the time on the BBC. BBC's coming for a bit of flack at the moment, I noticed, back home, as Lyon is in. This is played back to the bowler. And, well, not back to the bowler in the end, because I think it's Smith there at mid. I wanted to get his hands on the ball, wanted to get going. But it's, yes, it doesn't sit easily with me when you start promoting things like this that are not in the script. But I'll just have to go along with it.
It's promoting a friend.
Promoting a friend. That's a good thing. Back into his crease goes Kohli. Clips the ball into the ground and up onto Peter Hanscom's chin strap. But he's absolutely fine. He's fine. He says, I'm absolutely fine. No, I don't want a concussion test. I'm fine. It didn't get me in the head. And because everybody wants to get through these overs, it's been a slow old day on the over rate front. We've had one of those series with so much spin where you do actually get through the overs, sometimes exactly on time. Today, they're going to have to just push it a touch. They've still got 13.2 left after this. They could still do it with the spinners on. As Kohli is on strike, and he flick drives. Flick more than a drive to a short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Haven't had a run since I sat down. 10 dot balls have been played out, and India content to bat time here. And while they do this, the game drifts. The likelihood of a draw is very much increasing. We've only had 13 wickets in this match. We're deep into day 3. As this ball's flicked fine, this is more like it. And it's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Our boundaries are for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone. Picks up 4 more to the right of that fine leg. And Kohli into the 40s now. That is the end of the over. And it's also going to be a drinks break because of this extended session, with the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard reading India 3 for 258.
You can simply just retire, or you can retire financially comfortable and continue living like you do now. Hi, it's Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. A client of ours invested in one of our locations 5 years ago for $415,000. Today, it's worth over $700,000. In 5 or more years, we'll be valued at over $1 million. So are you ready to secure your financial future? Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
This is a message to all those unsinkable guys out there. You don't need to swim between the flags. Ignore those warning signs. Don't check the weather. Hop in your boat, have a few drinks, and jump in anyway.
Too right, yeah!
You might think you're unsinkable, but 4 out of 5 drownings are men. No one's unsinkable. Rethink taking risks around water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you.
because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Hit on the pad, shout for leg before. Up goes the finger of Nitin Menon. Shubman Gill is standing there and thinking about reviewing. We're skipping ultra edge straight to ball tracking. And it's impact in line, which means it will be given out. It'll be confirmed as out. Nathan Lane gets the breakthrough. It's a big one. Shubman Gill.
The distinctive stentorian tones of Adam Collins, audible not just in Australia, but all the way through this box and beyond, telling you that one wicket has gone down in this session, which is a kind of red-letter wicket in a way, because not many of them happen. Lion with the wicket. There have been 3 wickets to fall, one to each of the spinners. Rohit punching off the back foot and presenting a simple catch to Labuschagne. Really loose drive. He went for 35. Next to go was Pujara just before tea. He was LBW of probably the ball of the day, really, from Murphy. Delivered from round the wicket, pitched middle, hitting middle. And then a tired Shubman Gill out LBW for the innings of the day. Since then, Virat Kohli is settled in. He can see he desperately wants his 100. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me are Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long as we enter the twilight zone of the third day with 50-odd minutes to go.
Twilight zone when Adam Collins leaves the room and leaves us to it.
Oh, when the lunatics are in charge of your time. I tell you when it gets really crazy, you'll hate this, because it's great when you're here and you know, it's just us three. But you know when it goes really bonkers is when you both go down to do your interview. Phil and I, we don't actually do cricket commentary anymore.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, we just play games and lark about.
We didn't yesterday, did we? We spent the whole time discussing how the ball was lost and being found and not
we had
found
great fun with the commandos and the SWAT team. Pete Lawler's back in the house.
Breaking news.
We've got some breaking news, and we're going to go straight to it in the form of our breaking news correspondent, Pete Lawler.
Remember where you heard it second?
Yep.
Because Daniel Brady got the story.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay. You know how the Australians were 2 minutes late coming onto the field after the tea break? We've found the culprit, this ticking time bomb of a story.
Oh, yes.
The dressing room clock was not calibrated correctly.
Was this an attempt to create a timed out later on?
Yeah, where we suspicion there are...
Suspicion. No, I like suspicion. It's a new verb.
I promise you it's a dry state. We are going mad. But anyway, we think this is the biggest story of the day. We're trying to get a photograph of the clock.
Right.
With some sort
alongside an atomic clock. You can get yourself a laptop.
Yes, we need some proof of life. Yes, we're not going to accept this until we've done all of the research. But good work, Daniel Bredig, for finding this out. I've never seen a team so late onto the field. And of course they cut. You think in this day and age you've got your phone and your laptop, which tells you what the real time is, but you're not allowed to have them in the dressing room. It's analog in the dressing room, isn't it?
Oh, you clever old you.
Yeah. Remember where...
Thank you very much, Pete
Lawler. All the good news.
Yeah, we heard it second from Pete Lawler. Well done, Dan Brettig. He's another
well done, Dan Brettig. Yeah.
He also used to work for Cricket Info, and now, which outlet would you like to advertise that he works for?
He works for The Age.
Yes.
So clearly you get your news earlier in The Age than you do in the Australian.
Australia goes to Australia, brought it to a second.
That is true.
But I've got to say, KK, I mean, from Cricket Info, didn't even have it.
Didn't even have it. Didn't even bother about it.
You gave him all the big build-up. You lost the news.
I know. He preferred sitting here listening to us.
Well, chacun à son goût, as they say in France, occasionally.
I have no idea what that means. I just know.
Each to his own.
Each to his own. Tout le monde.
Yeah. Yeah, my mother used to say that whenever I was watching cricket. And she said it, chacun à son goût, she would say with dripping contempt, because she expected me to be reading Jane Austen. Are you mad? You out of your mind? There's a really interesting test match going at 2.3 and over in 1984, and I'm not leaving it, I would say. And now I find myself wound forward 39 years, and here I am doing the same.
All I was reading when I was that age is Tinkle. Comics. If you are listening to this in India or you grew up in India, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, you know what we've got to say to that. Chacun à son goût. 3 for 258. The drinks break is at an end, and Todd Murphy's going to get to bowl to the left-handed Jadeja short ball that he pushes into the offside, and the noise is off. tell you that there's just a little bit of scurry in the way Murphy bowls. There's a little bit of threat. And it's hard to define why. It feels like something a little bit more is happening.
No, I think this is a beautiful change of pace.
I love his little left leg flick at the start of each ball. As forward comes Jadeja, solid bat, full middle of it, pushes it up to Khawaja at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, the last two balls have been in the mid-90s, but you'll see he'll float one up, sort of 82, 83 kph.
Here he comes once more, slip and a short leg in place, forward in defence comes Jadeja and plays it straight back to the bowler. I can't tell you how many times I've seen the ball hit straight back to a bowler in this test match, and gives you an idea of the true nature of the pitch. Mitchell Starc is warming up, which suggests with a new ball available, as it has been for 7.5 overs, we might see it at some point today. Tossed up this time, driven back to Murphy. Goes through his legs. They want to run. It isn't there. There's lots of fumbling going on. Jadeja went about 6-7 paces. Kohli had no interest. Khawaja tidies up. And to give you a bit of Shakespeare after the Austin, a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. Been a bit of that today. Murphy once more. Into Jadeja. And this is clipped into the onside to Kuhneman at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Pink Floyd, okay. Shakespeare, too much, sir.
Oh, sorry. Do you know, weirdly enough, I was in Bangladesh and I was approached by two of the local radio commentators who were very unnecessarily grateful for us turning up. It was in that series that had been slightly overshadowed by a terrorist incident in a bakery a few months before. And because Murphy's played off the back foot into space, there's no run. And one of them, in expressing this delight, I'll tell you all about at the start of the next over, because of the K-Raid Irrigation scorecard after 88 overs, 3 for 258.
Melbourne Airport, the only place to park when you are travelling.
Flying away on holiday, business or family reunion? Skip the stress. Park for just $12 a day in the Value Car Park, previously known as the Long-Term Car Park.
From just $12 a day, nothing beats Melbourne Airport's convenience, flexibility and great value.
Park with ease and peace of mind from just $12 a day. The Value Car Park offers exceptional value.
Book your car park online now and save at melbourneairport.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Line starts a new over and played with an angle back to the right-handed Kohli to backward point, no run. So these two Bangladeshi chaps came over to me and they were very grateful. Oh, you come over to Bangladesh, we can't say how grateful you are. I said, you come from the land of Shakespeare. I said, no, I suppose so. He said, have you heard of Shakespeare? I said, yeah, sort of, yeah. Had it drummed into me a little bit. And his line is in, and this is flicked away, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run. And he then proceeds. He said, what's your favourite player? I was trying to put on the spot there because I can't say I read them all, you know. But I thought King Lear's in sort of keeping with, certainly with an Islamic ethic of humility and hubris and nemesis and what have you. And he then proceeded, as Lion bowls, he's worked a short leg on the bounce, no run, to quote, word for word and perfectly, a 2-minute King Lear soliloquy. Well, I had to stand and nod and think, mate, you know an awful lot more about Shakespeare than me. It's well done, you. Actually, you're acting it quite well as well. You sure you want to be a radio broadcaster? There's a different future for you if you want it. You not so much, I notice, when it comes to Shakespeare. Forward comes Kohli to the offside, no run.
I can tell you stuff about Wilfred Rhodes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the closest I come to.
I'm stronger on Rhodes. Yeah.
Englishman from the pre-war era.
Pre-Civil War.
Jack the Ripper, maybe?
Yeah. We can get into that if you like. Lying in, and again flicked into the onside. Has there been a run since I've been on? I think since I've been on, let's go to Stats Boy, our stats with Fuso Trucks. Can't wait for your canter? You don't have to. In stock now. See your Fuso dealer today. Have we had a run since I came on?
Well, we're one ball away from having 4 of the last 5 overs as maidens. We had a 4 from Virat Kohli.
Yes, that's right. I've had a 4 and 23 scoreless shots. No, 22 scoreless shots as the last ball of the over is worked up to long on along the ground for a single by Kohli. That is the end of the over. There'll be a change of commentator. We've got an extended play today. Adam Collins is going to take over from me for the next 20 minutes with India 3 for 259.
Hi,
Kevin Sheedy here. As an Essendon BMW ambassador, I am proud to introduce you to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Pushing beyond speed and power, it's where electric driving meets excellence. Thrilling through every turn with boundary-pushing efficiency, the BMW iX3 gives you a new kind of driving pleasure with zero local emissions. Book a test drive today at Essendon BMW and discover the future of electric with BMW. Essendon BMW Centro Circuit, Essendon Field.
LMCT 11803.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Your tyre experts. Australia have picked up 1 wicket in this final session. It's been slow going for India since losing it, though. Murphy in, bowls to Kohli on 43, and he clips the first ball out to deep mid-wicket, make that 44. He walks through for a single. 3 for 260. Phil Long.
Virat Kohli's 50th Test match at home for India. He's also just become the 5th batsman to score 4,000 Test runs at home for India. He joins Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid, Sunil Gavaskar and Virender Sehwag.
Look how high his average is, though.
Yeah.
58.8 compared to those other illustrious names on the list. Sachin Tendulkar 52.6, Rahul Dravid 51.
Which reiterates our point about how high his average was
before the pitches started turning, yeah.
In again here. Round the wicket to Jadeja is Murphy. He's placed out to the same part of the ground. Deep cover when it's a left-hander on strike. 3 for 260. Jadeja up to 4. Our colleague from AAP, Ollie Caffrey, has written a lovely story which I've happened upon, Bharat. This time yesterday, Shubman Gill hit a towering 6 over long on. And we were down the other end of the ground waiting for a post-game interview, and it took about, 7 minutes to find the ball. Ollie has found the chap who found the ball. He's on his first cricket tour, Ollie, I should say. He's doing a great job reporting for AAP. He's a fabulous reporter who's based in Australia and out here doing a hard job. It's hard being a wise reporter on a foreign tour. Bowling to Kohli, here is Murphy, tucks him round the corner, no run. And via social media, he's tracked down the guy, a medical student called Mohit Shavda, who climbed underneath the sheets like he was under his parents' duvet, crawling through, back and forth, with his head bobbing underneath the sight screen. And he came out with the ball in his hand and made a hero of himself, holding it high in the air. Murphy bowls, Kohli defending into the onside, no run. And he's a 24-year-old medical student locally here. And yes, he was able to pull the ball out. He was chuffed as well. He's given some really lovely quotes here. It's on the cricket.com.au website, just sent through to me then. It'll be something you never forget, being on the coverage, as he was yesterday. Quite going at the moment. Murphy bowls and Kohli turns into the onside, out to deep mid-wicket, into the shade. He wants 2, Kohli, but Jadeja isn't aware of that. So Green's throw comes to the non-striker's end. It's a single, moving India on to 3 for 262. The deficit is 219. Kohli 44, Jadeja 4.
Yeah, Ollie did message me earlier saying apparently the best part about the whole thing for Mohit was Ravi Shastri's commentary. I mean, who doesn't want Ravi Shastri commentating when they're having their moment under the sun?
He says he didn't sleep till 2 or 3 a.m. I was just going through all the messages, memes and videos. So many funny comments. People are too creative. And yes, he says here his highlight was Ravi Shastri being behind the microphone. Oh, he's found it. He's found it. He's found gold, said Shastri on telly. Bowling again here is Murphy. Around the wicket. It completes the 90th over. India 3 for 262 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Jadeja 4, Kohli 45.
Trying to get to footy training on time, leaving early to avoid peak hour traffic, grabbing those last-minute ingredients for tonight's dinner. Do it safely and with confidence on Max's tyres. Designed and built for delivering performance when you want it and safety when you need it. Max's tyres deliver great value without compromising on safety. Max's tyres. Find out more today at maxestyres.com.au. That's MAXXIS. maxestyres.com.au.
Between overs, Kohli, you see on our screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, taking a really good look at his bat. I thought he was about to change it then, but back to where he started. Some more Kohli love from Phil Long.
Yeah, Virat Kohli 45 not out. Doesn't sound that significant. It's his highest score of the series. It's actually his highest score at home against Australia for 3 days short of 10 years.
Wow. Yeah, we went through this before, didn't we, as he came out to bat. He's about to face his 100th delivery as well, which is not for nothing. Lion bowls, and he's placed out to deep square, 1 of 3 men out on the leg side. bowling with a 6-3 field line at this juncture. 3 for 263, up to 46. So it was it's been 15 innings since he's reached 50 against Australia in India, going back to 2013, as you say, which is quite something, averaging 19 in that stretch of time against the Aussies at home, which included a pretty rough run in 2017 before he hurt his shoulder at Ranchi. And Ajinkya Rahane took over the captaincy. We actually started the day talking about Rahane. Line bowls round the wicket. Jadeja keeps it out, pushing to mid-on and acknowledging that all of these Indian players in India have had their averages fall off a cliff in the last 3 years. Jared Kimber's done some great work on this. But Rahane is the one player who's kind of really been lost to the Indian team. His average went from sort of 40-odd to 20-odd in quite stark time, and he was dispensed with last year. After a pretty long lead time, it must be said, line delivers Jadeja. Beaten outside the off-stump. Carey takes the bails as well. They are going upstairs for the stumping, which means they'll get a look at the front on spin vision, just in case he feathered it, but it feels like it's all rather ambitious. But Richard Kettleborough wouldn't be going upstairs unless he thought there might be a chance that the heel was raised, Bharat.
Yeah, and just speaking to the two umpires about this whole issue or the discussion around whether the third umpire should or not be called upon for a stumped appeal when, you know, what all the fielding team's trying to do is to see if they get an extra appeal for the outside edge. Both umpires didn't see anything wrong with it, Adam. They're fine. Yeah, I mean, it's an appeal, it's not for a particular kind of dismissal anyway.
Yeah, adding to this, there was we're watching the replay back here. For Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, his toes down, so no concerns there. They'll go back to where they started at 3 for 263. The crowd applauds because they want to see Jadeja bat some more. It's been explained to me that for a long stretch of time there were members at the ICC who work in the operations of the game who didn't want this to play out. They didn't like it being as it is, but it was actually umpire power. The umpires wanted this amendment made. As Lyon gets up to Jadeja, bowls here, goes back, and that nearly sneaks through. Just on with the arm, only at 83 kilometres an hour, but he seemed to beat him for pace off the surface with the old ball. Well bowled, Nathan Lyon. So one that spins and one that doesn't.
That's how he's always targeted Jadeja. And he's got him out a few times. He got him out like that in Indore as well. You'll remember in the first innings. Just bat coming down when it mattered for Jadeja.
So slipping a short leg. Lines very much in the game with 2 balls left in the 91st over. Bowls here, Jadeja goes back and steers to point no run. But yeah, really interesting that it was the umpires who wanted, I guess, that safeguard of when the stumping's checked, the front-on's checked. And yeah, there was some conjecture at ICC Towers about this, but the umpires have won out.
I'm so happy the umpires won out because what they want to do is make sure no mistake is made.
Last ball here from Lyon. Just a single from the over. Bowls here, Jadeja turns him into short leg on the bounce. So just a single from it. India trailing by 217 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. They're 3 for 263. Jadeja 4, Kohli 46.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
I feel like I can feel your eyes trained on me. You've got something, don't you?
I have, yes. Nathan Lyon got the wicket of Shubman Gill earlier. He didn't mention at the time, it was his 54th wicket in India. He goes level with Derek Underwood at the very top. His next one will take him clear. He also goes one clear of Ravi Ashwin in the number of wickets taken in Border Gavaskar Trophy games.
Now, I suppose the difference there was when Underwood came here, they were playing 5 or 6 game test series, weren't they, in that era in India, which would be, I mean, we'd love that these days. I suppose 5 test series between India, Australia and England are going to become de rigueur. This might be the last 4 test series. From here on in, it's all 5s between Australia and India starting. It'll be the summer after next in Australia when India are back. Kohli facing Murphy over the wicket, 2 catches on the leg side, turns him in that direction out towards deep mid wicket, where in from the shade comes the big man Cameron Green. They get 1. Kohli 47, 3 for 264.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc was warming up 3 or 4 hours ago and just got a glimpse of him on the television. He's just yawning away, stopped warming up. Oh, he's back to warming up now. So Maybe he was told that the second new ball was coming, but Steve Smith has decided to wait a little longer. I was pretty sure it's 4 overs ago.
Makes sense to have at least a little burst before stumps, doesn't it? Bit over half an hour till then. To Jadeja. Leg stump. Round the corner to short fine, no single.
It's an interesting innings from Jadeja. We saw him in Indore as well. He was promoted to number 5. I mean, I shouldn't say promoted. He has batted number 5 a few times now in his career, the last couple of years. And it doesn't seem to get the flow that generally you see from the Jadeja innings.
Murphy to him here. Back, that nearly sneaks through as well. Murphy on with the arm. Just as it was with Lyon in the previous over. The difference being that when Murphy hits the shiny side, what shines left, it really does skid off the pitch.
It does. It's the revs he puts on the ball. It's action as well. Almost snuck through, but
inside edge past the back pad. That was really close to chopping on as well. Watching the replay back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, goes again. Past umpire Kettleborough at our end. Delivers to Jadeja, forward, gets 1 to point. Moves to 5, 3 for 265.
But generally the best version of Jadeja, the batter, is the version where he's always looking to score runs. It doesn't mean he's throwing his bat around and trying to play a lot of shots, but just you can see it in his body language, in his footwork. But just the last 3 or 4 innings, ever since he started batting slightly up the order, started batting like a proper number 5.
Murphy in, delivers to Coley here on the middle stump into the straight mid-wicket. Steve Smith, no run.
And what I mean by that is, yes, he has a very good defensive technique. It doesn't look like he's looking to score runs and get some momentum going. And as a result, I think it is his rhythm, his technique is being affected.
Yeah, maybe it's the difference between batting with the top order and batting with the tail. Last ball here from Murphy, down to long on. Coley retains the strike up to 48. It's 3 for 266. India trailing by 214 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details.
LMCT 9897.
Can Australia manufacture one more big moment? Can it be Nathan Lyon? Our big moments for Bendix Brakes. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix Brakes. Yeah, so Jadeja, when he's been at his most fluent, probably is when he's batting, with the wicketkeeper or batting with the tail, and he's got to put the foot down because he won't have much time left, and thus he might be somewhat liberated. But up at number 5, he's sort of duty-bound to play more cautiously.
Cautiously, yeah, but it just seems to be getting himself into a rut where all he's doing is just defending balls.
Back to Coley on 48. The crowd knows he's nearing a milestone. Line in, round the wicket. Coley pushing to mid-wicket, no run, Phil.
Small sample size, but batting at 5, Jadeja, average of 9, strike rate of 24.
There you go.
Batting at 6, average of 50, strike rate of 56.
Yeah, and they do this to mess with the right-hand, left-hand as well. So Coley's faced 104 balls. Line to him here. Tucks it into the onside. No single. Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding. Not used with his leg spin today.
Yeah. Oh, he was practicing his off spin in the morning. Yes. And we've seen him do that more and more in the nets as well.
He wants to be the all-round bowler, doesn't he? Medium pace in England. We saw a bit of that in Pakistan last year with the reverse swinging ball. Lion bowls. Outside the leg stump. Little under edge from Coley, but well done Steve Smith at leg slip. Shakes his hand. That hit him on the end of the finger, but no run.
Virat Kohli apologises to Steve Smith. We wouldn't have seen that in 2017.
No. I did enjoy that stoush between Harsha and Lalor.
Whoa, yeah.
One of those where two things can be right at the same time. Yeah. Like everything they said was true, or accurate, I should say. Line's going to change angle to Coley. Catch him mid-wickets back, leg slip's gone. Delivers here, Coley. Back in the crease, out towards deep square leg. There'll be a couple there, and he'll get the chance to raise his bat against Australia. And that has not been a regular occurrence in recent years. Virat Kohli to an even 50 from 107 deliveries. He's been patient throughout the course of his innings so far. In the dugout, they appreciate the work of their former captain. 5 boundaries along the way.
Carey ran into him, didn't he? Or they collided.
I'm not sure what's happening here. Was it given one shot? Virat Kohli hasn't raised his bat yet. He asked if it was one shot.
Trying to get a look at the replay, or indeed what umpire Menon's saying. So they're going upstairs. Did I see the TV sign there? I think I did.
I think they're just checking to see if Kohli...
So what we've seen here is umpire Menon make the... Yeah, here we go. Is it one short?
Oh, no, he got...
Oh, no, he's through. So they've checked for the short run. I don't mind that. We don't see enough checking for the short run.
Yeah.
So he's through, and it is a 50. A bit anticlimactic, but he can, if he wants, raise his bat now, but he won't because, why would he bother? So 29 half centuries, 27 of those he's gone on to convert to centuries.
Oh, he is raising his bat now.
Playing the game with the crowd and with the Australian team, all in good spirits. Kohli having a laugh. Fair enough. Now looking up at Nathan Lyon for a second little grin. Lyon back, 2 left in the over. Bowls to Kohli on 50, pushing out to the offside, no single.
Amazing when you think back to that 2016-17 season leading up to that Australia tour here. Nobody would have thought him making a half century against Australia in India would be a big deal.
He's gone more than raised the bat. He's given it the fist.
Yeah.
Like he's made a double hundred there. Just playing along, of course. Line to Kohli to finish the over. Behind square it goes for one more. To make sure of it, he's 51. 3 for 269 at the end of the over. So they're 211 runs behind on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. So yes, that Kohli story is a very interesting one, how he's been in this sort of systemic decline, and it mirrors the conditions and the way the pitches have changed, and it's all of them. The fact that Pujara went from averaging 50 at home to 30, and there's been a broader decline since the start of the pandemic, and even a little bit before, but it's been more acutely felt since 2020. There are a number of theories doing the rounds about the challenges of playing in bubbles and how that affected batters, and you combine that with pitches in places like India. Even Australia, the pitches have been more lively in the last 3 years compared to some of the duller, flatter tracks that we saw 4 or 5 years ago. And England, of course, is always a tougher place to bat. Phil Long.
Virat Kohli's first 50 in a home innings for 13 innings, which would have seemed inconceivable.
Yeah, no, would have thought.
And 16 against Australia back to 2013. 1 century. That was in his first test against Australia at home at Chennai in 2013. But yeah, this sort of drop-off. KL Rahul, of course, he was dropped after a dreadful run through 22 and 23. New over, Todd Murphy, Kohli defends. And even others like Mayank Agarwal, who looks like he was the next major long-term opener. His average was halved from 60 to 30. Hanuma Vihari suffered a similar fate. He's now out of the side. It's kind of every Indian player. And they've dropped Rahane. They've dropped KL Rahul. They've, for a time, dropped Pujara. It's Kohli on strike here on 51. Murphy bowls to him, rides the bounce, tucks around the corner, well played. Out towards the rope, work to do for Nathan Lyon. They'll get 2. He stops it just inside the rope. 3 for 271. Kohli up to 53. But yeah, the experience of being an Indian batter has been very different in the last 3 years, and obviously the fandom over here, the enthusiasm for the Indian team. They love seeing bulk runs, and when they're not coming, they call for heads to roll. And I mean, some people have called for Kohli to lose his spot on the side.
Oh, many of them. Most of them have whispered it in the corner of a street. But
Murphy to that man Kohli on 53 over the wicket. That skids through towards leg stump. Kohli thrusts the bat down. It ends up at mid-wicket. No single, Phil.
This partnership now worth 26. Ask me why that's significant.
I'm going to guess it's the highest 4th wicket partnership of the series.
By either side.
By either side.
Oof. In the 12th, 4th wicket partnership of the series. Yeah, it's the highest so far.
That's remarkable. That tells a story, doesn't it? Murphy in, bowls and tucked again, but there'll be no single to square leg. Murphy's bowling his 22nd over, 1 for 45, his figures. Yeah, so I wonder whether there'll be a correction at some point. Like, these things don't tend to go too far in one direction. I mean, India statistically was the best place to bat in the world until 2010. It all sort of changed around then, and that includes, as Murphy bowls and Kohli defends to mid-wicket, a period between about 2015 and 2018 where India became a great place to bat again. But either side of that, there have been these big troughs.
They have been. And the Indian spinners have really, their numbers have gotten better and better in that period as well.
Last ball, Murphy goes round the wicket to Kohli. The result's the same, defending. End of the over, 3 for 271. They trail by 209 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Kohli 53, Jadeja 5.
Ian Healy here. 80% of Australians suffer back pain. Are you one of them? It's tempting to do nothing, but this can cause weakness down the road. The best place to start with back pain is exercise, and the best place to exercise is Keezer. Keezer's physios and Swiss-designed strength training equipment help you build strength in a supervised environment. I've been to Keezer's Brisbane clinic, and their Burwood East location's coming soon. Book your initial physiotherapy assessment at keezer.com.au.
Second new ball will be taken for Australia. We can see Mitchell Starc preparing to go. It'll probably be Matthew Kuhnemann at the other end based on the warm-up routine. We're seeing umpire Menon raise it to the scorers to let them know that's the case. We've got our internal air conditioning politics playing out between overs all the way through the test match. We've got some of us who want it on and some of us who very much don't want it on. Phil Long's wearing a jumper. Often he's been underneath it.
Yeah.
Have you just put it back on or back off, Phil?
I've just put it back on.
Back on. And Norcross's response was, you utter wuss.
Yeah. It's the English guys who wanted the air conditioning off for most parts.
It's never been. I mean, I think the idea of air conditioning is it finds a suitable temperature. Here, it's Baltic. It's Baltic for a quarter of an hour. Then you remember you're in a place at 36 degrees.
No, it's the same.
37 actually.
The same in our hotel room as well. Yeah, I mean you can't leave the air conditioning on for too long. Then you freeze. Even in this heat. Mitchell Starc, he's either been warming up or he's been yawning for the last 20 minutes or so. Finally, he'll be happy to have the ball in his hand.
We're going to be out there soon. I should say you should follow all of our post-game activity on the podcast feed, SEN_cricket, social media as well, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram and so on. We're talking, I believe, to Daniel Vittori, Australian assistant coach, bowling coach.
Yeah, none of the Australian players will be in a position to speak to us.
They're not that keen after a day in the dirt, having only taken 3 wickets and 37 degrees, as we mentioned before, which is fine. Partnership of 26 from 92 balls, I should say. As Starc prepares himself. First ball with the second newie. 2 slips in a gully. Deep point. 2 out for the short ball. Deep backward square and fine leg. Into Jadeja. Helmet on now. Bowls here. Jadeja pushing out to cover. Makes a nice sound out the middle of the bat. No run.
That's just a hard new ball hitting Jadeja's bat. And maybe Jadeja will not mind the second new ball being taken. The soft ball wasn't coming on. He couldn't get any flow with his batting.
Well, they shouldn't be playing for stumps, really. I mean, we're at a position in the game where unless one team makes the running, be it Australia taking a bag of wickets in a hurry or India sort of putting the foot down between now and, let's say, I don't know, lunch tomorrow or thereabouts, this has got sort of stalemate energy. So
it does, yeah.
There's nothing really lost in the last 80 minutes of play. Jadeja showing a bit of energy here himself. Starc bowls and Jadeja pushes out to cover, no run, because if we drift towards lunch and middle of the day tomorrow at a similar run rate to where we are now, it's going to be really hard for India to manufacture a win.
Jadeja now 5 from 39 deliveries.
Yeah. Well, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it? The middle session today, they scored 59 runs. After the first session, they scored 93. So they've slowed down through today. I haven't got the final session number, but it's well under 100.
Yeah, that run rate's dropped from 3.49. Remember maybe 40 overs ago, Phil, when we were on together last.
Yeah, now 2.88. Starc from the southern end towards Jadeja. He's on 5 down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Carey does well away to his right. Phil again.
83 from 31 in this final session before the start of this over.
So, slow middle session, and then they've not really picked up the tempo as we thought they might. I mean, Ravi Shastri certainly thought this might be the period of play where they try and get into it, or they might form the view that get to tomorrow and tee off for a session and see what's what.
Yeah, keep the Australians out there, just like the Australians did to the Indians. Yeah, I just worry about Jadeja. He's such an impulsive cricketer, instinctive cricketer. Really does seem to be playing within himself very consciously as well.
209 behind they are. As Starc delivers left arm over to Jadeja, who finds a single out to deep point to the sunny side of the ground. Well, it's all sunny apart from a slither of the western side. Well, that would be the eastern side, wouldn't it? Of course. That's where the shade would be. 3 for 272 and Jadeja 6. It's very hot. We've been out there the last 2 days doing those interviews, and the fans who sit in those seats all day long. This is not a stadium that's built for watching cricket in the day, which might sound like a weird thing to say, but I suppose most of the highly attended cricket here would be T20 IPL stuff, won't it?
Oh, pretty much, yeah. And that seems to be the case more and more around the country. I mean, India, let's face it, has never been a fan-friendly country when it comes to watching cricket. I grew up watching cricket in Mumbai, and I remember how things used to be.
It's a real shame we're not in Mumbai at some point through the series, although you will be for the one day next week. Stark over the wicket. First ball with the second newie to Kohli, who lets it sail comfortably through to the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to wake up and go to the Wankhede or to the area there around 3 a.m., wait for 5-6 hours for the ticket counter to open, and then really hope that you somehow get there by 11 a.m. or so that you get your hands on a ticket.
Right.
And then get to the ground with carrying nothing, no coins, no water, no food, basically just the clothes on your body. And once again head to the ground 4 hours, 5 hours before the game. Phil Long's been here before. He's watched cricket in the 90s in India.
Stark delivering here. No movement with the second new ball yet. Helped away fine by Kohli. Might be thigh pad, might be inside edge. Either way, they're through for one. 3 for 273. It is leg by, so Kohli remains on 53. One ball left in the over. Then Daniel Norcross will jump in and take us through to stumps. Indeed, that is the end of the over. Norcross's turn. Bharat, I'll see you for the interview after play. India are still 207 behind with Kohli on 53 and Jadeja on 6.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL, Formula One,
and for the first time ever, every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. We have got 14 minutes of the day, only lost 3 wickets. We lost 4 in the first, 6 in the second.
Yeah, just to carry on the conversation before you joined us, Dan. Yeah, some of the things I've had taken off me trying to get into Indian cricket grounds.
Oh yeah.
Oh, pens, newspapers, coins is most infuriating because you get change.
Yeah.
And then
you just have to give them away.
Yeah.
You never get them back.
They're gone.
They're gone. And I know you take those rupees very seriously. I saw you when we were in the tuk-tuk putting it on the meter. It's good, but he's in. This is pushed up to long off for a single where Khawaja does the fielding. And you were particularly annoyed that it came to 30 rupees, not 26. Which is around about 6.5 cents.
It's what the meter's for.
Yeah, it's what the meter's for. I'm totally with you, Phil. Yeah, I'm very impressed that a lot of tuk-tuks in Ahmedabad do follow the meter like they do in Bombay. That's the best part about Mumbai. I mean, the brilliant parts about Mumbai, my original home city. But the thing is, you get into a tuk-tuk, you don't have to bargain or you don't even ask them how much it is till you get off. You can just read it off the meter.
But the meters, I've only ever seen 1 meter on, and that's because I was with Phil. And he demanded that the meter go on.
If it didn't have a meter, I sent them away.
Yeah.
But, going back to the bizarre things that haven't been allowed into cricket grounds, I do remember a colleague of mine walking into the Wankhede with mouthwash.
Oh.
A little small bottle of mouthwash. And
was that not permitted?
No, not only was it not permitted, when the cops stopped him, he was made to basically use the mouthwash and show them what.
Wow. Over the wicket is Greenberg. Tosses this up a little bit more, and it's push driven to short extra cover. Ravindra Jadeja is doing his absolute best to send us all to an early grave. 6 from 42 he's got.
Yeah, the number of test matches I've been to here, start of the series.
Kuhneman in 2. Comes down the wicket. Oh, hello. It's gone way over the top. How far has it gone? Has it gone all the way? It might well have done. It has. It's gone all the way, sailing over the boundary. Where's that come from? He's just doubled his score from his 43rd ball. He's whacked it for 6. At the end of the day, stuff happens here, especially when we're on. Shame we haven't lost the ball. Yesterday it was Shubman Gill. Today it's Ravindra Jadeja who's just lost his patience, danced down the wicket, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, and is at a 75-metre 6 over long on.
Yeah, Jadeja needed that. He had to break free. He just batted himself into a hole, and that would have felt good. He big smile on his face.
Left armour to left-hander, and that ball gets a bit of inside edge into pad and just plops out into the offside where Kuhneman Takes a few steps forward and collects, no run.
Yeah, start the series. People who arrived from the UK to watch an England test as if they were going for a day at the Lords or a day at the Oval, you know, rucksack full of...
Yeah.
Oh, goodness
Caviar,
me.
salmon, champagne, driven up to Long On this time to Khawaja for a single. Because at Lords you can take wine unless you're broadcasting there. I've seen Alison Mitchell, doyen of BBC Test Match Special and ABC, bring in a couple of bottles of wine and had them confiscated. But any normal Tom, Dick and Harry, they can wander through with bottles of champagne, this and the other.
Privileged lot.
I'm not thinking
we're talking about not being allowed to take a bottle of water.
I'm talking about a newspaper and a pencil. Not caviar and champagne, for goodness sake.
Can of Boddingtons, perhaps? Kuhneman is round the wicket to Kohli, who comes forward in defence but finds a little gap square of the wicket in the offside, picks up a single as Marnus Labuschagne moves to his left. Another over ticks by the 96th of this Indian innings, still just 3 down for 282. Jadeja 13, Kohli has 55.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 4 overs left in the day's play. I don't think we get them. A rare example of a day we don't get the 90 overs in. And I hope Australia don't have to be worried about an overrate penalty. I think they're still going to be fine, aren't they?
They'll be fine now. Yeah. Whatever happens from here.
Yep.
They'll be there at the Oval.
Yeah, short of a terrible transgression, like, you know, just ripping the stumps out of the ground in furious rage and jabbing it into the eye of the umpires, which I'm sure they won't do. So you don't have anything to worry about on that score.
Why does an umpire need to be harmed in any of this?
I really don't think it needs to, but I'm trying to think of a transgression so bad. This gets a thick inside edge and a cry of catch it, which was rather unrealistic since it was about 8 yards to the right of Peter Hanscom. But look, the ball came off an inside edge and it went in the air, and Australia have had precious few moments where they've threatened today, as India did themselves in the first 2 days. It's been that kind of pitch. It could defeat them both, or it might crumble in the last 2 days. I'm going to give you hope, dear listener, as this one's worked a short mid-wicket no run. Dinesh Karthik, among others, they said, when they saw the pitch, they said 72 hours it's going to be like this, and then it will crumble.
I give it 80 hours, so I still think we won't see anything happen of this till we get to this point, maybe tomorrow or last session anyway.
Okay, well, that's something. Line in, back into his crease goes Kohli, works it back to, well, that short mid-wicket again. Labuschagne, and there's no run.
Literally the 3 balls that have done a lot are the ones that Kohli faced just before the tea break.
That's right, yeah.
It's the inside edge that almost carried to short leg, outside edge that almost carried to slip. There was another one in between which went past this outside edge.
It's very exciting then at that point, wasn't it? Line is in. This is played backward point, and, well, almost like a short third. Travis Head moves to his left from backward point and can't stop the single. 3 for 283. We should point out, not that this was ever going to be of importance, but India have avoided any danger of follow-on being enforced. The deficit now just 197. And with there's 3 wickets down, India can look forward. If they can get through to the close of play today without any Bendix big moments, they could look forward to tomorrow just playing on through the first session and then starting to look to increase the scoring rate and maybe making that 5th day when Bharat Sundaresan believes things might start to happen. Lyon is into Jadeja, who comes forward and angles the ball to backward point where Head does the fielding. There's no run.
The man who would come out to bat next, Shreyas Iyer, not really made an impression so far in the series on those tricky pitches. He has only 1 go against spin. He attacks spin, and especially on pitches like this, I've seen him take down spin attacks. So that's a good sign. The game will move on when he comes into bat.
Lyon in, forward in defence. Comes Jadeja, pushes the ball back to the bowler. That is the end of another over. 97 have been bowled. We've got about 7 or 8 minutes. Bharat Sundaresan is leaving as the shadows lengthen in the manner of Jaws, a giant great white shark, leaving its teeth on the outfield with India 3 for 283.
Attention footy fans. Have you ever played fantasy football? Fantasy footy is taking the world by storm, and here's your chance to play for free. Create, coach, compete in fantasy footy for free with Game Day Squad. Sign up to coach, build your team, trade players, bench injured or unfit players, upgrade rookies. It's your fantasy team. Open free new player packs each week. Play your best team. Become the ultimate fantasy footy coach. It's fun, it's free, it's easy. Register now for free at gamedaysquad.com.au.
Welcome back. Cricket, Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. So next delivery from Kuhnemann is flicked out towards deep mid-wicket. I think they're going to come back for us. No, they're not going to come back for a second. There was thoughts of it. I think we've got 2 overs left. Bharat Sundaresan has left us to go and do some interviews. You're left with the 2 pommies. May, Daniel Norcross and Phil Long off to our left. And this is the traditional 6-minute period when things can go horribly wrong. Producers back at the ranch, they're quivering with terror. There's no Colo here. There's no Bharat to keep us in check. I mean, if he is a check, then you know there are problems. But fear not, we will anchor the ship through the next 5 or 6 minutes with calmness and sobriety. Kuhnemann is in. This is pushed into the offside, down to deep backward point for a single. Jadeja moves to 14 from 48. India 3 for 285, and a day with only 3 wickets falling. That would make it the least wickety day of the series, I'm presuming. Phil Long.
Yeah, by some margin.
Well, 1 wicket. Yes. We had a 4-wicket day on the first day, a 6-wicket day on the second day. 13 wickets have fallen in 3 days. 265 overs or so it'll be by the end of all of that. As Kuhnemann is in and Kohli pushes forward in defence and finds the gap between short extra and mid-off. There is no mid-off. There's a long off who's Khawaja, who looks as interested in proceedings as anybody else out there. It's that thing where you've got the end of a hot day, the fielders are tired, and there's no expectation of a wicket. There's no real urgency and activity out there other than getting through the last 5 minutes with probably an over not being bowled. Harsha Bhogle has come to the back of the box to sledge me. No, we've got Phil here. Would you like to pop on? Feel free. No, Harsha's heading off. I thought he was offering his services. Maybe Adam Collins had sent him. Keep an eye on them. Do you reckon? Round the wicket is Kuhnemann to Jadeja. And that's guided just past the left hand of slip. That's a shot of some invention. Played very late down to deep backward point. Stark does the fielding, throws in. High throw, 2 more runs to the total. Jadeja to 16, India 3 for 288. And you see what I mean about these shadows? They're like shark's teeth, rather menacingly encroaching on the outfield, coming from our right to left as the sun sets, traditionally, I believe, in the west.
Normally.
If it stops doing that, we're in trouble. Be a talking point, certainly. As Kuhnemann's now strengthened that slip cord, and he didn't like what's happened there, and they put in a second slip. He comes around the wicket, and Jadeja is obviously not going to play that shot again, so he comes forward in defence and pushes it back to the bowler. We've got short fine, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. That's on the leg side. 2 slips, deep backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. That mid-off is line. He's just stretching his hamstrings. It's been a long old day out there for the Aussies today. Jadeja pushes in defence back to the bowler. We have got 3 minutes left in the day, actually nearer 2 minutes. So there'll only be 1 more over. There will be an over left unbowled. 89 overs will be bowled, and they started today, Phil, at 35 without loss?
36, if
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
36 without loss.
That's what you're here for, more than that, but that's one of the things you're here for. 252 runs have been scored for the loss of 3 wickets. And in lieu of an upsum, I'll tell you what's happened today. Rohit Sharma was the first to go after a bright morning session in which Mitchell Stark was treated quite severely for 3 overs. It went for 26 runs. But then Matthew Kuhnemann snared Rohit Sharma, who punched a rather nothing ball off the back foot straight into the hands of a delighted Marnus Labuschagne. He went for 35 from 58 balls. There was then a lengthy partnership It was 74 for one at that stage. Lengthy punch of 113 between Cheteshwar Pujara and the hugely impressive Shubman Gill. Before Pujara was out just before tea. It was LBW to a really good ball from Murphy, delivered from round the wicket that straightened and trapped him LBW bang in front of middle, reviewed falsely in the end as Kohli hits the first ball of the last over of the day to Labuschagne at mid-wicket, a full ball, just playing around his pads. That was 187 for 2, or 2 for 187, I should say. There you go. We've gone English already without the Aussie influence. And then the last wicket to go today, there may yet still be a twist in the tail, was Shubman Gill himself, as the line is in to Kohli. Kohli goes back into his stumps and works at the short mid-wicket off the back foot. Shubman Gill made a lovely 128 from 233 balls, 12 fours, and that's 6 that he hit in the last over yesterday. But it was a languid innings. It was a beautiful... There were some punchy shots, but he had so much time in the world. Played the chop through backward point particularly well. Lion in. This is flicked away out wide long on for a single to the delight of the crowd. Gets Kohli off strike. He moves to 59. If he's unbeaten overnight, which he looks like being, that might guarantee quite the crowd for tomorrow on Sunday.
Will tomorrow be that day, yes.
It feels like a Kohli day. National Kohli Day.
Yeah.
That was 3 for 245 when Shubman Gill was out. LBW to line. He reviewed, but again, fruitlessly. So there's been some few fruitless reviews. Australia just got the one left.
Both teams got one left, yeah.
Both teams have one left. So soon it'll be just down to the umpires, and that makes everyone's life a little bit easier. Line is in. To the left-handed Jadeja comes forward in defence, pushes into the offside. There's no run. 2 balls left in the day now. And Virat Kohli started very nervous. He came in, faced 4 balls just before tea, and could have been out of 3 of them. Really close line, nearly snaring him on 3 of those occasions, and we wondered, is the pressure getting to him? He knows his pitch has got runs in it, desperately wants to score them, but he's got into his groove a bit in this evening's sessions. This ball's defended, picked up by Carey, just comes off a thick outside half of the bat. So he scored those 59 runs in 128 balls that he's faced after tea in this extended session of 2.5 hours. As the last ball of the day is about to be bowled, those shark teeth shadows now encroaching almost to the non-striker. That'd be alarming. It's almost at him. It's almost at Virat Kohli. Is it an omen? I doubt it. The line is in. Jadeja defends, and that's the end of the day. A day that has seen 254 runs for 3 wickets in 99 overs, and it's been that sort of a day. The pitch has shown occasional signs of tending towards the dangerous, but it's never really fulfilled its promise. Such a contrast with the pitches we've seen in the first 3 test matches, and at the moment this match is meandering to a draw, you would think, but we've seen enough games on the subcontinent and in the UAE where you see pitches exactly like this offer nothing for bowlers for 3 days, and then things start to happen. You get a little nibble in the afternoon of the 4th day, and then in the evening they start to really go, and day 5 they can become terror tracks. So looking at this, Phil Long, before we wrap up, with India closing at 3 for 289, Jadeja on 16, Kohli on 59, would you say that actually, if one side can win this, it's probably India?
Probably India. They can drive the game from here, can't they? And you also wonder if Virat Kohli does get to those 3 figures, that will be, the shackles could be off, couldn't they? And Jadeja's still there, Ayer's still to come.
And the biggest averaging batter is Akshay Patel down at 9, not to mention Ashwin.
Yeah. But as you say, 4th day tomorrow, wicket might go. Suddenly there might be...
Could be tricky.
All sorts of trouble.
Could be different. The problem for India, for Australia, is they've got to try and find 17 wickets, and in a way, India have got to find 10. So, although they are behind in terms of runs, how many runs behind are they? Sorry, Phil, with a score 3 for 289.
289 against 480, so 191. So we jokingly said they've avoided the follow-on. They are still 191 runs behind. A couple of wickets now. That's still a long way to go.
Yeah. Look, there's 2 days of cricket to be played on this pitch, and we know that pitches can change nature very quickly in this part of the world.
And there's also very, very few draws in India if you get 5 full days of cricket.
So look, either way, we're going to be a winner, because either way, something's going to happen. And if it is a draw, well, what a time to be alive. You've been listening to SEN Test Cricket with an array of stars. Oh, we've got a little...
always a special
we're going to have a little interview with Shubman Gill, who's the star of the day. And then we will say our goodbyes thereafter.
I would say, you know, good memories and great start for us in this ground.
You like batting on this ground, didn't you?
I mean, yeah, you have to, you know, if this is my IPL home ground, and glad to get some runs there.
Ask you about the tempo here.
The pitch was pretty good to bat on. There were, you know, anything that was happening on the pitch was of the rough area, and it was important for us, you know, to be able to bat big and keep ticking the singles whenever possible. And that's what my mindset was when I went on to bat. Yeah, honestly, it was more about, you know, still trying to be positive and trying to keep getting the singles and looking for the singles, because they were bowling with a bit of in and out feel, and they weren't attacking as much. So it was just important to, you know, have a bit of patience and still be positive and looking for that bad balls. Thank you.
Can you provide a little bit of insight as to any sort of conversations inside the dressing rooms as to how you're going to approach day 4?
I mean, we are 3 down for almost 300, and hopefully if we bat well tomorrow and get some big score for us, and then, you know, anything can happen on day 5. Hopefully the wicket would help our bowlers, and if it does, we'll be trying to win this match. Thank you, Ravi.
That was Ravi Shastri. Haydos, of course, and Murray Kartik with the questions. I hope you could hear them all, but a very delighted Shubman Gill, and he said pretty much what we were saying, which is India are going to look to bat all day tomorrow and hope that the pitch deteriorates on day 5. Well, it's time for us to say our goodbyes. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you to everybody who's been part of the broadcast today. Phil Long, Ravi Shastri, Harsha, Bhogle, Ian Healy, Bharat, Sundaresan, Adam Collins, Pete Lawler, Louis Cameron, and it's not quite right to thank myself, Daniel Norcross, but I'm going to anyway.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you for thanking me. We'll be back at the same time as normal, 2:30 Australian Eastern Time for the 4th day. It could be an interesting one. Make sure you're there. Tune in to SEN. From all of us now, goodbye.